these guys that went to space and they walked on the moon and they left Bibles on the moon. Like that's just it collides with the whole atheism paradigm. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
You can't have your cake and eat it, man. So
it's the argument's so unique to Crit and the way that he does things that I'm only just starting to realize just how powerful sticking to that point is, and how it can make people crumble. And that was a really good example earlier. Yeah,
I've been listening to Crit, and I think one of the things that I admire about him is the way he articulates that point. I think we often don't let him kind of just let him go through these points. But if you listen to where like some guy is claiming atheism, let's say he's just coming in here, he's a hard-standing atheist, just hard-nosed. If you let him, if Crit gets a hold of him, dude, I'm telling you, he's gonna undo his entire worldview because they hinge on everything that has to deal with like space. And like believing that all this came from atheistic worldviews, right? And the fathers of atheism,
or Christian, and the other way around for flat Earth, as we witnessed tonight as well.
Yeah, that's another thing too. That's another thing. Well, we'll dive into that too. What I'm like to point out though is that if you hear him out, if you hear Crit out, he's got all these points ready to go, and so. I mean, to me, I give him a lot of credit because he sits in here and he listens and, he doesn't often speak. But what he does, I mean, it's just like, fucking look out. You know what I mean? So anyways, that's why he lives in a lot of people's heads.
And he leaves you wondering too. It's like, okay, is he Christian? Is he not? Is he atheist? Like, what? You can't like...
It's masterfully done, isn't it? I love the fact he doesn't answer that question. Yeah,
because it's a non sequitur. He doesn't need to answer that. Yeah, it's true, and nobody does, right? You're whatever it is that you have, in your mind of your faith or whatever it is in your background. That belongs to you. Nobody needs to know about that. If you want to divulge that, that's on you. But you don't have to tell anybody. Anyway, it just. I listen to everybody's the way they do things, and it's just I'm just kind of giving him flowers if he's here or not. You know what I mean?
Certainly, yeah,
man, for sure. And I don't understand how people think that he's like, because in PNR the other night, like someone was saying, "Oh, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're too hostile." I was like, "What?" He wasn't raising his voice. He wasn't angry. He wasn't calling you any names, anything like that. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh shit. Dude, they don't know the kind of like. He also says too, because a lot of people have their qualms about this channel and like, well, I like this guy, I don't like that guy, I like this guy, but I don't like that guy, and it's like, dude, we've been doing this shit for a long time. This is like a Swiss Army knife of fucking shellacking in here. We got so many ways, many different colors and fucking flavors in here that we can take you down in any kind of way. So. Everybody's got their own style. So it's like, yeah, this guy does it that way, this other guy, but that's what makes it unique, dude. That's why there's no like leader here. We're all in of ourselves individual. So, Indio always says that too. He's like, I don't like to call this a community because I don't. I call us, we're a group of friends. We hang out and, we've been doing that because we aligned with truth. That's the main thing that keeps us together. So if you're aligning yourself with truth, then you'll get along well here. It's the moment that you step out of bounds and you start talking shit about, things that you can't prove and, oh, that's true, then you're going to have some issues, I
want to give a shout out to Lats as well. If Lats is there, I think Lats has come a long way lately, and I've seen him take on a few Globers on his own. And he's learning the argument.
The bad Lats came in earlier.
I was going to say, are you talking about Lats that was the bad Lats? Because that one was
Not Lats the Bogan.
The Bogan, yeah, he was a fucking Bogan dude. Came in here and talking shit to T-Dub.
Well, yeah, who's the bad lads? What the heck?
Lats, I've been bigging you up for the last week. What have you done today?
Not this Lats, the other Lats.
Oh, there's another Lats. Right, makes sense.
Yeah, there was another Lats that came in here. Not you, Lats. I've seen you in here with your avatar.
Oh, okay.
There was another guy that came in here. He's got like a green avatar. But he's an Aussie too, and he was talking shit to T-Dub, and then I started talking shit to him, and then he, I am.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I'm just on break at work right now, so I'm just listening. I'll let you guys carry on. Thank you.
Yeah, keep an eye on Lats. He's doing some good work, mate.
I heard the way he argues in here. I think usually the way what we hold in the highest of regard in here is the way somebody can articulate a point, or at least carry themselves when in a discussion or debate or argument. I think that's what's really key for anybody to actually move forward in our group, because our culture in here, like that's what we hold to high esteem. When we give somebody the floor and let them take over and do that, because we do that amongst ourselves. Like I value everybody that's in here. Everybody has their finer points. Root, you have a very calm demeanor about yourself. You have you're very useful to somebody who's trying to, like the guy earlier, he was frustrated. He wasn't ready for you, man. Like, the one that we just booted out of here. Kane, or whatever his name was. Yeah,
Kane,
you were showing him like a disobedient child in a classroom. Look, like chill out. Like you don't need to do what you're doing. Just relax. But he's like, no, you're getting me frustrated. And then I was like, that's when you give him to Uncle Alpha. At that point. You don't have to worry about that.
Send him to the head teacher, mate. Yeah, and I know when to withdraw, bro. And I enjoy passing them on.
Other than that, dude, like, yeah, you're excellent for them calm discussions. I mean, you get the people really thinking. I mean, look at me, man. I'm handing out. Everybody deserves it, man. Like I'm telling you, you guys have been in. You take a lot of shit from these guys. Of course, I love this shit. Like, I fucking wake up every day. I'm like, man, I wonder who's on. Listening online, fucking doing my dailies. So far, so good. I mean,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you like, seriously, bro. Like, all of us have come a long way for sure. T-Dub has got his battle scars, man. At night, I mean, he's got his battle scars. He has to deal with some naughty fucking Aussies that coming at him. Like the last guy, the bad lats.
Yeah, we used to call T-Dub Uncle T, because he'd always pop up in them moments when we needed him. Uncle T, deal with this one.
T-Dub he's fucking listening to people, man. He's gonna fucking undo them somehow, because they think they're getting away with shit. He's gonna go back to the live stream and listen to them talking shit. He's like, no, man. This is what you said. I know what you're saying right now, but that's not what you said in the live stream. I went back there. I listened to it. That's T-Dub. He's gonna check his T's. He's gonna cross his T's and dot his I's, bro. I'm telling you. Like, I'm gonna tell you this. We're talking about the measurement of like the troposphere, like the air pressure, and where the pressure is, like what it can be measured. And I told him, because Brendan would come in here, and because he's a meteorologist, I know some of you guys know who he is. He's a glober, but he's really more leaning towards flat, I would say. And he had the argument with Mark G about the measurement of the mesosphere, whether it can or cannot be done. And of course, he's saying that, in all his studies, of course, he went to school for this. They never discussed that was a thing that was an actual measurement that they've ever taken, or whether it's something they were concerned with. So, throughout their discussion, I was like intrigued, because I didn't really put much thought into it. I was like, yeah, that's something that we don't really look into. But he's like, no, we've never measured in the mesosphere. And so that got me thinking, like, oh shit, this is a whole new argument. So I was thinking of that while he was discussing it with Mark G. and then Mark G was putting some citation about. It was a source, not a citation. That it was. Say again.
Stay eating.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Somebody say something.
Sounds like a hot mic.
Hot micing.
Oh, yeah, it was a rocket blast, and then the rocket blast supposedly was done to say that they measured the air pressure there in the mesosphere, and then it turns out that Brendan took a look at the article to the source that he got from Mark G, and he's like, no, they didn't measure in there in the mesosphere. What they did was with that rocket blast, they calculated from the troposphere or the stratosphere. I'm sorry, so the stratosphere forward to say that the blast itself was calculated from that point from the top of where you can measure to the mesosphere. It's said to be X amount, X value. And Mark G was like, no, but they actually measured there. He's like, no, you can't measure with the rocket blast. Like it's not like an actual, like you send like a balloon like you would in the troposphere, send a balloon up with an actual way to measure the air pressure. They don't do that in the mesosphere. So, and he was like, this article that you gave me doesn't support that you could measure there. And he just like utterly destroyed Mark G. And Mark G just didn't know like how to recover from that. And I was like, dude, this is an amazing point. I was thinking this all the while he was talking to Mark G. So, and this other clown came up. I'm saying all that to say this. This other clown came up and was talking about it in the channel. And I was listening to him, and I was like, oh, hell no, dude. This guy's getting away. And it was Hush. If I remember correctly, it was Hush. And Hush was in here talking about, yeah, you can measure air pressure in the mesosphere. I was like, dude, you cannot measure air pressure. And so I was telling him that, and I was like, to go ahead and put your source. And the reason why I'm saying all of this is to show you what T-Dub did at that moment. When I was talking to him, because I was driving at the moment when I was doing this, so T-Dub looks through this little source that he put in there, because it was a source, it wasn't a citation. And then, of course, we had to look through the article to find out where in there did it say, what it was supposed to say about measuring in the mesosphere. But, of course, Hush didn't look at that article. He just, basically elephant hurling fallacy chucked in the article to us. So, T-Dub went ahead and looked through it and then found out in that same article that he posted that they do not measure in the mesosphere, as it said there, in the article that Hush posted. So Hush was a liar. They don't measure in the mesosphere any air pressure. So it was a beautiful undoing of T-Dub's assist to what I was saying. It was just amazing, the way we work in here. So I'm just I'm saying a whole bunch, dude. I'm yapping, but I'm saying that because it's like, we do that, and T-Dub was an assist there that brought that little snippet when he was listening. Anyway, appreciate it, T-Dub.
Yep, no worries, man. Teamwork.
Yeah, but he got exposed, dude, and I think the main thing was that, I do have a method to my madness. I get kind of rambunctious at times, but I think I do with a cause, because I want people to realize that sometimes it's a shock and awe kind of thing. People don't often hear people going like, wait, hold on a minute. Now, fuck that. Now, point out where this guy said that. And so once you do that, everyone's like, oh shit, what the fuck's going on? And so when shit goes down like that, we start to see the cogs moving, and everybody starts to wonder oh shit, fight kind of shit. So it does draw the attention. Anyway,
it always seems that people think we're more technologically advanced in ways that we're actually not, and we're not as technologically advanced in ways that people think we are. This leads to people making claims like that they've measured atmospheric pressure in the mesosphere, when you have then experts like Brendan who come on, the meteorologist, who's like, no, we actually just kind of wing it and guess it with calculations and extrapolations. We don't really know for sure.
It blows their minds, dude, because it's not only on our side do we have professionals, but we have academia backing us up. When they think, actually, it's weird though, because they actually think the academic resources are backing them up, and it's not the case. It just isn't the case. And I don't know why. Like we should probably do this a lot more, Amish. To be honest, we should be like, okay. I mean, where in academia does it say any of what you think? The claims for the globe, even air pressure going all the way up to the exosphere, because beyond the stratosphere, there's no way to get anything up to get like a viable measurement, like going forward, like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you can't tell me that 10 to the -6 beyond the Kármán line is even something that is achievable. How the fuck are you going to get past where did you go from measuring from troposphere, stratosphere to the mesosphere not being measured, and then jump that layer, go all the way to the thermosphere where the top of it is where the satellites are, and then say, yeah, we got satellites up there measuring. Like, dude, you just jumped the whole fucking layer. Like, how are you going to rectify that? Like, you can't just say, well, we don't need to worry about the mesosphere. We're just concerned with layers above that. Like, no, man. Like, that's not going to play. Fuck that.
Right.
Like,
they have to make a jump to technology that operates in a way that requires them to claim the Earth to be a certain way.
Yep.
And so we're back to that missing R value. Where's that radius? Okay, you claim that they launch a satellite to measure atmospheric pressure up in the thermosphere. Great. How do you know the satellite's actually there? Well, orbital mechanics and this, that, and the other. Oh, okay, great. How do you actually know that they did it, though? And how did they get the R value to know that they did it successfully? Well, we know that they measured the R with satellites, and that's how we know that the satellites got there at the R value. What, Kerbal Space Program, right, folks? You think like the Nazi V2 program was like Kerbal Space Program? They're just launching thousands of these, and they're just plummeting into the Earth and blowing up everywhere. I mean, I think Elon Musk seems to have more rocket trouble than the Germans did 80 years ago. Just saying.
What's that program they use? Stellarium. That program they use for the stars and all that. And so Stellarium and Kerbal and all that, they would say is modeled after the globe, and that's just untrue. Well, of course, Kerbal would be the idea that people live on a globe and such, but they can't even. There's nothing to scale in Kerbal. Like, I don't know if you know anything about that, but they're trying to get Kerbal as close as they can to what they would consider the Earth as a globe would be, but you can't get anything to scale, because how can you get anything that doesn't exist into something that is, like, you know what I mean, into reality? When you're trying to get this orthographic perspective that nobody's ever seen ever in their whole life. So how does that work, Yeah,
I don't think Kerbal has a physics engine at all. It's all kinematics. It's a computer game. I mean, it's not modeling anything after real physics. I don't think even they've got, like, because if they did, they'd be modeling the 3-body problem, right? We all know that that's not happening. If they did, they'd be modeling, I think, like rotations, and there's no rotations of these bodies happening in the Kerbal Space world. So. And the reason why is probably due to limitations on the processing power for the computers. They just make these approximations and they just model it kinematically instead of dynamically. And yep, it's just bonkers, dude. It's a freaking video game.
Yeah. It shows you the state of the globe, right? When they're having to appeal to video games and coding as evidence, and it's quite clearly obvious that you can model anything. So to appeal to a computer game, I just think it's ridiculous. And imagine if we did that. They would literally try to crucify us for that.
Dude,
they think they can get away with it.
That it would be like a whole other Jeranism, like flashlight routine. I think they always go back to that stupid thing. It's like, that's such idiotic points that their talking points are utter trash, dude.
At the same time, they're almost begging for a video game. Every time they ask for a model, they're asking for a model that they think for their world, and they don't really have one. They've got only kinematics. Again, they've got only conceptualized mathematical descriptions. And they're asking us for ours. And you're right to point out that the double standard would be, well, let's say, suppose we did show them one. Let's say we did have a computer game that modeled everything on flat Earth, and we showed it to them. Then they'd be like, oh, that's just a computer game. That's not based on real. I mean, they'd move the goalposts. Show me all the scientific papers that went into your model, Flurf. I don't see any in here. Nobody will believe it or take it seriously, Flurf. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a double standard game with them the whole way. So, homie, don't play that.
That's my kind of game, Amish.
Yeah. We're in season 9 or season 10 right now. We don't have time.
I think the Percentage was talking about some game or something that he's making or something.
Who's making a game?
Percentage.
Oh,
I think he was talking about that earlier in the chat, in the side chat. Oh, I might be mistaken.
Mr. Pac-Man Earther.
All wrap around Earthers.
Yeah.
I was asking yesterday, any wrap around Earthers in here? And I'm like, doesn't the globe wrap around? Are you asking if there are any Globers in here?
Yeah, he's something else.
I wonder if he heard me talking about that a few months prior, before he first brought it up a couple months ago himself. I mean, we were speculating in here, and you can make interesting speculations about flat Earth. If you give flat Earthers the power of Kaluza-Klein theory in mathematics, which is to invoke higher dimensional geometry to explain shit that you can't normally explain. If you give that power to flat Earthers, we can explain any fucking thing to you. And it would be unethical, because these are explanations that are rising out of concepts and not out of observational reality. We'd be divorced from anything remotely scientific in the first place if we started doing the same thing.
Do you mean
So
like
no,
true
we're not going to be doing that.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right?
Shit.
Truly
Sorry, man.
mathematical Earthers.
I had to say that.
It's like their whole
Yeah, like
approach
the
now
ether cosmology.
Yeah, it's like their whole approach right now is, I don't have any evidence, I have philosophy. So I want you to argue from a philosophical standpoint so I can battle your philosophy. And when we say, no, we don't like to do that, we like to stick with the empirical, testable, repeatable evidence, it's like their brain malfunctions and goes, but I don't think like that, I think philosophically. So they just don't want you to, they don't know how to engage because they're only coming from philosophy.
Fucking right. And you know what they say though when they do that, they're like, oh, so then you don't want to have the argument then. They're like, what do you mean I don't want to have the argument? They always say that shit, and you're like, no, what you mean is you're not gonna be philosophical with me. That's exactly right. Roots, you need to bring that shit up next time, bro. Because I mean, they don't know the exact way, because they think that they're speaking logical, right? They don't know. Well, they do know, right? But I mean, they don't know that they're doing it on purpose. You get what I mean? Like they're just trying to be, they're trying to say like they're speaking, what it is like in reality. Like the globe is that. It's not, it's.
Bro, even if
we'll never get away from the philosophy, though. We have to use the philosophy. It's how we describe and make evaluations of the data logically. So we have to have the empirical data first, and then we need to make philosophical arguments about it. That's where science gets involved.
Empiricism's a form of philosophy.
Empiricism is not necessarily philosophical, and philosophy can be divorced of empiricism. You can make the most logically sound and valid arguments that have no empirical component to them.
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
That's
for sure.
The trap. Yep. That's the trap.
Method of the empirical method itself. Yeah, I would agree is more of something that's tangible, right? Something that you could test. But yeah, by believing that method to be the ultimate method to lead to knowledge, which is perfectly fine. That would be a philosophy. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get what you're saying, Tora. That would make sort of every process a philosophy then in that worldview, right?
Scientific method is a philosophical construct.
Exactly. Yeah, it depends on like things like the truth to exist, laws of logic to exist, which are all philosophical. They're not physical.
We have to actually start with a base for reasoning, and if we don't have that, then it seems like it's just going to be incoherent babbling. Like, do we want a result to, like, that being the case? Because if we don't, like, that's the other thing too. Like, we don't even know. I'm telling you guys, like, where are we going to start with these guys? I mean, we're going to start with basic reasoning, because I mean, if that's the case, then we're never going to progress the conversation, man. We're going to be stuck with, like, okay, tell me if you know your ABCs. Like, fucking hell, bro. Like,
right.
It's a valid point.
I say we almost have to jump to the empirical observation, and then create formal logical deductive syllogisms based off of the observations to show that they're deductive, to show that you can prove that these observations are in fact what we're saying.
Correct. It's much easier just to grant the external world exists outside the mind than to argue over it, for sure.
Yeah, because if that's not the case, man, we're just going to be bogged down by trying to get them to realize if they understand what reality is. And I mean, we're never going to get to the next step. And for the sake of conversation, we have to. I would say this, man, it's hard to grant them that. It's hard. Sometimes you just want, okay, I mean, is anything real? Like, what do you consider, like, truth? And, like, we have to get into that kind of, Yeah,
and our observations are not subject that much to subjectivism. Because if we can produce an observation that will sidestep, that will basically dismantle their sophistry before they get a chance to engage, then we should do that. We should put our measurements in front of them first thing. So they're not given a chance to be these sophist asshats to try and redefine terms and muddy the waters and make claims unfalsifiable logically before we can even present our information, our data.
There's plenty of other rooms in the politics sector that go over that anyways, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We're not the philosophy room. We're kind of like applied philosophy. We're applying the philosophy of science to our observations. Doesn't make it scientific. It's not science. I mean, we can still apply like the philosophy of science to observations. Figure of the earth is not a scientific question. There can be scientific observations and demonstrations and experiments that are born out of these things that lend support, but ultimately the measurement of the geometry is not scientific. It's a what matter, not a how and a why matter. So what is, right? What is this? Show a picture. What is this? You know, we got the black swan image. We can begin with what is that? Then we can talk about how and whys later.
Man, the Globers have gone awfully quiet.
Yep, they want to get us to the hows and whys before we get to the whats, and we say, let's show you the what is stuff first. Let's talk about that, and we can pontificate later. But you're right, Roots. I mean, they want to divorce the empirical observations out of this from the discussion entirely because they know it doesn't support their side, their agenda. They know that all of their empirical observations are unverifiable. Right? Their best ones are from space agencies that make contradictory claims about their mere existence.
Yep.
So those who've been around a while, they don't want to go down that route. They're like, man, I've been down this too many times. Like, shoot, man. All right, so if I can't use these pictures from space, maybe I can attack their logic. And we can deny them that, right? We can say, no, look, here's a what is picture. Here's a black swan.
This is
We
why
can
I
let
like
the image speak for itself
so much,
Mhm.
because I feel like the source of this way of thinking has all come from the idea of Einstein's relativity, and just being able to say, okay, we don't need empiricism as long as we have an explanation, or a model that can loosely fit what we believe, then that's all we need. And I think it all stems in relativity. So I always bring that up.
It's a good point. Yeah, relativity not being scientific will in the first place. It is a great explanation. It's an epic masterpiece of explanatory power, right? But again, give flat earthers the same leeway. Let us have the ability to render such amazing explanations, and we can. I mean, ultimately, what Einstein wrote can support our cosmology as well. And Einstein would support it by saying that all reference frames are indeed relative. There is no absolute frame of reference to determine anything, and all coordinate reference systems are arbitrary, and their transformations among them is arbitrary too, which means flat or globe doesn't matter. You got big space, small space, you got 3D space, you got 4D space. It's all relative. Einstein should have absolutely no reason to reject what we're saying.
Right, yes, and his version of gravity does not necessarily form things into spheres.
Right.
And any shaped object can distort space-time.
Yep. I think there's that AC Tort paper that's been around the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord a while. There are a couple of them, I think. It might be AC Tort, might be somebody else. There's in either event out of Italy where they did a flat Earth approximation for using general relativity. General relativity being compatible on flat Earth. They made it work mathematically. They developed a great explanation.
Who produced that work, or who made that claim?
Some nerds, some research nerds at a university, I think, were bored in Italy. I forgot their name. It might be AC Tort. T-O-R-T is his last name. A.C. Tort. There's another one where they simulated spheres of mass forming in gravity wells by simulating like asteroid rubble and stuff. I think that might be the same guy, but that also came out of an Italian university. Either way, the one with general relativity and flat Earth creates a cylinder for flat Earth, and we're living on the flat top part of the cylinder. The cylinder extends way, 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 way down, giving enough mass and the right geometry to warp space-time in such a fashion that we can experience, the downward vector that everybody loves to talk about.
Oh, I like that. I'm already reminded of the sky and the way the sky rolls over like a cylinder. I like that.
Yeah, in this case, you call it a vertically mounted cylinder. Super long, effectively infinitely deep. And flat Earth is the little flat surface right on the top, like a gigantic pillar.
Yeah, thanks, Amish. That's really interesting. I'm going to look into that. It would be nice to be able to quote this and bring this up more often, because I hear this argument so much. I feel like it's actually the foundation of a lot of these Globers arguments. It's just they don't know it, or they don't consciously know it, so they don't bring it up directly. They beat around the bush for an hour before we bring it up.
Yeah, they think relativity is physics and gravity and relativity is a force. They just don't know. They think they do. And enough pop science out there surrounds them and reinforces their ideas. And a lot of the pop science is bad itself because it's created for marketing. That they think that their positions are entirely supportable by consensus.
It's a mathematical garb, and like you've demonstrated, we can demonstrate that on all sorts of shapes and sizes, and it doesn't mean anything. It just dazzles them. It's so pretty and amazing to imagine that that relativistically, everything could be completely different to how it seems. And I think that's exciting for them. I think a lot of these guys are just bored thinking that, there is nothing new to learn. So they want to just philosophize on, what's out there up in the sky. And I think that's the issue. They've taken away the excitement of the actual natural world, and they've put the excitement in the sky.
Yeah, that's why they're fixated on it. Relativity is all mathematics, but it's basically geometry. That's all relativity is. It's geometry and coordinate reference systems and their warping and transformations. And then philosophizing about their potential causes.
It's like a cult. I think it's like a cult, like a Pythagoras thing.
Yep. Just like George Ellis says in his quote.
Which quote was that?
Where he says, "I can construct you, any symmetrical universe you like." Yeah, it's just he just wants, and he said, "There's nothing wrong with that. It explains the observations. It's mathematically sound." He says, "But what I want people to know is that cosmology chooses, like the current stylings that they have is based on philosophy." And he says, cosmology. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that.
So these bored researchers in Italy took it upon them to say, you know what, George Ellis, you're right. We've looked at relativity too. This is all just coordinate geometrical gobbledygook. We can use the same principles and construct a flat Earth general relativity concept. Here you go.
Meanwhile, back on Earth. Don't need to say anymore.
That's right. Back at the Hall of Justice.
Do you think this is why they introduced so many non-scientific subjects, like, astrology and psychology into science? Do you think it's a slow degradation of what science is meant to be? And they just want as much garbage in under the umbrella of science as possible so that more people will accept relativity as science?
I sometimes wonder things like that. Like, they now claim that science is so difficult to define that we don't really know how to delineate between pseudoscience and science anymore. I mean, this is for the past 100+ years. I mean, this is the way they've been thinking.
Are you including the social sciences with that?
Yeah,
they do. Yeah,
exactly.
Is that because they got lucky with a few guesses? Turns out they were right.
Classic demarcation problem. Sorry.
No, I think there was lag. Carry on, mate. My fault, I think. Yeah, anyway, Roots, I know with the social sciences, it's nothing malicious. What they try and do, it doesn't really work, but is bring the scientific method into the social realms. So my first ever hearing of the Black Swan was in a politics seminar. We use the same methodology in politics. So it's not a case of them wanting to fudge it. I think it's just a natural expansion of the process within what you'd call the natural sciences. It being so good, that methodology, they just want to use it elsewhere.
Yep.
I think it's just
that method is sound. That method is sound. I mean, a mechanic can employ that method in order to determine what's wrong with the vehicle. doesn't mean that he's doing natural science, though, right? Just call it what it is, you know.
They have to step over the first step. The first step is crucial, and they forego that and they muddy it. You know, observe something occurring in the natural world.
Well, these social sciences you speak of weren't always considered social sciences. They were actually more natural philosophy. So somewhere down the line, they've decided to recategorize things like psychology and, political science as social sciences when they were never that to begin with. So there's been a category change.
I think statistics is a big reason for that, because they started taking statistics that is used in science and they started applying it to behavioral things, to marketing, to politics, to pretty much anything. And now, using the power of statistics, they've been able to claim that what they're doing is scientific. They're doing statistical correlative tests. Yeah.
That's quantitative data, like quantifiable data. Sure. The other half of the social science is qualitative data. So stuff like focus groups, interviews, stuff like that. So it's half of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That's right. So, and you can't, through statistics alone, you can't prove things happening causally. And this is why they say that science doesn't prove anything anymore, because we're set out to statistically rule out possibilities instead. We're using probability of ruling things out and accepting things instead of determining definitively whether or not things are actually happening.
You see, my point exactly. They're able to now say science doesn't prove things because of what they've introduced into science, right?
That's like slightly misconstrued, though. There's still, in the same university that's being taught the social sciences, they're still practicing physics. They're still following the same concrete, natural scientific method. They've not abandoned one for the other.
No, they've introduced other methods and called that science as well, right? We had a standardized method, and now they've introduced new methods that don't meet the criteria, but they're able to call it science for those people who don't look into it. So they can claim that they've isolated this and they've done that when they've changed the definition of some of these words.
They've changed step one. Step one used to be observe something occurring in the natural world, and step one is now think of a question.
But isn't that why we have these categories like natural science and social science? Like, you are right, the word science as a whole, I'm sure we had this combo the other day, but if you look at it for more than 5 seconds, you realise science is now broken up as a whole. So as an umbrella term, sure, it's been watered down, but natural sciences is now firm within its place within the sciences, if you're with us.
I'm not sure if that's the case, and good morning, guys.
Yo, morning.
G'day. Hey, what's up, Rodo?
That's what I hope to see anyway, but you might be right, Roots, to be fair.
Well, social science, let's just say, psychology was considered a soft science. It's not an objective thing. It's more like court, right? So what can you really know about things like that? Plus, it's after the fact. Sally bites her nails because... Can we say definitively why Sally bites her nails? We cannot. That's not really a science. That's a study of behavior. And then you get statistics on, this many people did this in reaction to this. That's not really a science, right?
Just observation.
Unlike finding Plum and Lovell don't lie. And we do talk about the word science, but we also talk about the word standards, and that's exactly what you guys are mulling over here, right? These other definitions of science are looser standards of science, like step 1, take a guess, is what Brenda says. Is that scientific? Can we actually hands-on anything of the Celeste? Can that possibly be a science or just a study of something? Can we do more than just observe it?
We can try and measure it. I'll make calculations, I guess, but...
I think what Amish said was potent about statistics. I think they've now considered statistics a science, and when they apply statistics, you know that you can lie with statistics, sample size. There's so many different ways you can manipulate data. So I think that's statistics is a clear way to be able to pull off what they've pulled off, and I think they've recategorized statistics from math to science.
I don't think they recategorized them, bro. I think it's just the way they're being used. Like, the media's fudged our impression of them. Smoking increases your chances of getting cancer by 50%. Shit like that is like a nothing stat in it because we don't know the original chance of getting it. I think it's just being misused, but again, stats within mathematicians and scientists, I can't imagine the function of maths as a tool has changed all that much.
You know what else it is, guys? It's the allowance of such things.
I agree.
No one's saying no to things like that. It just keeps getting more and more allowed, and it keeps getting looser and looser, and it's poor architecture, truly. If science today were a structure, it would be a lean-to at best. You know what I mean? It's not impressive. It's not excellent. It's remedial and sloppy for the most part, right? I mean, the empirical method is the ultimate method. Why would that be? I mean, in the very root of it, you're trying to disprove it as well, right? To make sure. What other science says, you know what, I'm out to disprove my theory as well? What other science is doing that besides the empirical method?
So say I had a hypothesis that, like, since Donald Trump came into power, voter turnout within the USA had increased. Through the collection of data, I would be able to go away and, see if that's true or not. No?
Right.
Is that anything other than
But you're not proving.
But it depends.
But
that's what I was going to say. It stops there, though, doesn't it? The method, really.
No, it doesn't, because you could be leaving important data out, like the population increase. Like the spread of information in now a more connected world means more people are introduced to politics. So it's nothing to do with Trump why more people are voting right now.
No. Forget the. I was just picked a random name out of my hat. My point was, like, my hypothesis would be, like, voter turnout has increased. I could go out and collect the data and find out if it has increased. I could analyze the results, like you said, to determine why it's actually increased.
Yeah, Paz Roots also said that that type of data can be manipulated, so you can't trust that type of consistency.
That's right. Plus, it's usually just sample sizes. What if Darwin went to one of the Galapagos Islands and he said all finches have a 3-inch beak? But he didn't bother to hop the next island and say this finch has a 3¼ inch beak, just for a silly example of where science has been going. You take a random sample size, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? How can you know what everyone's thinking about Trump? How can you possibly know that?
Well, that'd be qualitative data. I'm on about quantitative data.
Right.
Qualitative,
so it's not really
like personal. Quantitative meaning like I can find out the numbers. You know what I mean? The same as.
But you can spin anything with numbers. My job literally is to provide data to hiring managers and paint a picture. And it is so easy. If I have a narrative that I want to push, I just go and get some data and I present it in a certain way. And it's never failed. It's very convincing when you turn up with data.
So that'd be in the body of, like, so if this was a dissertation, that'd be in the body. But first, I'd be labeling, like, my methodology. So my method, I would have to put in my dissertation, my hypothesis, my methodology, what I plan to do to verify it. And this is just in politics. Like, I'm guessing it's the same across criminology, sociology.
What do you do to disprove it?
That's my issue. That's why I'm trying to spitball through it. And that's why I said I think the scientific method at this stage ends. Like, I don't think it's a full scientific method because of that, That's what I'm trying to...
The scientific method doesn't try to disprove its own hypothesis, you're saying?
Within the social sciences, yeah. I think that's where the use of the scientific method breaks down, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's where the differences come in. because you're trying to put a poll or a survey together. Who says you're not biased to begin with? In other words, I'm going to make sure these statistics fit what I want it to fit. Because people do that. That's why the empirical method says, no. You can't put your personal stuff into this, because we know people try. So there's no bias in this thing when you try to disprove your own, even if it's quantitative, right? If there's no element within your method to say, what if I'm wrong? Let's try to.
I think we do include that. So yeah, no, I think we do that in the critique section. I'm just trying to think how I've actually used it within. It's different terminology, but it's the same process. No, and I think we do that in the critique. So one section in the dissertation would be, I would have to go out and find out everything that would disprove my shit, any issues or critiques that other authors or ideologies might conflict with it, whatever it is, and then I would have to counter all those within my dissertation. Like, I have to go out, find out shit that would prove me wrong, and then counter those and say why those don't actually matter. Like, that has to be in a dissertation for it to be a valid methodology. Otherwise, you're just pissing in the wind. And I'm not saying it's a true science, but there is a lot of overlap. And obviously, even in politics, I might use like mathematical models and shit from like economics or like just anything. Shit from like psychology that is like hard studied science of like brain activity. It could include so much shit.
Well, biology's one thing. What people think are another thing. Why the heart works, why the organs do what they do, their relationship to each other. Yes, those are valid studies. And those things probably won't change person to person much that we find out, right? How the heart works, for example. But what you think about things is a completely different realm that's not very easily ironed down to say everyone everywhere thinks this thing all the time, 100% of the time. So we're looking for 100s. We're looking for 100s, right? The empirical method is the gold standard. It's the gold standard of the. That's why it's the method. It's the only method. Everything else used to be classified correctly. This one's a lot softer of quote unquote science, psychology, because of this inferior aspect to what we're looking at. Looking at the stars is an ology, the study of. You're not going to do anything but look at them. That's all you can do to them.
Ology. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Ology, yeah.
Yeah.
The study of.
Well, I mean,
I just think there is some overlap. I just don't think the process is complete. Maybe that's why they call it the social sciences. Like, it was rooted in the process, but at some stage, the social does come into it. You know what I mean? So the root methodology is there, but it's been overtaken by the social side. Just seems like a natural progression of science. I'm not going to lie.
It's a natural progression of compartmentalization.
Exactly.
And yeah. I think, but the problem is compartmentalization doesn't tell the full story. And that's where you're going to run into problems, because we live in a holistic environment. Your body, the world, and it's all dependent on other aspects. So I think if you try and cherry pick some data, you can tell any story you want from a holistic process.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, when I was in high school, it was called social studies, not social sciences.
Yeah, it was natural philosophy.
They've adopted more hard, like empirical based methodologies and shit. That's what I mean. The field's not what it used to be, you know. And access to science as a public, like the average man has access to, in quote unquote, science, you know, like methodologies and approaches that were just gate kept at one stage by, you know, rich white guys in labs. So like, as more people gain access to these methodologies, have more free time on their hands to pursue them, it just seems like the whole realm has expanded naturally. Doesn't seem like malicious or
by man's will. Certainly you see that leaps of logic are a very sloppy thing to say from a scientist. Leaps of logic. And they have no problem telling you that that's what they're going to put on your plate.
Yeah, like I say, I'm just talking from a social sciences perspective.
Well, I thought you were talking about all the sciences are naturally expanding the way they should be. Like they're okay that this is happening.
Well, like Roots said, it's not. I might have said it wrong. It's more of a categorization thing, like Roots was pointing out. I might have just said it wrong, but that's what I meant.
Well, it's not really okay because of what's shaken loose so far as to what we can see today in this moment as the result of these low standards and what's put on our plate that's called science. And it's very far from anything but conjecture. And let's not forget just straight up lying, that people still do that. They lie. Meaning on purpose, they look you in the eye and tell you something they know is not correct. That does happen, I'm afraid, and I'm very sorry to say that. But that's very true. Because there's so many things.
Yeah, I don't think that's new to anyone, though, is
No,
it?
but it is true, but it's under the guise of commerciality. And if you're in business or if you work in in commercial businesses, you've got to understand that it's not called lying, it's called being commercial. And if you represent a company or if you represent an ideology, then you're found to not be commercial. You're not useful to that organization. So this is about the system we live in and the type of ideology we've developed through what they've pushed on us to be commercial, to be competitive. So for me, the whole direction of this is in the wrong direction. How do we make things faster, better, quicker, bigger yields? This is all commercial ideology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, engineering and commercialization and shit. Yeah, sure. But in the actual methodology, it hasn't changed, though, has it? That's my point. It's always been the scientific community, the true scientific community, natural sciences, has always been a niche community. It always has been, always will be. We're talking about, as you say, commercialization of it all, the expansion of it all, how it's come into the public realm as the average man has gained access to it, and the field of science, wrongfully or rightfully, has expanded. But that small niche, very very niche subculture, section of science, it's still going on. There's still out there, people out there conducting the same level of experiments.
Yeah. And they're the ones who are usually writing books saying Einstein was wrong, relativity is a garb, evolution doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. These people get shunned. They have great books, but they don't get commercially promoted.
Yeah. Well, as long as they're following the same shit, we can class them as valid, though, right? They're still following that traditional science. I get the shunned due to corruption and stuff, but that's a different issue, isn't it?
That's up for people like you, Pads, to see through the BS. To know that, hey, there are more valuable sets of information out there. In other words, to be selective about your information. Right? That's up to you, but not everybody knows that they have to do that because they're putting a lot of trust in the word of science these days. And science isn't telling you, hey, keep looking if you want to know the books that we reject, because they're more truthful and boring than the imagination of what could be. Right? That's where the funding comes in for these things. But not every individual, most individuals think we're on a globe, for example, and that we're flying to the celestial bodies with ease, no problem. We're shooting golf up there and such. Most people believe that because what's been piped down. That's got nothing to do with any kind of science. But if you really want to look at a science and peer into it as an individual, you'll understand things more clearly, like flight, limitations, human limitations, things like that, where we're not so godlike.
Like I say, bro, it just sounds like it's, like you say, the books, people release papers or whatever, if they're not getting fucking popular, again, it just sounds like somebody somewhere's either trying to gatekeep the information or discredit it or some corrupt shit. But look,
sure.
I don't know much about that side of it. Like I said, I was just on about the social science side of it, bro.
Do you ever think about corruption in these ways, or you just let it come on through the front door?
I mean, I studied politics, so I'm very aware of it, bro.
All right.
Like, probably
don't you think it bleeds over into these other departments? Incentives, motivations, intents.
I mean,
things like that.
When it says funded by Big Pharma, that usually, if I'm reading something on seeds and at the bottom of it, it says sponsored by the Monsanto fucking corporation, then Kind of gives the game away, doesn't it? Yeah, it's so easy, so easy.
Truly, these
I mean, if
days.
you go listening to the experts. Oh, sorry, Reto. Go ahead, mate.
No, go ahead, brother. I've been yapping.
I was going to say, if you really do follow in any field, really, experts in their field, and watch a lot of sort of podcasts and try and keep an eye on, what's going on. This is happening in every single field. This is not just for physics. This is in history. This is in the medical industry, the food industry, the education system, and it's basically just changing what is empirical, what is verifiable, and creating a narrative. And I think if you can't see that narrative's being built and it's degrading what we can actually prove, I think then you're going to fall into the category of, well, the experts say, and there's a study here. Look, it says on the first page this, and then you could just easily fall into this mentality of, there's science, they've proven it, you're wrong. And I think that's the problem there. So I think, it sounds innocent from your perspective, Pads, but I think it's very nefarious. I think it's systematic corruption. And I think once you recognize the systematic corruption, they shouldn't be the go-to people now, for information. They've proven themselves to be corrupt.
I'd believe you more if you said it was malicious, or there was certain actors. But to say it's systematic, I definitely would agree with systematic. I might have agreed there were some actors that were acting individually. Sure,
brother. Money ties so many things together. If you think money is not an incentive, an intent, a goal, an ambition to gain it, to get it, whatever you need to do, people sell themselves all the time for it. Yeah. They sell their character, their morals, their body, their very existence for money. This is real. It's always been this way. Money is a huge deal.
That's what I said, bro.
If somebody says, I'll pay you to come up with a theory, will you do it?
Yeah, sure. If you pay me enough, yeah.
Okay, well, here's what we're looking to get. We want to see if this does that. And we need it to kind of do that. Show that this does that. And I'm going to give you some money to show that. You're a scientist. Will you do it?
Sure.
Now you're going to devote your whole life's work to proving that, right?
But I did say this, though. I said this a minute ago. People will do it for personal gain, like for malicious intent. I did say I'd be more inclined to agree with you if they were
that's systematic.
No, it's not. That's the opposite to systematic.
Systematic is happening from the top down.
That's still not what systematic means.
A group of people.
Despite the people, no, it's got nothing to do with the people. Systematic means it's embedded within the system. So, for example, in the fucking US, there's no. Say they have, or the UK has systematic outcomes negative towards men when they're dealing with females in the judicial system. Women have a better advantage. Right? There's no law that protects women. There's no law that goes against men. There's nobody in the system that's out there to trying to hurt men. However, despite the balance of the system itself still produces inaccurate results. That's what systemic means. So when we say systemic, we're not talking about actors or individuals. We're talking about
any systems that you're talking about. You're talking about man-made systems, correct?
Social systems, like judicial
man-made
systems, or healthcare systems, or social. Yeah.
So dealing with humans. Yeah. And they make their own systems. So if I have a corporation of like-minded men, let's say you, and I offer you this money, then I go offer the guy sitting next to you money because I'm the head honcho and I've got the money, and I say, we want this outcome. Get after it. You just agreed you do it. So I go to now we've got a system going.
No, that's not a system. Because if you leave, I might not carry on. A systemic means even if you left and stopped giving me money, the system would still produce the same results. And it's independent of autonomous actors. It's the system.
That's right. It would keep going. That's right. Because if I left as the head honcho, there would be another one to replace me within that framework of system to tell you if you're talking about a social system, you are most necessarily talking about humans. That's the only social thing we've got.
Just trust me, bro. This is what systemic. When you're talking social and social sciences, this is what systemic means, bro. There's no two ways.
No, but the context, you've got the context right. You're right, but you've got the context wrong, because where do you think the funding comes from? The funding has a criteria. The criteria is based on policy, which is systematic.
No, bro, no, you're conflating the two. The money or the funding comes from any independent actor at the time that wants to act within self-interest. It's got nothing to do with the system, because that independent actor will abuse the system, and if they see a better opportunity elsewhere, go to a different system. Like, go to a different structure. Let's not use the word system. Like, the system that they left, or the structure that they left, it wouldn't be the same without them. So it's not systemic. We're talking about systemic stuff. It's independent of a autonomous actor.
Why wouldn't it be the same without them? If all the employees of NASA left, do you think NASA would reemploy the same types of people? That the system is there, and the people are just the objects of the system.
Yeah, but the system's got the issue, bro. That's what I mean. That's
what I'm saying. NASA, with the funding,
men,
I think we're saying the same thing and just getting caught up on some. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say it doesn't need to be argued, really. I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, we're on the same page overall. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so within any kind of
way, it's a fucking issue.
All humans have an intent.
Yeah, so they all act within self-interest, bro. Yeah, and I'm not disputing like people putting reports out there to, again, for private gain. Pharmaceutical companies, cigarette companies, alcohol companies, oil companies, everybody does it. Green companies, fucking just everybody, NGOs, think tanks, they're all fucking corrupt as fuck using data. Like, nobody's disputing that.
Well, so tell us about trust.
What, in like a government body? What do you mean?
Yes, all these things. Should we trust all these things, or when do we get critical on what we're being told?
When you get educated, like not you, but like when somebody actually figures out how to critically analyze shit, bro. Like it's something you'll learn, isn't it? So whenever that is, but anyone, just you start questioning shit. Then whenever that is, I don't know.
What happens when we start looking? What do we find with these systems of people and whatnot? What's being exposed? What are we finding?
Again, one of two things. We're either finding individual actors who get away with it because they're bribing every fucker, or we put a blame on them and one person out of 100 goes to prison and it carries on anyway. Or we're finding that when we look at a system, sometimes there's no bad actors involved in a system. It's just that, the system itself is giving us poor results and we can't figure out why. That's why we have fucking shit policies like affirmative action and fucking, DEI hires and shit, because we think those will make it right, but obviously not. But yes, yeah. I'm shit at science, but social shit's my jam, bro.
Roots, what do you think, man?
Not to put words into his mouth, I think he said he might be AFK, but I think he said a few minutes ago, we are pretty much all in agreement it's an issue.
Yeah, I think whether you want to get caught up on the term systematic, I think we can all agree here. This is coming from the top down, and this is coming from a governmental enforced position. And I think you see that with the funding, you see that with the peer review, you see that with the exposure and the people who are left out of their industries and forced out and pushed out, and doctors losing their practicing rights and scientists losing their positions because of controversy. So I think this is something that is subtly enforced, but I believe it's enforced systematically. But I can understand why you don't believe that. But I think there's other ways to implement systematic policy.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I think
happy to meet you in the middle.
Yeah, no, 100%, bro. Yeah, 100%. I think it is pretty open how, I don't want to say corrupt, but how malicious the small scientific community is. Like, those fuckers will rob papers off each other just to get in the history books, steal, like, you know what I mean? Like, it is a vicious fucking realm, innit? Like, I don't think it's ever been a nice realm. about, Gabo?
It's incentive, isn't it? It's like the film 1984, I think, or Brave New World, can't remember, where you've got the kids, they're all the prefects, and they go around snitching on the adults. I think this is something that you can but indoctrinate a population to sort of be the gatekeepers on themselves. So you don't need to have the appearance of that iron rod rulership. I think you can just focus on the population and focus on keeping the population keeping themselves in line.
Yeah. And I think that happens within this. And that's why I said I don't think it's malicious. I think the scientific populations, and somebody's mentioned it here before, not all teachers or not all scientists, some of them are just repeating the shit that's come before them and working off that, not knowing it's bullshit, if you know what I mean. I don't know.
Standing on the shoulders of giants. That's what I mean. They push ideologies that they, seem like, dazzling and beautiful and glamorous, but actually it's deceptive, standing on the shoulders of which giants? That's the question. And they picked the giants, and all of their giants that they picked have been pushing this ideology. And in the days when they were pushing it, they were heretics. This was not accepted. They have to get us into a place where we lose these the categories, we lose what science means, and they have to re-educate us. Then they can sort of implement these things, and they naturally play out that way, don't they? Because of incentive. It's all incentive.
It does seem, really. I don't see why another term couldn't have just been created. I don't know why they have to bring science into the social sciences. Why couldn't they just make like a new term just to keep them separate, keep it?
Well, that's my argument.
You know
my
I mean?
first
No, I'm just building.
My first argument was they've done it to muddy the waters of science, so that then now they can pass off relativity as a science, right? So when people talk about science, they come in and they start mentioning Einstein and relativity. That's not science.
I have to look at when it was categorized. Like if people just naturally drag these methodologies into it, then started calling it, or was it like a force thing? Like, no, you philosophers will start using this fucking methodology from now on, and it's going to imitate the scientific one. Not be a one-to-one like, but it's gonna, or was it more just a case of these philosophers and politicians, political writers, started to naturally adopt these techniques and methodologies? That'd be an interesting one.
I think it was to give credibility to these subjects. They couldn't use empirical science to prove anything. So they have to give credibility to the socials because they can lie with statistics.
Marketing, I do get what you're saying, marketing, to the field, like marketing the field as a whole as something more credible than what it is. I think you mentioned that earlier on, and I did agree.
Yeah, I think that's the whole point to it, really. I don't think there's much else involved. I don't think they wanted these things categorized as science for anything tangible or logical. Can they get away with it, I think, is the main thing that was on their mind.
I love the social side of it. Very cool.
A few new people in the chat. Don't know if we've got any Globers in the house. If anybody wanted to ask any questions on the flat Earth or have a discussion. No, we shall continue to shoot the shit.
Yeah, I felt like I was yapping about 10 minutes ago, bro. But as soon as somebody else bobs in. Where are you from anyway, Roots?
Midlands, mate. Birmingham.
Oh, is it? Oh, shit. Someone's got to be.
Yeah.
I'm actually passing you.
Can't you tell by the accent?
I thought it was down there somewhere, mate. I'm in Manchester. It's not a million miles out, but I'm going through yours to Leamington Spa. I think it's just south of Birmingham. Not sure.
Yeah, 40 minutes from Birmingham, something like that.
What's the toll road going to cost me to go round Birmingham, bro? Like round the.
Yeah. Why do you want to use that?
Is it worth it, or you just cut through, or what? Or...
Mate, I've used it once by mistake, and yeah, I don't know. It depends on what route. If you're trying to avoid rush hour traffic, that's the only way I can see it being useful.
To be fair, I'm on a bike. I might just go more to the east, down the Pennines, just fucking scenic. I just totally miss Birmingham. Fuck it.
I do think it's cheap, actually. It's quite cheap for bikes. Cars are quite expensive, but I think the bikes are quite cheap.
Fuck it. I was going to go through Stoke and then just hit Birmingham, hit the toll road and go around, but...
Yeah, I know more of North Birmingham and, the more northern areas, Stoke and places north of Birmingham, better than the south. I'm from North Birmingham myself.
I like how you get it in there, bro. I'm from the north of Birmingham.
Yeah. I spent more time in Manchester than I have in London, put it that way.
I was going to say, it just gets better the more northern you go, mate. We just until you hit Scotland, and then it's just downhill.
Yeah, I love the northern towns. Some of the best nights out I've ever had as a young man up the north.
Yeah, it really is. Leeds is a good one. Liverpool's a great one.
I've been there a few times. Yeah, Liverpool's probably my favourite city up the north.
Yeah, I mean, being a man kick, I can't admit it, but it is a great night out in Liverpool. It really is. Especially if there's like a gang of you as well. If there's a good 10, 15 of you. Let's come up, Manny, for a burger, bro.
Yeah, my brother lived there for a while. If I ever do, I'll definitely think of you, mate. He's not there now, but yeah, I've still got friends up there, so I will keep you in mind, mate, if I ever come. Same, if you're ever in Birmingham city centre, yeah, I'll always come out. I met a few flat earthers recently in Birmingham. It's pretty cool. Yep, I'm not just a voice behind the mic. I'm happy to meet up.
That's why I'm going to Leamington Spa. There's a bunch of people that I've done like a bunch of modelling and animation with for quite a while. So that's literally why I'm going to Leamington Spa whenever it is. Oh, fuck it, let's just meet up in it.
Nice, is that what you do then? Animation, modelling?
Nah, I do a lot of subcontracting these days. I just sub it out to Filipinos and Indians. But yeah, it's what I used to do.
Well, they are the best at it, right?
Yeah, plus the cheap labour, bro. But in a good way, like that. Like I'm giving them access. Like they're earning way more than their local fucking anime, and I'm getting a mega discount. So it genuinely is a win-win. It's not like I'm exploiting some kind of sweatshop.
I love how you put that in a disclaimer.
Yeah, you've got to. You say Filipino, like cheap labour. It's like, hang on a minute. Hang on. But yeah, easy, bro. We just go take a picture of a house. If say somebody's getting like a resin driveway or a new garden, landscape gardening, we just take a picture of the house, do the design on like Blender, charge them like 300 quid, and then send them the picture.
Yeah, respectable industry, mate. I wish if I had choice again, I would have definitely got into design. I think it's for this day and age. I think it's pretty much one of the only growing sectors.
Yeah, it's massive
at the minute in the world. A few other sectors, but that's one of the biggest ones.
I kind of missed out on it. I didn't quite have the next thing I needed was like a 360 camera, to start doing like and drones and stuff to do like property, big football houses, style property. I really missed out on it. Didn't quite have the capital to fucking. Would have cost about 15-20k for all the proper kit. But there's people already.
I like it because there's a lot of self-taught designers and coders and stuff. I really like that you can pretty much learn all this from home and with minimal cost as well.
That's what I do Unreal as well, like game dev shit. Marvelous designer, clothes design, sell models for like dresses and shit. Coding websites. I made like a GTA server, like fully post-apocalyptic. It took me like 6 months, and every now and again I'll get a message on Discord, asking to buy the server. But it's fucking.
That's cool, bro.
Yeah, it's just once you've made it once with this sort of stuff, it just sells and sells.
Yeah, respectable industry, mate. I love that field. I'm trying to get my son into game design. Actually, he's only 8, but he's already interested, and I think that's a good little hobby for the young guns.
Great hobby, mate. opens the mind up, especially it's problem solving skills. Like when you get a bug or an error, you have to like work backwards. It's reverse engineer shit, and it's just a good mentality to have for kids. Definitely.
Yes, sir. Got a guy in here called Booger Smoker. That's a unique name.
How's it going, Booger?
Smoked any good boogers lately?
Game dev's a tricky industry though, bro. Just as a heads up. Very, very competitive. With like AI as well. It's a very up in the air industry.
Yeah, I think a lot of designers think that because they can do design that they can apply for any sort of design job, and no, I think you've got to be specialised in something specific.
If they can do interior design, how old is he, you kid?
He's 8.
Break you on, bro. Honestly, it might not even be an industry worth pursuing. Right now, there's too many people doing it. So I don't know how old you are, but you remember when computers became a thing and some people went to it? And then, 5-10 years later, the government in the UK made like a massive push for kids. Everyone, kids need to get to computers. So they all did. Became like Minecraft kids and shit and whatever. So the market is just saturated with generations full of these fucking computer kids. So for money, you're going to earn more money being a brickie or a plumber.
Yeah, you'd be surprised though how many sort of general jobs like project manager jobs and just like you could be in a different field but be an IT specialist within that field, especially with big companies, because IT is obviously such a big part of everything now. I think having those skills and then having a specialty, an area, procurement or I don't know, finance or something on top of that really sets you apart from people.
Just any speciality like networking. Networking is your thing, or databases, or
marketing. Yeah, anything.
It's too easy. I have too many friends who are just IT technicians, and they work at like a primary school doing general IT shit, or they work in like a hospital just doing general IT shit, and they've all studied like computer science. They're all very good at what they do, but it's just a very, very competitive industry. I don't think so.
Yeah, because like you said, the average person can find their way around technology and implement new tools, especially with AI. I think AI is changing the game. And I think with AI, if you can get your head around AI quickly, there's not much you can't do, once you understand what you're doing.
People making full games with AI now, bro. Like the models from like one source, the level. But there's an AI out there that you can run inside Unreal Engine, which is like a gaming platform engine, and as you're running down the road, AI is generating the world for you as you're running down the fucking road. Like, it's wild, bro. Honestly wild.
What gets me is my obsession with technology is kind of what helped me on my awakening. I think I started to realize the alignment the technology sector has with spirituality and, some of the hidden sort of within technology companies. There's a whole hidden esotericness about spirituality, religion, dimensions, quantum computing, and I think it, with Apple being the Apple sign being the apple with the bite taken out of it, all of this started to really pop on my radar, that there's something revolutionary about this technology that's very rebellious, and I think it's taking us places that we may not be ready for, or may not want to go down that route.
You just touched.
Have you seen the monster logo? It's like, if you look at it right, there's like it looks like an M. But you see the M's are very clearly separated between 3 different letters. And if you go into Hebrew and you read the letters, it says 666. That's curious, isn't it? And there's also a cross and the T on the monster. And when you drink it, you turn the cross upside down, symbolizing their satanic rebellion against God.
I have seen that monster one. But Do you know when I hear these things? If you were making a drink and you were like a quite like eccentric sort of person, you had design skills, marketing skills, and you just wanted to fuck with people, play a little prank, like that's the sort of shit.
Oh no! It's not a simple prank. You see, it's not a simple prank at all. It's it's to reject God. These people reject God fundamentally. Okay, why do they drink? Why do they want you to drink their artificial crap? Why do they want you to drink their processed slop essentially? Instead of, coffee and cigarettes, like we used to do back in the good old days. We used to drink coffee and smoke cigarettes, and now we're out here fucking popping Zins and all this artificial crap. And,
I still do that.
Coffee and cigarettes.
I still do that.
Coffee and cigarettes is natural. It's godly, really.
No, but what I mean with that 666 shit and that Hebrew shit, bro, I'm just a rambler in the Discord, but being somewhat creative, that's the sort of shit I reckon I'd do. If I got a bunch of us in a room and I was like, what the fuck are we doing for this design? How are we going to do it? That's the sort of random shit I would just do to... And
if you want to fuck with people, why wouldn't you draw a massive penis on the box then, huh? If you really want to fuck with people.
Well, it has to be subtle, something that I, the creator of monsters, see every time I look at it, but nobody else in it. It's like putting an Easter egg there, isn't it?
Exactly, Easter egg penis, an Easter egg cock, if you will.
The fact that I'm just a rambler in the Discord, and I think, it'd be pretty fun to do and fun to take the piss, probably means there's other people in the world out there doing the same daft shit, bro. So when we find these things on products, just put it down to either human quirkiness, some eccentric fucker, or just gibberish. Like it's
a weird way to think about it. I mean, you don't understand the further esotericism of this claim, right? Like when we look at this 666 cross upside down. I mean, there's gay people outside now. I walk outside and I see gay people. And I think, why is there a 666 on the monster can and then there's also gay people outside? Are they drinking the monster? Is the monster turning them gay?
Guys, can we get back on topic? What the
fuck? Sure.
I'd love to, Daz. We've got no Glober. Any Globers in the house?
Yeah, that's right.
No, the world is 100% flat. Actually, I think the world is so flat that it exists in 4 dimensions, right? So you guys know the popular game Minecraft? Very well known. I think most of you will know it, right? You'll see when you open the game on Minecraft, you'll see there's like a world generation thing, right? And like it generates a flat surface that's square, right? And a lot of promotional materials, they'll show the Earth as being what? A 4-sided cube, right? So it's like, oh my god, the world isn't just flat. It's flat in multiple dimensions. It's like different levels to this shit, you know?
You know, a sphere has like infinite dimensions of flatness at every point.
Interesting. Do you guys think there's like a possibility that Walter White is running some kind of meth lab underneath like the Giza Plateau? And that's why like all the archaeologists don't want to like rummage and dig in there because they don't want to get spoiled.
No, I don't think so, dude.
They're planning for they're obviously planning for the next season of Breaking Bad. It's just clear. It's like they're doing a new twist on it, you know. That's why they're hiding it, right? That's why they don't want to dig in there. You know, the real skeptics, the real truthers out there are finding the reality of
it. Fantastic.
What if the Earth is a triangle? Does anyone throw them? What if the Earth is a triangle?
Daz, you're up, mate.
Oh my god. Daz is up.
What's that? What's up? What are you saying?
Yeah, that's right, Daz, you're up.
I'm leaving this one to you, mate.
Oh no!
You said why isn't the Earth a triangle, or why is the Earth a triangle?
How will we know, brother? Yeah, how we know the overall shape, dimensions, overall. Just, little old me.
Yeah. What if the what if the Earth is actually just what if the Earth is actually surrounded by my house? You see, I walked around my house and I kept seeing this wall. I'm thinking like maybe there's a massive wall of my house around the Earth.
If it is a triangle, it's definitely a flat triangle.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. I don't see any curvature at all.
Yeah, we don't, do we?
We don't at all. No.
We see things get fuzzy as they get further away.
We know the we know the Atlanteans. We know the Atlanteans had ancient knowledge on the Earth's shape that we're just trying to get back to. I mean, that's why everyone's so excited about the reshot structure, right?
Who knows?
We don't know that.
I do know that. I have a friend who smoked a bunch of weed, and he told me that Atlanteans know a fuck ton. They have all the knowledge in the world, after all.
All right, that's enough.
Yeah, this is getting ridiculous. What's the shape of a car? What's the shape of a tree? Earth isn't a shape. It's a thing. It's Earth shaped, like a car. It's car shaped. There's no point trying to pretend you can just call out a shape and say that's the Earth. You can't call out a shape and say that's a car, can you?
Exactly. It's like
it's not the purpose for what we do here. The purpose is to sort of get into the information and realize that the globe claim, the shape claim, is non-empirical. It's non-evidenced, and it's not verifiable. And in fact, what is verifiable is that water is level, locally level for me, for you, for everybody, and there's no curvature in between us. It's verifiable.
Okay. So why do shadows differ at different points on the Earth?
Oh, Lord. What do you think?
Because we live on a globe.
What's that? So you say shadow, what, distances are different on different parts of the globe?
Well, yeah, shadows differ on different parts of the globe. That would indicate living on a sphere.
So if I had a 6-foot pole sticking out of the ground at a particular time and I did it somewhere else, you're saying it would read differently because it's a sphere?
Yes.
Why? First of all, that's ridiculous, but the premise is ridiculous. If you're on a perfect sphere, why would it show any variation?
Because the Earth is not a perfect sphere. I would never made that claim. I said it was spherical.
So what difference is planting your pole in one place than another on the globe?
Well, this is an experiment you can actually do yourself, but
I'm sorry to interrupt. Rado, 60 seconds ago, this pair of clown shoes just said he didn't observe curvature. Now it's a globe. Which one is it?
Oh, okay. He also said the Earth's a triangle. Plus, he says he smokes weed and knows everything about Atlantis.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, see, if we allow this kind of stuff, getting back into allowing things for the listener, for the individual, this is why there's standards. Because if this is just one man coming in here talking like this. Now imagine he represented the scientific community. Just nonsense, right? No, nothing provable. There's absolutely no evidence. Now, his friend may nod with him and say, yeah, now we have consensus. All this crap, okay? Right? But
how many people do you require to have consensus?
Shut up, he's not done.
It's the individual that allows this, and that's why we're not allowing it. That's why the foot comes down quick on the neck. Quick. When you try to loosen everything up and everything's subjective, it's not.
Oh, I'll be the first one to say, I'm very curious about the idea of there being a flat Earth. I just haven't seen any evidence to point to that, right?
Well, you
Your
have very
eyes.
weak. You have extremely weak evidence, if you even want to call it evidence. Is what you
I mean,
claim.
okay. I'll give you a challenge.
Wait a
I'll
sec.
give you a
No,
challenge,
wait a sec,
okay?
bro.
No,
Wait
I'll
a
give
sec.
you a
No, I
challenge. I'll
can't
give
let
you a
this go.
challenge.
No, I can't let this go, bro. You
Why
said
can't
I
you
have
let
not
go?
seen any evidence when you literally can see a flat horizon.
It's because perspective changes.
No. I don't care about because there's the evidence that you haven't seen any evidence. Yes, you have. You've literally seen it.
No, I haven't.
You've literally looked at the Earth and it looks flat.
Yes, I have looked at my particular perspective at my scale and seen that the ice sphere looks kind of flat when I look at it.
That's what you call evidence.
Why do ships cross the horizon bottom first?
Yeah, no, he
I want
asked
you to
you a
admit.
question
I
with
want
the
you to admit
assholery
that
in
you've
your
seen
voice.
evidence. I want you to admit that you've seen
I haven't seen
evidence.
evidence. I haven't. Why would I?
Bro.
Well, he just
Why would I claim that I've seen evidence?
You just admitted that you look at it and it looks pretty flat. That's
it
not
looks flat
evidence.
because of perspective. Okay.
Is that not evidence? Is that not evidence? Is that not evidence?
Do you want to engage or not? Do you want to engage?
Shut up.
Is that not evidence,
This
bro?
conversation, I know.
Are you denying that seeing it look flat is not
I was
evidence?
about
Are you
to give
saying
you
that?
evidence. I was about to give you evidence towards it being round. If you just shut up for a second, okay? If you take a tennis ball, right, or a football, what do you prefer, right? And you look closer. You look close and close, or even grab your phone and snap a picture, right? On like really close to the surface, on a smaller scale, you will see that it looks flatter than if you were to zoom out.
Have you seen the Earth like that? Have you seen the Earth like that?
Have you seen the Earth
What,
like
have you seen the Earth what?
Have you seen the Earth like that? Like from that vantage point where it looks round and then you got closer and it looked flat? Or have you only ever seen it look flat? Have you only ever seen it look flat?
I would just question what's the motive of like let's say NASA or ESA or anything.
Yeah, why are you changing the subject? Stay on topic,
bro.
See, this is what happened. This is what happened. Homeboy, I'll tell you what. Why don't you bring any shred of evidence of?
Shut up! Why are you talking through him, Jules?
Jules, if you're trying to get muted, you're working your way into that category. Listen, just don't interrupt people while they're in the middle of a sentence, and we're good. Go ahead, Rojo.
Yeah. So this is on you to bring something worthwhile in the form of an evidence or a scientific proof that you're on a globe. Not your conjecture, not what if we zoom in on something. It's ridiculous. You think that's the first time we've heard this? You're way behind.
Okay.
Now bring something solid. Bring something solid, or go smoke weed and play video games with your buddy. Now, do you have anything solid?
I mean, I can just tell you. Okay, do you have a buddy in like I don't know which state you're in, right? I don't know which like.
Do you have anything solid for globe proof?
Do you have anything solid? Do you have anything solid for flat?
No? Can you say yes or no?
Yeah,
I say yes.
Yeah, we do.
I have to find the studies. Jesus Christ!
You can stop talking through him and let him finish his sentence and then speak.
Is he gonna keep talking, or is he gonna let me answer the question?
You can shut up and let him finish first.
God, so aggressive.
Yeah, I can tell your type already. You can't push a thumbtack through a stick of butter. But do you have any globe evidence?
Do you have any flat Earth evidence besides it looks like?
Yes, we have observance, which is looks like, and then we have measurements. Okay, measurements, and then we have and then we have utilization of the measurements, where the big boys, grown men, use huge machines to do things like travel over vast distances linearly. Right? To lay pipe, tracks, roads, all this is on a slope intercept formula that recognizes the measurement of horizontal, which is level. Now, that's just the beginning. Do you have anything globe related for proof of the globe?
You do realize that when you're plotting a line on a map, you're plotting a pretty clear parabola across the Earth. That's how that works. When you're flying when you're flying a plane, right? Let's say you're flying from fucking Tennessee to California, right? You're not flying in a straight line. You're flying in a parabola. We can see this via GPS. You can just spot this via GPS. if you want a very simple way to prove it yourself, I mean, the reason why I'm not citing scientific evidence is I could take the time out of my day to like look up all these studies, right, that show directly that the Earth is round, right? That's fine. I can do that. I can show you pictures. You're not going to believe any of it, right? You're not going to believe any of it. You're going to say that's all. I don't know, fucking Jewish space laser.
All right, you don't have to walk around one point at a time. You said
I'm just going to give you a very simple proof. Okay, I want to give you a very simple assignment. I want you to go out at noon.
No. You want to keep talking.
With your
You
friends.
made a claim.
On the
You made a
mountain.
claim.
I'm not doing anything. You're in this server, and you're going to bring some globe evidence in the form of proof, or you can go.
Proof do you accept? What proof do you accept?
Proof, scientific proof, and empirically.
He said that airplanes prove we live on the globe. Please elaborate.
This will be fun.
When you plot a straight course on a map, you're plotting a parabola. It's very simple.
Is that right? Tell us about flight paths. Tell us about gyros. Tell us about rigidity in space. Tell us about the data that we actually have from flight paths. Tell us about how radar picks them.
Atlantis.
Just start anywhere. Come on.
So Jules, do you know what pitch data is?
Jules. That's apropos. Bedazzled.
Do you know what aeroplane pitch data is?
Yes, Jules? I know what airplane data is. Could you show me the airplane data which proves we live on a fucking
data. He said pitch data. Are you listening?
Pitch data. Okay, fine. Pitch data. Show me the pitch data. Do we live on a dinner plate because of some pitch data?
Well, the pitch
Why
data
is this guy spiraling like this?
I know it's very funny, isn't it? He's nervous. It's okay, Jules. You don't need to be nervous. This is not personal to you. We don't care what you believe, actually. But it is important that we bring up the correct information when you make false claims. So aeroplane pitch data, if we lived on a ball, would show there would be a difference in the angle in which the aeroplane needs to be pointed and facing in order to follow the rotation of the curvature of a ball. Okay? All pitch data shows is that aeroplanes are flying across a plane, hence the name airplane. Yeah? Pitch data does not show that planes are going around or adjusting for any type of curvature or motion. And actually, if there was any motion or rotation, an aeroplane wouldn't even be able to fly in a straight line. It would miss its target. So actually, all of the aeroplane data, never mind the handbooks and the training, show that we live on a plane and that the atmosphere is treated as non-rotating. That's the facts of aeroplane data.
That's the facts.
The word plane in
so true.
Plane gives it away.
This is so true. So what's the source for this?
So what were you saying, Jules? So what were you saying about airplane data? What data shows that they're going over a curve or motion or a rotating Earth?
15 minutes after the hour is your source, Jules. There are two of them.
15 minutes.
Nice, Ranger. There you go. Ranger's put in a few links for you as well to back up what I've just claimed. So do you have any links or any claims you want to make again about airplane data?
No, I think you're completely right. I completely agree. The Earth is definitely flat. I've looked outside and it seems like it's flat.
Like you said when you first got in here before you switched. Are you confused, sir, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm not confused at all. I agree. You totally changed my mind. Yeah, no, the Earth is.
You're all over the place. Is what the problem is. You're just a little dancer, aren't you? Yeah, you can't pinpoint anything. You can't be on point about anything, can you?
No,
you're just a wiggler. You're a wiggler. Do you have anything solid to bring to the table?
A wiggler. That's funny.
Yeah.
Rhoda,
I would bring it to the table if you guys want to hear things. Meet the wiggler.
The wiggler. Change your name to Wiggler.
I should. That's a really good idea. The wiggler.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wiggling all over the place.
Yeah. That's your remote.
I prefer the hopper actually.
Now you're wiggling off topic.
Look at my profile picture, okay? I'm the hopper. I'm not the wiggler.
Yeah, now you're wiggling off topic.
Nobody cares. Wow, that's
you need to be in something like an interior design server.
A fucking man.
Right? Man. But why don't you hop on over to somewhere else, unless you want to bring something solid to the table. Quit wasting everybody's time.
Yeah, watching you wiggle is pretty boring. We've seen it before. Did he wiggle on out?
Just too many balls in here.
You wiggled on out.
Surprise.
How many times do we see that very personality wiggling, that is, with the information, that is? Why is it so difficult for the globe representatives to say yes or no to a solid question? We can say yes or no. We can also say, I don't know, about things that are unknowable, truly, that will be relegated to guesswork from any human. Right? We can say that. Yes to yes, no to no, and I don't know if it doesn't meet one of those other criteria, right? We have no problem saying those things. Just like you hear Jules come in here talking about pitch data being a parabola on a map. Look at all the things he's bringing in that sentence.
I think he was getting his arguments confused. I don't think he knew what he was talking about.
So back again to us as individuals and the allowance of sin. And if that's okay or not. It's not coming through my gate, and I know it's not coming through y'all's either. Rejected. You got to bring something better than that, globe. Much better. High standard over here. Coming in talking about the world is my house walls. The world's a triangle. See? Slippery crap. It makes this server look silly when we allow that kind of rhetoric. What if?
It's a good job we don't. What if what?
Exactly. What if? We're not talking about what ifs. Let's start with objective realities. The what is.
That was a cool line, Broto. I like that.
I like it too.
It's very hard to find people that can keep up with the subject, isn't it? And when we do, that's when everybody gets excited. But it's rare. It's so rare now.
I'm liking this stage of things. I mean, it's just every day, right? More and more historic data points of yesterdays, of these globers coming in with absolutely lame arguments. We are calling for the best of the globe representatives to come in here. Every day calling for them. And this is the level that we get of the representatives. They're all over the place. They have nothing solid. They have no proof of anything that they've brought so far because they're trying to prove something fake, so they won't be able to do that. So wiggling will be the MO. And it's not I want the audience, any neutral listener out there, to hear how the globe's being represented. It's embarrassing. You should be embarrassed. And I hope you get embarrassed, any listener out there that's sitting on the fence or a glober. Be embarrassed to have the globe badge on your chest. It's quite the embarrassment.
Would something be embarrassing though if the majority of people agree with it? Like even if it's wrong, let's say the majority of people are wrong on something, it probably wouldn't be
Yeah, that was the consensus argument we were having, the discussion we were talking about earlier. Consensus doesn't matter in this subject.
I guess, yeah. I don't think most people would be embarrassed about it. Unless they're in here, I guess, talking to...
Absolutely. The default position most people have when they come in here is, oh, these flat earthers are dumb. Let's prove them wrong. They come in here and find out that they didn't know nothing. So, yes, you're wrong once again.
Sure, yeah.
That's the embarrassing bit. Whether they accept the
Well, when
embarrassment,
they're in here, yes.
we don't care. We don't care if they don't accept the embarrassment. It is embarrassing. They should be embarrassed. That's the argument Roto's making. You should be embarrassed, although you're not.
All right, yeah, that's more fair to put it. I also think, I mean, you guys are probably experts in flat earth and round earth and whatever, and then you get people like myself and other people who aren't experts on this, or I don't want to use the word experts, but people who aren't as well read on this stuff. So obviously, like, you're not going to get a Neil deGrasse Tyson in here arguing why the earth is round. Whereas like Nathan Oakley or whoever else are like the top of the top for flat earthers, or whoever you guys may consider.
Oh, I guarantee you Neil deGrasse Tyson wouldn't come in here. You know why? He's absolutely threatened because he knows what's up. He's a magician. He knows what he's doing with the sleight of mouth, right? Yeah, he knows exactly. That's why these types of representatives, right, will never be in here. They will absolutely get hammered. And the only thing they're going to bring is wiggle, right? Mathematical invocations backed by verbiage. That's wiggle. It has nothing to do with reality. He'll bring you concepts, the football, the Coriolis, that type of crap. Okay? Horse crap. Easily squashed. Right? That's why they won't come in here. One tier under that, interested, intelligent individuals like Pads, right? He's a Glober. He's as contrary as my ex-wife, but I'd have a beer with him because it seems like he wants to know something, even though he's not bringing much.
Even if fear was the reason that was keeping Neil deGrasse Tyson from entering here, I do not think that's the first reason he's not in here. I highly doubt it's fear.
That's fine. Here's where we get into social sciences. One side, I'll guarantee you.
Neil deGrasse Tyson agreed to have a debate on Joe Rogan's podcast with a flat earther. I can't remember who. Yeah. And he agreed to it, and then he backed out of it. So I just want to make sure you got that context there. He definitely is scared. And then he went from saying, yeah, I'll debate a flat earther to, I don't have time to debate flat earth.
Sure.
Sorry, Roto. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure that Neil deGrasse Tyson has definitely backed out of a flat earth debate and is now refusing to even entertain the subject anymore.
I'll take your word on that. I'm just saying this is a very weird Discord channel to be on. Not like weird to be in the flat earth Discord channel, but why would someone as big as Neil deGrasse Tyson be on this Discord?
Who cares? But I'll tell you what, Neil deGrasse Tyson and his ilk are warmly welcome here with open arms. In fact, Neil, if you're listening, please come talk to us and school us for a little while. Give us an hour of your time and tell us how the world is. Please do that. A warm, friendly, loving welcome to Neil deGrasse Tyson, the figurehead for the globe, the guru of representatives for the globe. Please come in here. We'll be cordial and nice, okay? And we're just going to talk about the facts, all right? So the audience can hear you flap your fat gums, okay? And then hear the other side of things. We love you, Neil. Come talk to us.
Or we can argue that he's an actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a Neil deGrasse Tyson fan. I just know he's one of the biggest people who talk about the Earth and its shape.
Have you ever listened to him?
It's been a couple years since I actually sat down and listened to him for an extended period of time. It's mostly.
Do you just swallow the whole thing, or do you tilt your head a bit on the information?
I think about everything I hear from everyone. I don't actively listen to someone like Neil deGrasse. I don't actively listen to anyone who talks about the Earth and its curvature, non-curvature. Are
you a Glober?
I really just come here.
Absolutely.
Yes,
okay.
I know the Earth is round.
You know it is?
I'm not going to come here and prove it to you guys. I just like talking about the other stuff, the more meta things.
But you say I've
had my dozens of conversations.
We don't. So we're not going to talk about meta shit. Talk about the
I
topic.
think it's interesting, like talking about like Neil deGrasse Tyson not coming in here. I think that's interesting.
Yeah,
we can talk about the topic, or you can go away.
All right, we'll just sit here in silence then.
Well, you say the Earth is a globe. We're not going to jump on you, man. If you're bringing anything that you feel is solid, would you like to lay anything on the table with this, or what you know?
I've had these conversations in here plenty of times. I'd rather just talk about other things, more friendlier things.
Other than the nature of Earth?
Because we've had these conversations, and it's going to be a brick wall for both of us here.
Well, you're in the wrong server for casual coffee talk, really. It's going to center around the nature of Earth.
I understand that. The casual conversations happen here all the time. There was just one like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. But then it got slapped back onto point.
I think it's also nice to have casual conversations because it kind of breaks that barrier of hatred between
There's no hatred.
beliefs.
It's just a matter of knowing something or not and proofs of this existence. Because people are actually interested in this experience that they're having, where they're at, what it's all about, what is the truth of this place. Some people are concerned. They care about that kind of thing. Other people are more flippant. They don't care. Play a video game, chasing boobs, burgers, and bucks. Okay? Go do your thing if that's what's up. But this is for people who actually have true questions that they want to internalize as answers. Right? So, do you have anything casual to say about that?
No, I think that's good to have a space like this. We should be questioning everything.
Are you one of those types that care about where you're at and seeking some sort of truth to make sense of this place?
Absolutely. I seek truth in everything. I mean, I'm not a spiritual person, but I think a lot about religion. I've
read
the entire Bible despite not being Catholic or Christian or anything.
Okay, that's good. So you say you know things about the nature of Earth, though.
Yes. I mean, I think there's a difference between knowing and having like a very deep understanding and actually not just observing, but doing the experiments yourself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you have any examples?
Do I have an example? I mean, I've never personally done experiments to determine whether the Earth is round or flat, other than just hearing how people have done their own experiments and then.
So I'm curious, how do you know then? What are your standards of knowing something?
I mean, there's a lot more standards of knowing something. I mean, it's more so just being confident that something is true rather than having the knowledge to explain why something is true. Like, I'm confident that eating a carrot is good for me. I couldn't tell you why eating a carrot's good for me. I mean, I could list off, it's got a lot of minerals and it has a lot of nutrients to it, but why are those good for me? I really can't tell you. Like, my body needs it, but it's kind of like that. That's my knowledge.
So you don't really know. You just accept it.
Sure, whatever definition you want to use.
Okay.
And I don't.
So you allow some vagueness to enter your frame. That's okay with you, right?
Well, by your definition, yes. And then by your definition as well, I could say, well, I don't know Barack Obama's a real person.
Okay, so you're talking about subjective things then, right? The way you perceive things. You're not talking about objective realities that everyone has to say, this is it, right?
Well, let me put it this way. The word objective, I mean, you're 100% certain that something's true. Like, it's objectively true. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can be, but to me, I could say I feel that it's objectively true that Barack Obama's a real person, even though I've never met him. And maybe there's that 0.00000 so on and so forth, 1% chance that he's.
How do you validate that? How do you validate that?
We're talking about the nature of
eating Barack Obama myself.
Okay,
exactly.
So what
you can't validate that.
And what you're saying is there are no objective truths to be had. Is that correct?
I mean, it really depends on how you define
Is that a yes or a no? See, you're putting subjective definitions to objective right there.
By my definition, there are objective truths.
There are objective truths to be had. Yes or no?
My name in this Discord server is Nate. That's an objective
good.
truth.
Great start.
So yes, there are objective truths, correct?
Don't be condescending to me. If you guys want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation. We don't have to do that.
I apologize. That's my bad.
I'm not a fucking idiot. I'm trying to have an honest conversation here.
I didn't know. I was actually surprised. I thought you were going to go the other way and say there was no objective reality. But I appreciate you got there.
I mean, people have these phrases and stuff in here too that maybe not everyone's going to understand. Everyone's going to have their definition of this shit, and I'm just going to accept that as what it is.
That's fine. That's true. People can have their own definitions for anything they want to, and it can get wildly vague. Okay? That's why we're looking for objective truths. All right. So do you believe that, say, something like plumb and level are real? Objective? That don't vary? Plumb and level. Yeah. Do you think those are objective truths that don't vary? They're objective reality forever. So yes or no?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go. There's a start. Okay.
I mean, what do you really mean by objective?
Well, let me ask you this.
With a level word plumb.
Why do we? What does when we hang a plumb bob and we raise a spirit level to it, we get this perpendicular. What is the Earth saying? What is the Earth telling us with what we're reading here with these tools?
That this is level relative to where we're at. This is flat.
So, okay. Now there's 10 million of us side by side holding the very tools, plumb and level. What are you noticing in relation from one plumb and level to the next plumb and level, right next to it? Anything to notice there objectively?
What do you want me to say? That they're all on the same line? They're all on the same horizontal?
Yes, I do want you to say that, but will you?
Well, here's the thing. You're telling me something, but I'm not seeing it for myself, and then I'm not measuring it for myself as well. So if you show me that, sure, it's level. They're all level with each other. But
yeah, they are. But you're confident they're not, right? Because you mentioned local.
Well, we don't have this stuff in front of us. Like we don't have a body of water.
Oh, yeah, we do. Every single day we have it in front of us. You may not. Okay,
yeah,
but the world actually
right now.
When we do things like roads, tracks, pipelines, planes, radar, ballistics, sonar, all these things run off that horizontal plane. It never wavers. It's a straight line for any distance you can imagine. Now, you have a hard time with that objective aspect of things, don't you?
All right. So when you talk about all these other people and their professions, I'm not going to claim to understand how their profession works. I'm guessing you're not laying pipes. I'm guessing you're not building massive structures that stretch out for miles. So I'm not going to claim to be an expert in that field. I'm not going to tell you how they do their job. I can look things up online, but
I'm not asking about your profession, or I'm not making a comment about anybody's profession. I'm telling you this is how the world is operated on because of the way it measures. See? So the horizontal and vertical will always be respected. When we put something in the air and we send it over a distance, that perpendicular will be respected. Right? Like
when you send it over distance, that's where it gets a little fuzzy with me. But yes,
it doesn't get fuzzy at all. It's rigidity in space.
I mean, yes, things will always conform to being level. What do you mean by distance, though? You mean it's going to be the exact same position over like dozens of miles? It's going to be the same.
It's called a level flight.
Disagree with that.
Not the exact same position. It will be the horizontals will be parallel to each other.
That's right.
You could be up in a hill, and the other guy can be 100 miles down in a valley or next to the sea level, and your horizontal, your TV, your water cup on the table, it's gonna be parallel to his water on the table or his pool.
Same orientation.
I agree they would be parallel if they were on the same perpendicular. Yes. If they were on the same vertical line, yes. I agree.
Oh, that's the thing about perpendicular. See, you're looking for a perpendicular to a circle, and you'll never achieve that. All the perpendiculars are in relation to each other. You cannot escape them over any height, depth, or distance. There will always be the perpendicular. And if everyone was hanging a plumb bob in spirit level, they would all the verticals would be parallel and all the horizontals would be parallel. So any horizontal vector you have goes off infinitely in that vector, in that direction, without waver. It'll never curve. That's not what horizontal does. That's not what vertical does. If your verticals diverge, you're not vertical. If your parallels diverge, you're not parallel. You got to respect the geometry of this thing. But it's not just the geometry. The earth is showing you these tools are the expression of what the earth's trying to tell you. Now, you can go against it and rebel, for example, like building. But if you build out of level and horizontal, you're going to have a crooked structure because you didn't submit to what the earth's expression is. And that's perpendicular. It's called natural balance, and it's everywhere. Natural balance, level and vertical. It's between your ears. It keeps you upright so you don't fall over. And everything is based off weight or counterweight once you get off of the vertical. If you put weight on one side of the vertical without counterweighting it, it's going to fall. There's inescapable. Through all the air, underground, underwater, all this stuff, there's a perpendicular. All those verticals are parallel. All the horizontals are parallel, as so eloquently just put by our friend here. That's the reality of this world. You're on a grid in the air. That's what perpendicular is. Wiggling out of that 90, an 89, an 80 foot, whatever you want to make it, that's subjective. That's not the way it is. That's not the way it works.
The only way you're gonna diverge from the horizontal is like you going down the hill or up the hill, and you're gonna adjust to that change of topography. But then when you adjust again to the horizontal, it's gonna be the same all across.
Yes, sir. And that's what slope intercept is. That level line, that horizontal line is your zero. Anything that comes up above that or anything that dips down below that are your peaks and valleys, oriented to a straight line. Always.
Just tell me, Nate. Tell me your horizontal and my horizontal are not at the same orientation without telling me that they're the same orientation.
Here's the issue: your horizontal is relative to where you set that. It's all relative to what you're.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
I think it is.
Well,
right now,
I can't prove. So here we go, audience. This man wants to look at things subjectively and make it the way he wants to make it. This is what we're up against here, audience. This is wiggle. This is not the way it's done. This is not the way it's utilized every single day for all of mankind before the globe was invoked. The men did it this way all the time, with balance, over distance even, rise and run, excavation, drainage, understands level and being out of level. And it's very well understood. And here's the key point, as was said, all of these horizontals are parallel and all of your verticals are parallel. As many as you want. Millions of vertical reads will all be parallel. Millions at one time of your horizontal reads with these tools, because water is true level, will be parallel with each other. That's how you get these 90s. There's no wiggle room.
Yeah, Nate, tell me that our horizontals are at the same orientation without telling me that they're at a different orientation.
I mean, we're just gonna have a disagreement here. You know, if I'm in America and you're on the other side of the world, I'm gonna think that my up is your down and your down is like it's not.
There you go. Go ahead.
You're going to say that
we have different beliefs here.
You're going to say that our horizontal. Yeah, you're going to say that our horizontals, your horizontal, my horizontal, intersects, right?
Sure.
Right, but your horizontal Like, that's your orientation, right? That you've established, and I've established a horizontal orientation.
Relative
They're
to
the same. They're the same, right? They're the same. The same orientation, right?
What do you mean by the same? Like we would be we're parallel to each other right now. Our horizontal, our verticals are parallel with each other. If we would,
you won't be able to. Well, they're both horizontal, right?
But I would say we're both horizontal.
Right. Right. So your horizontal is horizontal, and my horizontal is horizontal, right? But now you're going to say that yours is at a different orientation to mine.
Yes.
And horizontal is an orientation, isn't it?
It isn't an orientation. I mean, no. But when you deal with these definitions of
horizontal is not an orientation. You can't orient something horizontally.
Yes, I know horizontal. Horizontal is always the same, right? You're right.
It's an orientation.
I understand.
Right. So I have a horizontal orientation. You have a horizontal orientation, but they're not at the same orientation.
When you have these very strict definitions to what horizontal has to mean, then sure, like I'm wrong, and let's make up another word for what we're actually doing. Then, like how are we standing?
If you're very strict on something like horizontal is a straight line and horizontal and level, that horizontal is level and level is horizontal, yeah, when you wiggle out of that, yeah, all kinds of things change. You can take that horizontal and make it a corkscrew. You can make it ramp up. You can make it ramp down. Ultimately, on your globe, it's a big circle, isn't it? The horizontal circle. How about that? My horizontal circle, your horizontal, it's all relative because it's a circle, but it looks like a straight line to everyone. This is the kind of wiggle you're bringing. And you use the word, if you want to be that strict, oh yeah, we do want to be that strict. It's like being in level. Level is very strict. Everything else is out of level. Any other choice that you make that doesn't match that water line, that water level, is going to be out of level. That's a whole lot of options. That's why it's strict. That's why it's strict. It's not relative. It's very narrow and strict.
Your definition of horizontal means that everyone uses the same horizontal, and I disagree.
It's not his definition. Listen, it's not his definition. Hello. Is the definition. This is not. You said that you disagree. You said that you disagree. This is bro. You got it wrong. This is not an agree or disagree genre. This is objective.
Like 4 different people here. Let me.
You cannot disagree with a horizontal frame of reference. You can't disagree with it. You have to adjust. Listen, you have to adjust to it if you're gonna build. And even when you wake up, your vestibular system puts you in an orientation of horizontal. You have liquid in your inner canals in your ears that show you and tell you by your senses, your vestibular system, how the horizontal is. Water.
All right, so
liquid in your inner canal. This is not an opinion thing.
Horizontal is relative to the observer. That's my definition. Then. So we'll use a different. We'll make up a word for whatever that means. I don't know. We could use horizontal.
Is your
citation? Also, citation that horizontal is relative for whatever that means.
This is your brain on globe, kids.
Now
what about a water level?
Now listen to this, audience. Listen to this, because what this man's about to say when I ask him this question. Okay, Glover.
Okay, if you guys don't want to be nice, and I don't have to talk to either. Like this is what I was talking about before.
Hold on. Can you tell us you can get perpendicular from a circle?
You're entering this conversation with an attack on me, bro. Like, why would I?
There's no attack. This is, bro. Listen, don't. This is not against you. This is not a personal thing. Nobody is here to get you. This is a conversation about the actual topics. If you say something dumb, someone is gonna call it out. It's not against you, the person.
That's fine to call me out for saying something dumb. You did not. Okay. That was not calling me dumb, though. Before what happened, let's see how this guy answers this question. Yeah, that's setting me up for success in this conversation. Come on.
Well, this is what you're so assured of, and I want the audience to hear what you have to say, because you have to say these things if you're on a globe. So please tell the audience. Please tell the audience so they can hear that you can get a perpendicular off a circle.
I was willing to have a conversation until you started being an asshole. So
Okay, I'm not being an asshole. I'm asking you a question for you to answer to the audience, because this is about the audience. It's not about us or you. So it's about the expansion of information. So tell us that you can get perpendicular from a circle. Just say it. Just say it. So we can get into this relative horizontal thing you're discussing. Step one, you're going to get a perpendicular off a circle, correct?
You got him by the balls in his feelings, bro. He doesn't want to talk.
I was just trying to have a reasonable conversation with people, and I'm getting attacked. It's it's like 5 out of 1.
You said that. You're not answering his question. We don't want to hear that again. You're not answering his question. You don't want to.
Appeal
We
to
don't
your
want to hear
feelings,
that.
bro. Just concentrate on what's being said. Concentrate on the information. Don't worry about your feelings, dude.
Don't worry about your feelings. Are we stupid here? Like, we're
Or just don't talk at all. Or just don't talk at all.
Bro, you're claiming to be attacked, but nobody's attacking you personally. You're making claims with extreme confidence, and we're critiquing your claims because that's not how horizontal works in terms of building, in terms of any kind of measurement or whatever. Like, that's not how we treat horizontal, is it?
That's different from saying I'm wrong. You guys can say I'm wrong. That was not what was happening about a minute ago. So
we know you're wrong,
and we also have all this dogpiling too. So it's just not. It's not a fair conversation.
What'd you expect in a flat Earth server? Okay, we're all trying to talk to you, but
fine. But now you're moving the goalposts with what's going on in here, right?
Okay,
you went from there not being too attacked to
Now
what
it's
you
just
expect.
getting meta and about feelings. Okay, we can move on.
Meta and about feelings.
What you have to understand, there's an audience listening, and you're representing the globe right now. So bring it and swing it, okay? And so, first of all, we're talking about the nature of Earth, the observance, the measurement, and the way it's utilized as in these perpendiculars. Are you okay with talking about perpendicular on the globe, sir?
I'd rather talk about your favorite movie, buddy.
Okay. Well, so we're about done here, right?
That's not what we do here. Why do you expect, as a Glober joining a flat Earth server, you expect us to sit here and ask you how your nan is?
Be real with me. I was willing to have a conversation, and then I was getting attacked. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. If people are going to attack me for things other than just being wrong, I'm not going to have that conversation. We can discuss the globe Earth or the flat Earth, but I'm not going to discuss why I'm a fucking idiot or whatever. Like, it's
Nobody's calling you an idiot. Listen, you just gotta
I
know that
no one directly said I'm not an idiot, but you guys clearly the way you
just know this. We're gonna keep it real now. You're talking about horizontals, and you gotta know that there are no horizontals on a sphere, on a globe.
That's fine.
There's no horizontals.
There's a lot more
in reality, listen. In the real world, we see and observe horizons. We make horizontal lines. We utilize them in reality. In reality, horizontal lines, we have this and observe it and use them. Therefore, you're not in a globe, because you cannot have horizontal lines on a globe. You heard that?
That's not arbitrary either. This is the way the Earth expresses itself. This statement that this man just made to you, what he's telling you, these are the measurements because of plumb and level. It's inescapable, right? So this is an arbitrary thing. We ask the Earth, what are you here? What's your read? It would say, I'm a curve. If it were a curve, it doesn't say it's a curve. It's horizontal is what it says. That's how we know what level is. That's why we use water as a representation of true level, because of the way it obeys the Earth's expression. Water lies flat, at rest. A plumb bob is its perpendicular opposite, the vertical. We're asking the Earth, what are you? It says, all these are verticals. All these are horizontals. It'll never say anything but that, ever. It'll never say I'm a curve with any tool. So we start building. And guess what? It works out. Turns out the perpendicular principle is real. It's everywhere. So that's why we take something over a distance and it obeys that level horizontal. Like flight. We put the money into building a plane. We're doing it all the time now. That's a straight level flight. When they level off, then they gain rigidity in space. Now, your big deal is pointing out one perpendicular. That's what the globe likes to do in one point, which makes it very local. But as soon as you put the party together and you see the big picture of the grid, where there's perpendicular corners everywhere if you want to invoke one in building. In other words, if you want to take that earth expression of the perpendicular, the level and the plumb, you can put your hands to it with material. You can create a wall that's completely level on top for as many miles as you want to go. And you can run that spirit level over the top of that wall and it will read level the whole way down. Because you've built obeying the expressions of the earth, level and plumb, the perpendicular, natural balance, everywhere, inescapable. This is how we know. This is where the term utilization of these measurements come in. Now we don't just observe and measure. Now we're putting the rubber to the road with machines and things and the concept of slope intercept and a truly horizontal straight line as it's defined. Not your subjective definition of wiggle. It's a straight line. It's horizontal. It's level. It will always be that way. It's always been that way. And this is the reclamation of the whole thing. It was this way before any kind of globe thought came to be. This is the way all things were built and adhered to in utilization over all time, because this is the way it is over all time. It'll never change. It hasn't changed. And this is a true reclamation of getting that strictness back on the table instead of all this wiggle, ridiculous embarrassment to the way it is. I might be getting a little loud. I'll back off.
Geez, if he feels attacked by us questioning his claims, like, my God, should try being a flat earther, dude. You want to feel what it's like to be really attacked.
I'm not trying to attack you guys, so I expect the same kind of respect given to me, right?
But we're not.
We're all human beings here. We're all human beings.
Yeah, nobody's being rude and nobody's being personal. We're just we're trying to get the conversation going, and we're trying to get you to realize that this horizontal and this plumb and horizontal is universal. I mean, you can go take a theodolite, take multiple readings, and establish something called a circle of equal altitude, and you're establishing hundreds of miles of flatness between those points. You know, there is ways to verify what's being said here. This is not a personal attack.
I mean, I don't think you were trying to attack me, but people were basically saying, let's see how this guy answers this. I'm like, come on, like,
That's
we know
not
what that
a fact.
means.
That's a question, brother. From the forum that you're in, it's a question related to the nature of.
When you say let's see how this guy answers this, it's basically you.
Then he immediately apologized. Like, why are we still on feelings right now? What the fuck?
Are we gonna? Do you want to let me finish, or are you just gonna talk over me? Like, you guys get upset all the time.
Baby, bro, what the fuck is happening? Do you have a vagina between your legs?
You have a vagina between. So what do you have against women now? Wait, what? Can I just ask? What do you have against women? I'm just curious.
That's stupid. Are you threatened by saying
they get
what
emotional?
You
I'm just curious. You said, why do I have a vagina between my legs? So you're implying that being a woman is bad because they're emotional or something?
It's not applying they're bad. It's just that they get emotional and you're acting emotional about something, a logical conversation. There is no need to take any offense to anything that's been said today.
Yeah,
we were in the same boat as you, brother. We were all globers.
No. I thought you guys were smarter than this.
Yeah, now you're scrambling.
Okay. Yeah.
What do you mean by scrambling? Could you explain that?
You feel attacked. Is this correct? You feel attacked and threatened.
What do you mean by scrambling? Can I get clarification? Or can you not explain that?
He's trying to avoid his own attack that he just made.
Silence. Okay, silence.
Just like Jules, you're bedazzled.
Just like Jules.
Yeah, the last guy that was in here wiggling. Now I told you that that your answers are gonna go out to an audience, and you seem a little shy about when you came in here. You said, "I know the Earth's a globe." We're asking you.
That's not even what shy means.
So step one with what you're talking about with local out of your mouth is that you're going to get a perpendicular local. Now, this is what I want you to tell the audience, that you can get a perpendicular on a circle. Just say it, because that's what you know to be true, correct? I just want you to say it for the audience. Now, if you find that threatening,
or you can also you can also concede
if you find that threatening.
But you understand how I'm not going to give you guys a lecture on like how to talk to people normally, but when you say, now if you find that threatening, that's not leading to an honest conversation. I don't want to have to
you can also concede. He's telling you to do something, but if your point is void and you don't actually know something, you can say, you know what, I don't actually know the Earth is a globe or whatever. I don't. If you concede in a point, you can. And you can concede any point.
I concede. You guys win. I will just say that Nathan Oakley would call you out for white knighting right now for talking up. So I just want to point that up too. I just think that's funny. I know you guys don't do that, but Nathan Oakley loves to call out white knighting.
Nathan Oakley, who's that?
He's a flat earther who comes in here.
He's in here? You want to talk to him?
He's not in here right now. I'd talk to him if he was. I've spoken to him multiple times.
What would Johnny say?
I just think his antics are pretty funny.
What would
He's an
Johnny
entertaining
say?
dude, I'll give him that.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's... I don't know what his goal of being here really is other than making money, because he's certainly not convincing people to become flat earthers.
How is that subjective? Is that because you feel that way? Is that subjective, sir?
Yes, it is.
Nathan's kicking ass and taking names, and he's converting people every day.
Converting?
Okay.
What do you think about that?
Well, you're making a claim without any evidence. That's what I think about it.
Like you just did.
Yep. So why don't you back up here since I called you up first?
Okay. So
also, I didn't make a claim. I made an assumption. That's a little different.
Okay. Very good.
So
do you have any
I'm open to being wrong.
Well, that's good. That's a good first start. We all are.
So where's your evidence of this person being converted to being a flat earther from a globe earther?
It's irrelevant. It's got nothing to do with the nature of Earth. You might as well be talking about Johnny and Sally.
Listen, real quick. Everyone in here used to believe in the globe.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. That's
so. Isn't it obvious that people actually dropped the belief and came to acknowledging reality and trying to, have the conversation about it?
Here's my issue with that logic. I think there's a lot of people who were Democrats that became Republicans and vice versa. And I'm not saying one ideology is right from the other, but people switch sides all the time. It doesn't make one side more correct.
Irrelevant.
Remember, flat Earth's not a claim of cosmology or shape, right? We're just acknowledging, flat earthers is a term for the fact that we're just acknowledging the fact that this claim of curvature or motion or a vacuum in the sky doesn't match natural law, natural observation, and it's just something we share, that we've all understood this. We all understand that there is no way to prove any of these claims. That's it. There is no ideology you need or we're trying to push on you. We're just trying to get you to question, and that's why it's focused on you, and that's why we're not focused on pushing any ideas, because we just want to understand where you're at and then just want you to understand that what you're saying is faith-based, basically. You're coming from a place of faith, which is fine, but that's not an attack.
So that's fine what you said. I'm just saying that's kind of separate from what I was arguing before, because they were kind of trying to imply that because someone switched sides from one side to another, that means the side they switched to is the correct one. That's what I'm...
Yeah, but we didn't switch to a new ideology or cosmology.
I'm just saying what you're saying is fine. I'm not...
Yeah. But we haven't switched to a new ideology or cosmology. It's just understanding and accepting the fact that all these claims are not verifiable, they're not empirical, and they're actually philosophical. So this makes the globe more of a religion, and we are sort of those who have left that cult or religion.
With that being said, though, that they're not verifiable by like me, right? But then I would also have to say that the people who claim to have seen the Earth being round would have to be liars. So it is verifiable if those people are telling the truth.
Well, can 100 people lie?
And
Well,
that's
I'm not saying they're telling the truth or lying. I'm just saying, yeah, I can't verify it. I haven't been out to space or whatever.
But anyway, round and flat are not mutually exclusive, dude. You can have a round table, a round penny, a round frisbee.
That's round relative to just 2 dimensions, not 3 though.
Yeah, circles are round and flat.
2-dimensional though. That's.
So, anyways, you said that some people saw the Earth as round, but is that another belief?
You know what I meant, though. I know that people said they claim. There are people who claim that the Earth is a globe. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's not a belief. I've seen people say that.
So there's more people that claim they seen Bigfoot.
Still,
I don't have the numbers. So I don't know.
This is why we cut through the minutia.
There is more people. There is more people. Listen, there is more people that claim they've been abducted by aliens, and they've been done experiments with by aliens.
I don't have the data.
That's why we don't work on claims. We work on objective truths. We're seeking objective truths here.
Yeah, I've heard people who claim they saw the curve from an aeroplane window, not knowing that the aeroplane window itself is curved, not knowing that when you're at high altitude, your horizon wraps around you in a giant circle because that's the limitations of your perspective. So there's a lot of people who don't understand how perspective works who claim they've seen the curve. Do we need to believe them, especially if they don't understand how perspective works? No, of course not. So we don't bother with that. We don't bother with those claims. We bother with what is verifiable. Can you verify there is drop over distance and curvature? Nothing in this world comports with that. Nothing.
Ever.
That's what we're trying to get across to you.
There are more people that say that they have spoken to God, and there's more people that say they are the return of the Creator. They are Jesus Christ. More people that say that than the ones that claim that they saw the globe.
The way human psychology works, if you get an idea put in your head, then you're more likely to see that. If that idea is not in your mind at all, then you wouldn't have even come to those conclusions.
That's true.
And this is what's happened. People think the Earth is a ball without verification. They see perspective from high altitude and assume they're seeing curvature. In reality, that's not what they're seeing, and they're not even supposed to see curvature from an airplane if you ask your own scientists.
The airplane example, it will be like confirmation bias, because a lot of people will kind of hear it in the TV or whatever. I'll see the globe, and then they hear it from someone. And once they get in the airplane and they look out the window, in their mind, they think that they see curvature, but they're not. They're just confirming with their bias mentally. But you're gonna see some people. Some people are gonna say, I see a horizontal line. I don't see any curvature from the airplane. And then next to that guy, he says, I see the curvature. Who's correct?
Good point, Jamesy. Even sometimes I'll see, right, because it's been programmed into my head for so long as well, I'll see a horizon and I'll think, oh shit, I think I can see a little bit of curve there. And it's not until I actually draw a perfectly straight line across it, I'm like, damn, that was just my programming kicking in.
Your mental image. This is advertising. Yeah. These are marketing strategies. That mental image is gold for advertising. They want to implant that, right? So whether you're talking about science or anything somebody's selling, that mental image is a big deal. But it doesn't mean anything. It just seems like it. But you can see as it was just stated, somebody looking out, you got a mental image of curvature. You kind of warp that straight line into being what the mental image is. Without that mental image, though, what are you truly seeing? If you didn't have the mental image of the curve, no one's going to see curve. That's why the horizon is horizontal, especially if you're looking at water, because we know water's level at rest. And talk about that zoom out, even though there's little ripples in the water, when you zoom out, you see the horizon line, right? Then it flattens out. That's why we use the horizon on water. You don't necessarily see all those little ripples, because what's known is water at rest is true level, an unwaverable vector at any height. The horizon is horizontal.
Well, when you add everything up, the globe is complete nonsense. It goes against everything we know about water, containment, gas pressure, your senses, your vestibular system, the actual observations, the lack of evidence of movement of the ground below our feet. So they claim the opposite of everything we observe, detect, experience, measured. The globe is complete nonsense. It goes against physics, real physics.
It goes against geometry as well.
Yeah. It's complete fiction. You know, when he said that, there's people that saw the globe, right? You know that before those people allegedly went and saw the globe, there was already drawings of this globe. You know, the movie makers, I think it was the movie studios that had depictions of the globe. How do those guys knew how the globe looked like? And they put it in the movies. You know, in the introduction, when you about to watch the movie and you see Universal Studios, you see the globe. It's so cartoons and movies.
It was a perfect guess, wasn't it? Ridiculous.
What about that symbol of the circle on top of the square? Usurping the square. Huh? We're going to take the square, we're going to make it a circle. Yeah? When in reality, there are actual squares and actual circles that we about. Latitude, right? We're dealing with straight lines. We're dealing with circles from a center point. The true circles from the center point, the north, right? There's your circles. From that center point, you got a pie slice, like triangles. There's your triangle. This is geometry. In the air, we work on the perpendicular. There's your squares. Squares, triangles, circles, all on a flat plane.
Hey, Knight, tell me one thing of the globe that makes sense to you. Actual sense that makes sense that from reality you can say, hey, you know, the globe actually makes sense.
At this point, my response is just going to be, I listen to the experts.
The experts, they make sense. Even though when they speak nonsense, you hear them speaking nonsense, and you say that nonsense makes sense. That's what you're saying.
Well, to me, the experts aren't the people that are on TV.
So who's the expert? Can you say one? What's his name or her name?
Well, it's the people who write the textbooks.
An expert will tell you that a triangle can be a circle. Is that true?
What? I'm sure when they lost their mind, sure. I'm sure once they lose their mind, yeah.
Well, these are the types of things. These are the leaps of logic that's piping down to your ears from the quote unquote experts.
So who says that a circle is a triangle or whatever?
You know, that's a logical fallacy. You're saying, oh, I believe in the experts for whatever they say.
What do you mean? Why is it a logical fallacy then? Explain that to me.
Because the expert can tell you anything and you say, hey, he's the expert.
You're appealing to authority. You're appealing to authority without actually checking any facts.
Right. So let me ask you this then. What's the difference between listening to these people and listening to a doctor that tells me, hey, lose weight, you're 300 pounds or whatever?
We're not gonna go into medical stuff, but
I'm just saying they're the
you gotta remember, it's not. You're saying you're making a difference, bro. Listen. You gotta make a difference between people in the realist level. If we're gonna talk about experts in horizontal lines or water, containment, gas pressure, we can talk to those experts and things are going to work in reality. But the experts that you're talking about, they're talking about things that happen outside of reality. They're telling you stories. They're telling you, hey, we can have water and gas pressure on the outside of a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, but they cannot demonstrate it. They cannot show it to you. They're just going to write it down on a piece of paper and make you a drawing and paint it and paint the water blue. And then you're going to see, you see this blue water around this circle that I drew? This circle is a sphere, and you're going to follow what the expert is saying, right? This circle is a sphere, and this water that I drew in it, it's the water that is attached to it. And this circle is actually spinning. That's the expert that you're talking about. But he cannot demonstrate it in reality. He cannot have water and gas pressure on the outside of a spinning sphere in a vacuum. He cannot demonstrate it. He cannot show it to you. But you're saying, hey, he's the expert. He explained it to me. But he's no expert. He's just telling you stories. If you're going to talk about someone that works with, I don't know, the propane guy, you go to the propane guy and you can say, hey, can I get some propane? And you're going to need to bring what? A tank with you, right? A tank to put the propane in, right? But the globe expert is going to say, hey, you can take the propane without the tank. You're going to tell the propane guy, can I take the propane without the tank? Because, we have gravity and we don't need containment for propane because, the expert said so. But the propane is an expert. He's going to tell either you bring the tank so you can take the propane, or I'll call the crazy people to take you in. They're going to put you in a 4-padded room because you're going to take you want to take the propane without a container. You got real experts and you have pretender clowns that are telling you stories.
And sometimes they'll slip through the cracks and people will believe them. I think that's bad. I think that's with everything in life, though. I don't think this is just a globe Earth believer thing.
Yeah, but the globe goes to the extremities of outside of. Remember, the globe is a claim outside of reality. You cannot confirm it in reality.
Yeah. That is your belief.
That is not my belief. Okay, can you attach water to the outside of a spinning ball and have the gas pressure outside of the ball in a vacuum? Can you do that in reality?
You're not talking to one of the experts. You're claiming that the experts are talking about all this stuff.
Can anyone do it? Any experts that you want to say, can they do it? They can do it. They cannot do it.
Once again, I'm not one of these guys. Just like you're not one of those guys.
There are none of those guys. They don't exist.
But they don't exist. That's the expert that you're talking about doesn't exist.
What's your evidence of this?
You don't need to be an expert to answer that question, bro. I think you're outsourcing your own thinking now.
Well, we're making
a very simple question,
saying that the experts are just going to draw a circle on a piece of paper and tell you this is the Earth. We're making these claims without any evidence. I want to see.
Yeah, but they're making. That's what they're doing. But Gemsy's just tried to explain to you. Hold on, I just want to make sure you understand what Gemsy's trying to say here. That this is something that can be verified yourself. There is no way to have water stick to the exterior of a ball. The water will always seek its level, run off the ball, and find its equilibrium. This is the behavior of water.
And then you'll ask me about gravity. I've been down this line of questioning before. Like, yes, the answer is gravity.
Yeah, can you show the experiment of that gravity holding gas pressure?
I've been down this line. Come on.
Can you
but you're making another claim. Yeah,
I know I'm making another claim.
It's valid to ask, though, dude. You're acting like we shouldn't ask because you're making a claim that gravity, which is not even a tangible force that can be measured or experimented with, you're saying that gravity is the cause of a phenomenon, but we have absolutely no way to confirm that. So you've got to
listen. The gravity that he's saying, he's writing gravity on the cartoon that the expert wrote. And he's writing the word gravity, and he's saying gravity is doing these things. You have to imagine it, but you cannot demonstrate any of those things.
Exactly. I'm asking him to show that experiment. How about gravity holding and curving water? Do you have it?
Do I have it? No. I don't have a massive ball at my disposal. That's 25.
You can believe in Narnia all the time,
I can believe in what?
In Narnia. Talking about gravity is talking about Narnia.
I mean,
if you cannot show to us that gravity holding gas pressure and that gravity holding and curving water, what's your point? Let's talk about Narnia, right?
Listen. In reality, water, when you put it in a vacuum, it evaporates. So the claim of the globe is that there is gas pressure without a container. When gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container, because the containment and the gases pushing against the other gases and against the walls of the container causes the pressure. Okay, so and then within that pressure, right, you also have liquid water, right? If you remove the container and you have this vacuum that the globe claims, you wouldn't have the gas pressure and you wouldn't have liquid water. And this is demonstrable. And you're claiming, you're saying that this expert is going to draw something that goes against reality. And he's going to explain it and put some words and say gravity, paka, like a parrot. And these words are going to go against the laws of nature, against reality.
Yeah, Jay or Nate, dog or whatever, right? I mean, I can tell you what I did, right? Because the gravity thing is a little bit confusing. You say it's the effect, it's the cause, what causes the effect, et cetera, right? But what you could do to like kind of this is what I did, right? So if gravity was this force, yada yada yada, it would be pulling to the center. It would be curving the surface of water at rest. So all I did, right, was to debunk gravity. Was I used like a water level or like as a tool for establishing a straight line, in the horizontal orientation. So if water at rest is just horizontal, not curving, then gravity, as we see it, can't be the answer, right? I mean, wouldn't they kind of work together?
You're saying water should curve if gravity is real?
Yeah, if gravity is real, then the horizon would curve, the water would curve. If it's not,
was this a large body of water?
Yes. But I'm just putting that forward to you, right? Like if it's the case, right, that water doesn't turn into a sphere with the radius or the circumference of 25,000 miles. If it's the case, then it can't be that gravity is pulling things to the center, right? Because it's flat.
I personally do not think I could see the curve. If let's say the Earth is a globe,
You're retarded, 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 you're retarded.
You're a monkey! You're a monkey!
I wanted to run out of breath. I wanted to see how far this thing could go.
I couldn't get the mute button down fast enough.
My point is, I don't think I could see the curvature of what we believe is the globe Earth, even on a big body of water. I don't think you'd be able to see that. That would be insane to see on water, something that is very uniform like water, seeing a negligible curve.
That doesn't help the argument that the lack of evidence is not evidence.
I know. I'm just saying. I don't think I don't think that's possible for anyone to do, to see the curvature of Earth from the ground.
I mean, seeing it is one thing. I mentioned measuring it, but yes, seeing it is possible too. I mean, it's not even that big. The Earth is like, you ever heard that song? It's a small world after all. We can go, from here to, all the way around the world in less than a day. Not all the way around, but we can go all around the world in less than a day. Get on a plane. It's not that big of a world. You know what I mean?
Well, to me, I believe the world is 25,000 miles round.
Yeah, that's all the way around in the big circle, right? But that also has consequences here, there, and everywhere, right? That means, you've heard the formula before: 8 inches per mile squared is the parabola. Yes, that's just 8 inches in 1 mile of drop over distance from one point to another. 1 mile. To put it into perspective, right? You went to high school, right? They had the high school racetrack in the back, right? That's a quarter mile, or maybe you're still in school. I don't know. It's a quarter mile. Just do that 3 more times, and you've dropped 8 inches.
Yeah, it's not
fair. Well, I mean, the track around, yeah, but regardless, that's also observing something going in a circle, so it's not like one thing stretched out or laid out straight.
Now, one thing that
you had 4 of those, and that's only 8 inches down. That's hard to see, I think.
Right. One thing that you're bringing up in point is step one of the empirical method, observation. So what you're admitting to is that you as an individual don't observe something to ask a question from. You do not observe curvature because what you claim is that from your local position. But ultimately, no one anywhere at any time is observing curvature. So that's in the entire population not observing curvature. So there's no observation of curvature anywhere, even in altitude. You're not going to observe curvature. So if you're looking at an empirical method, you don't have step one, observance.
I agree. Right. You cannot observe the curvature from the ground.
So no one has ever observed the curvature.
Yes. I've seen experiments, though, on bodies of water where people have proved that there is curvature by using
that's a category error. You wouldn't do an experiment. You will have to do measurements.
Okay, measurement. Whatever. That's yeah, sure. Well,
you want to compare that. Like you can present, Nate. You can present your best long distance observations, right? And we'll present ours, right? And I guarantee you won't be able to validate any curvature with yours, and we'll be able to debunk it with every single one that we present.
Actuality, yes.
So what you said then was actually the opposite of reality, right? Because we can go over these observations, right? You say you can't see the curvature, sure, right? But you would have to have a horizon at a specific distance, depending on the height of the observer, right? You would have to have a certain amount of drop over distance, right? If you go to a 10-mile lake, for example, there has to be 66 foot of drop for the Earth to be a globe with the circumference, right, of 24,901 miles, right? But when we go to a lake, we perform different types of observations, right, over and over again. There is no curvature over that 10-mile lake, right? We can zoom in from across the surface of the water and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? Then we could take it to the next level and start using different lasers of different spectrums, right? $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 lasers, right? Then we can go, okay, well, this doesn't check out. We can't find any curvature here. Let's try it on a different day, right? Let's try it over a different body of water at a different location, right? And it's been done over and over and over again. We can't find any curvature, right? And we're not finding these observations, right, from the globe side that do show a geometric horizon at the specific distance it should be at, or the drop over distance. It's just not there.
And basically, what you're saying is that water is not true level and it does curve. Is that correct?
It can curve, sure.
He's talking about both sides of his mouth at this point.
I've heard this too, where water cannot curve; it must always be level, and level is not curving. And
well, which is it?
I saw an experiment where someone put like an observer, so the camera, and then a light like many miles out, and they found that it did not line up with the camera, and these were all measured relative to the surface of the water.
But you told us the curve isn't measurable.
I don't have the video or whatever for you, but that's just what I saw.
So is water true level or not?
All relative.
It's relative.
I don't think we're going to get any.
This is the wiggle, folks, because what you're saying is you're going to get a perpendicular to a circle, which was the original question you felt attacked on. You're going to say you get a perpendicular from a circle in a local area. But as it extends out, the reality is all this is curving. This is your stage that you're bringing. Is this more or less what you're saying, or exactly what you're saying? That it is both level and curved. Is that correct? That it's relative?
I don't know how you exactly define those words, so I'm not going to answer yes or no.
Well, that's a wiggle in itself. It's like I can't define triangle. It's either level or it's not. It's a yes or no thing. If it's not, it'll vary.
I think the issue is that we have different ways of how things can be level.
Okay. Is a triangle subjective?
We're not going to come to an agreement here.
Okay, we're not going to come to agreement. This is for the audience. So here's the globe representative saying that level is both straight and curved.
I never said that.
How else would it work? Do you get level? Can you get a perpendicular?
I said level is relative.
Can you get a perpendicular is my question.
To what?
In the air?
You can get a perpendicular to anything, yes. Absolutely.
with the expression of the Earth. Okay.
Sure. You can make it perpendicular anywhere. Yeah.
All right. So how do we know? How do we measure? Do we use water as a level?
You can use a protractor.
We use water as a level. That's how we know if we're in level. Now, does that vary over distance is the question.
I mean, if you take a level here and then you travel 50 miles out with the same exact level, they'll both show the same exact thing on the level, but that level will not have the same exact orientation as it did 50 miles before.
So you're saying it curves?
Whoa. You made a claim that that doesn't show the same orientation, but we covered that earlier. We are getting the same orientation.
Yeah, and I guess
so the assumption comes. Yeah, so the assumption comes when you say that what's locally level for me and locally level 100 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, whatever distance, the assumption is that there's curvature in between those 2 points. But, like DJ just said, over 10 miles should be 66 feet of drop. This is not observable. So why are you so sure there's drop when it's not measurable, observable, and it's locally level everywhere?
All right, then we'll just say that's my belief.
Good enough. Good enough, guys. He's relegated to belief. This is for the audience. So he comes in saying he knows it's a globe. And at the end of this conversation, it's just a belief because he can't bring it.
Are you talking to me or are you talking to an audience now?
He's talking to
the audience about you.
And listen, my friend, I do appreciate that concession because for me, that was all that I was bothered about in this conversation was that you did take that from a I know to I believe. And that's something that I can respect. If you believe that, that's fine. But if you're going to say true.
I came in here saying I can't prove it to you. But my
he knows someone has told him that he knows.
Do you want to? All right. What I was saying is my belief stems from people that I believe are correct with this. Just like a doctor, I believe that what a doctor tells me. I mean, I know doctors can be wrong many times, but I feel like when they tell me eat vegetables and work out because you're 300 pounds, probably going to work, and eat less. Like
you don't need.
It's just very vague. It's just very vague, and you're dealing with a bunch of imperialists here. We're not into vague. So this is kind of, against everything that we kind of are doing here. We're trying to get away from that vagueness because with that vagueness it opens up the possibility of manipulation, and context is very important. So when you mention the doctor and when you mention the experts, the context of these conversations is vital. And that's where we need to that's where we needed you to admit that contextually this is a belief. You understand? And that all their data is coming from a pre-assumption. And that to us is our only point, really, I think, of the conversation.
Sure. I mean, the majority of people believe the Earth is round. They cannot prove it themselves.
Yeah, it's a religion.
But it can be proven in utilization of what we're working with, the planar aspect of the Earth, everywhere.
Wait, when you said that you believe the Earth is round, do you mean like a circle?
Yeah, he does, of course.
But circles are flat.
Just like the horizon.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Jay or Nate, dude. There's certain things you can know. Like I can know that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Like you can utilize it. You can go into the backyard and prove it. And then you can know it, right? Like you can get some vertical posts, put them in the ground, get a water level, and then measure the shortest possible distance between the two verticals, and that's going to be horizontal, perpendicular, and you can know it. You know what I mean? You can measure it. You can be like, all right, 50 feet. 50 feet here, 50 feet there, up and down on the post, and that's a straight level line in the horizontal orientation. Why would you say you can't know these things?
Exactly. That's exact.
Jesus.
Like what I know can't be the case, Nate, is that the line, the straight level line that's in the horizontal orientation, cannot be sloping in both directions. Like from one end of the post to the other, sloping one way, but then go back over to the post, post B, and it's sloping another way. They can't. The contradiction cannot exist. It can't be A and not A. You know what I mean?
Brother, if you put those vertical posts coast to coast, what would you be reading? Not the Glober guy, the guy that was just talking. Tell me about the vertical post coast to coast, 2,800 miles in America. What would they look like one to another? Would they be parallel?
Yeah, that is what they do. Yeah, the verticals are parallel, and that's what they do. They benchmark. They're called benchmarks. They put them all over the world, and it'll be a vertical height relative to sea level, and then a straight line distance from post to post.
But those vertical posts in expression, now we have a physical post, and we're going one post to another, coast to coast, 2,800 miles. These posts are, say, 10 feet apart. The entire run of distance. Are those posts, if they were installed with Plumb, perfectly vertical, will they be parallel to each other?
Yeah, and they are. Yep.
And they are. Because in geometry, the beautiful facts and proofs of geometry, one of the aspects of geometry is if A is parallel to B and B is parallel to C, then A most necessarily be parallel with C. That's geometry. It's proved out. You don't just make the claim, you prove it in geometry. A geometric proof, an unwavering proof. It's this way all the time, with no exception. That's a geometric proof. Like the inside of a triangle is always going to be 180 degrees. And if anybody ever tells you anything different, they're mocking geometry, which is what we're dealing with. The mocking of this whole thing with the globe.
Hey Nate, so you can know things, right? Like you can do it in the backyard and know it, right?
Sure,
You absolutely can know it. That's right. You can know it because you can utilize it. That's how we know, right? When we put those posts in the ground, we are utilizing the expression of the earth. These posts are going to be vertical because the earth says so. Not you. Are you just making up what's vertical? No. You have to ask the earth for its expression on every single post. And if you don't, try building that. See what happens, human. Try building without asking the earth what its expression is. This perpendicular. Anywhere. Underwater, in a cave, on a mountaintop, you name it. Take your feet anywhere in the earth and start building anything like this. Over distance, as long as you want. These geometric proofs will show themselves always. They will never not show themselves to be. And if you choose to be out of those geometric proofs, that's your choice. You're being subjective. But I would submit, absolutely, you go ahead, wigglers, and try to get away from the perpendicular principle. Try to build. Try to put machines in use, completely rejecting and ignoring that principle. See what happens. It's already been done. It will collapse. That's why we adhere to it strictly every single day, this very day.
What say you, Nate?
For what? Sorry, I was tuned out of that. I was in the side chat.
Can you know that thing or not?
All I'm going to say is people's definition of no and objective truth. I think you're going to get different answers depending on who you're asking.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, that's one part, right? But you as far as like the laws of logic, right? Like, so you got the law of non-contradiction. That A, cannot be A and not A at the same time in the same way. You can know that, right? That's like an analytical truth, right? You can know that absolutely.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So then can you know? Right. So then when you do that, when you perform that test, right, with a water level, right, with a tool, and you get the shortest possible distance between two verticals, matching the surface of water at rest, you can know that that's horizontal or perpendicular, right? Like.
That's fair, yeah. Relative to where you're at that given time, yes.
Yeah, so you can know that. Yeah. Here's a little scenario that I can give you, right? So like say this is just I don't know if you could do it, right? So me and you we're at a hotel, right? Like, and it's 60 stories high, and you're at the top of the hotel, and I'm at the bottom of it, right? And then I say, all right, 1, 2, 3, go. And we both go, we both go across from end to end of this really large hotel, on whatever. I'm on the first floor, you're on the 60th floor, and we both go 5 miles an hour. Who's going to get to the other side of the hotel first?
Be the same if we're at the same speed.
Yeah, same speed. Yeah, same speed. Yeah.
If we're running at the same speed and the floors are the same layout and everything and all that, then it should be the same.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. That's it.
Why is that? Could you explain why?
Well, we got a building. We got it right. It's rectangle, right? Really tall. Now when we're on the ground, there's the verticals, a straight line. The plumb, you drop it from the top to the bottom. It's a straight line on either end of the hotel. Now, if verticals diverged, if plumb bobs diverged, and we were on a globe, it would take you on the top 60th floor longer to get to the other side. But in reality, we know that doesn't happen. So then they're parallel.
I think in a hotel, if you were to measure level from one side to the other end, I don't think a person would be able to tell that there's a slight difference in them, or
there either is or isn't. Yeah, it can't be A and not A. That's what I'm saying. You can know that it can't violate the law of non-contradiction.
Then I think level would be slightly different. Even if the building was 50 meters wide.
No, it wouldn't. I
just think it would be
Let me give you the concept of plumbing, an aqueduct. Water will always run downhill. Okay? Meaning there's a slope somewhere. Now, if I put water on a level surface that's leveled with a water level, let's say a sheet of glass, a plane that's level, and I put water in the middle of it, some drops, what's going to happen?
So even if you're dealing with like a ginormous building, the amount of difference in
I'm saying the exactness of level is what I want you to recognize. As soon as I tilt that glass a fraction of a millimeter, what's that water drop going to be doing? It's going to be running downhill because it's out of level. Level is very exact. It is not subjective.
I don't disagree that level is exact. I think this conversation is just going in circles now.
What do you think about verticals being parallel?
You're trying to get it there, aren't you?
You think that's true?
What's that? Wait, what did the other person say though?
His globe.
I said you're trying to make it go in circles.
I'm not trying to make it go in circles.
You're ignoring direct questions about water drops and pipes.
Yes, water will go down.
That's right.
Isn't it kind of crazy? Just think if you. Okay. Well,
I'm just saying that's how you can be. That's when you build a building, it's going to have plumbing. It's going to have drainage, which it understands. So your floors are level, your drainage will not be. Okay? That's the difference between exactness of level and any other choice outside of it.
What I thought?
What do you think about all verticals being parallel? What do you think about that?
All verticals being parallel? That's there's so much to that statement that could mean many different things. All verticals are parallel. Are you saying like all verticals of like are the force pulling us to the ground?
No, I'm saying vertical. What do you think is vertical straight up and down? Vertical straight up and down. If I drop two plumb bobs, are they parallel?
So in the context that you're speaking of, sure.
Okay. If I drop 1,000 parallel, if I drop 1,000 plumbs next to each other, will each one of them be parallel to each other?
Sure, to the eye, if they're close enough.
No, I'm not talking about subjective. I'm asking you, are they parallel? Yes or no? Exactly.
Parallel. I mean, these are just points, though. That's the other issue.
No, these are plumb bobs. Let's say we got 1,000-foot plumb hanging in the air. We got 10,000 of those hanging next to each other.
Don't leave the string behind. You got the string.
With the string, sure. Yes, what it's being pulled down relative to, yes. But no, they're not all going to be parallel. No, I disagree that they're going to be parallel.
Okay.
And we've gone through this. I disagree.
All right, because you have to say that. Now, here's for the audience. So here's your Glober saying that verticals are not parallel. They diverge. right? This is your claim because you have to claim that, don't you? So from the beginning question that you got offended by, tell me that you get a perpendicular from a circle. Just say it. Yes, we get perpendiculars from a circle. Just say it. Because what you're saying is your perpendicular is being pulled to the center of gravity. Perpendicular to the center of gravity. Isn't that correct? Isn't that your jargon? Yes or no?
You'll be held in contempt, Nate. Answer the question. He's probably getting cereal out there.
You guys like Stanley Kubrick?
Okay.
How about love? Answer the question.
Very strong representation here.
I'm just kind of tired of this conversation now.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It is
because when you start opening the door on things and you truly look, that's what it takes for excellence. It's hard work. Okay, it's a persistence through time of hard work, not laziness. To be on point, to take that extra step, do your research, actually look around, start weighing things out in comparison. Yeah. Be critical. Yeah, it takes mental energy, and it's a lot easier just go make a sandwich.
So I think it was funny, Nate, like how you knew one thing to be true, like with the hotel. You're like, no, it's definitely we're going to get there at the same time, 100%. And then you had this model like pop into your mind, and you're like, wait. Even though I know in reality that, if I go at one distance and somebody else goes another distance, that we'll be at the same speed, we'll get there at the same time. You're like, no, never mind. It won't be the case because you held up this like different idea that isn't true, that isn't like your experience in reality. That kind of like outweighed what you experience in reality. Isn't that kind of like weird?
What do you mean? Could you explain what went against the whole thing with the hotel?
Well, you were like, yeah, we'll get there. Dude, if people go at the same speed,
yes,
then they're going to get there at the same time. And I was like, oh, okay. Awesome.
Yeah, same length to be traveled, sure. But what else did I say that went against that then?
Well, then you said, but the Earth is a globe, and the building, if it's built with plumb bobs, right, the sides are plumb, then they would diverge. So no, never mind. It would be not at the same time. That's what you did.
But we just spoke about them being the same exact length.
Yeah, right. They would be because they'd be plumb, right?
Well, with the plumb bobs, we're talking about things being level now.
The plumb is perpendicular to the level.
Like two walls. Probably, I assume you're indoors right now.
Yes, I am.
If your walls were built vertical, they're going to be parallel.
They should hopefully be that way.
The ironic thing is
they can't be on your globe. You don't have vertical compared to another vertical as parallel.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to say. Like the ironic thing, Nate, for you to measure a divergence from that plumb, you're going to need plumb to be, if you're saying, well, let me measure it up here, now you're going to say it's going to be a little bit off plumb. You're going to need plumb to measure that, but plumb is already established.
Not only that, you'll diverge more over height.
From what though? From the tool that you're using to establish plumb. You know what I mean, Nate? That's like weird, right? Like, how would you do that? You got the plumb bob, and you're saying, well, it's diverging from what though, Nate? From itself? Like, how would you measure that?
I really don't think people building even like schools that span for probably many hundreds of meters, some of them they're not accounting for the curvature of Earth on top of the fact that there's the dirt itself, which is not level.
That's right. We're not accounting for any curvature. So when we build something like a road and we have a starting point, it starts from an orienting horizontal.
Sure.
And for thousands of miles, it's oriented to that straight line. You're either going up or down from that. It's rise over run. There's no limit to the distance.
When we're making a road, though, we're not making one measurement. We're making measurements all the way down the way. It's not.
When you said they're not you said they're not accounting for the curve of what? Like, so the earth, the dirt, you said that goes up and down from like a horizontal, line. So then what are you imagining is curving over distance then?
Well, I mean, when you're building a small building, you're definitely not.
You're not
You
accounting
said
for what?
distances. So we bring in distances and how men utilize straight horizontal vectors over a long distance. We brought up flight paths, the rigidity in space of the gyro that detects the level and keeps it parallel. Like your glass of water in the plane will show level. If it's not gyrating around.
Curvature of what, Nate?
There is no curvature to be had.
I don't even know what he's asking, though. He's not answering. You're answering for him every time.
The curvature of Earth? Do you want to see the curvature of Earth?
You said the Earth, the dirt, right? That goes up and down. So then what? The curvature of what then?
For what? I'm saying they're not accounting for the curvature of Earth for these
scenario. They build a school, and they're like, yeah, you got to dig out the dirt, but they're not accounting for the curvature of Earth. What does that even mean now?
What do you mean? I don't think they're accounting for the curvature of Earth when you're building a 50 by 50 meter building.
All right, so they are digging out the ground, the dirt, the Earth, right? But then they're not accounting for the curvature of a different Earth? What do you mean?
When I'm talking about the curvature of the Earth, like the whole circumference of the Earth, I'm not talking about like curves and bumps and stuff with relative.
All right, so I remove all the bumps and stuff. Now, what do you mean when you say curvature of Earth?
What do you mean by that? What?
That's what I'm asking.
They're not accounting for it.
That's right.
When you're building such a small building, yes, they're not.
What is it? The thing that you keep saying it, right? So I remove all the bumps. Now what?
They're not curving out all the building materials to conform to Earth because such a negligible amount. That's the point.
That's right. See, here's your wiggle. You're trying to put it into one building when we're telling you that over any distance you want, you name it, thousands of miles, not just some little building that uses plumb and level. No, over huge stretches of distance. You're using a horizontal straight line to orient whether you're going up and down from that straight line. Huge distances, way out of your local. You're really infringing on so many other people's locals. Okay? It'll still be a straight line. Its orientation. And it'll recognize peaks and valleys from that orientation all the way through its distance. Like a coast-to-coast interstate is built.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Are most of you open to the idea that you could possibly be wrong and that the Earth is in fact a globe, like how we've been saying it for many years?
No.
There's no one in here that leaves a little bit of opportunity for that to be wrong, for the Earth to actually be a globe.
Look, we have an accumulation of evidence now that's impossible on a globe, right? And you guys consistently don't provide anything to rebut it that's worthwhile, right? We have physicists come in here, we have math professors, we have engineers, we have all kinds of people come in here, right? And they fail to present any evidence, right? We have all of the evidence on our side as well as objective reality. You guys don't have anything, right? It's not possible for it to be a globe, right? It has to have certain characteristics like drop over distance, geometric horizon and whatnot. They're not present in reality.
The globe is impossible. It goes against the laws of nature. It goes against your senses. It goes against measurements. Everything we observe, the way we operate. It goes against everything in reality. So it's nonsense, impossible nonsense.
That's why we don't use it that way. That's why it's not employed in those ways. When it comes to laying the road of the whole thing.
But you're more than welcome to try to prove us wrong.
Please do.
I don't think I'm ever going to prove you guys wrong because I didn't come here with all the talking points, and you're also talking to someone who's not well read on this. You guys, I acknowledge you guys are more well read on this than I am, just like basically everyone else who's a Glober who enters this chat. So of course you guys are going to dunk on anyone who comes in here.
Yeah, but we had Professor Phil Bell in here the other day, right? He's a physicist, right? He's a university professor. He had to concede he was wrong on a whole bunch of points that he had to make, right? He didn't do any better than what you're doing in this debate, right? We find that's the case. right? In fact, some of these well, you know what I mean, right? People with higher degrees and whatnot on particular topics related to this, right? Sometimes they're more honest than the regular globe earthers that we get in here, because they admit what's speculation, right? They admit things like that, right? Whereas some of the people less versed in particular topics, they'd be like, yeah, we have proof of gravity, scientific proof through experimentation, right? And that's when it gets into arguments, because we're like, okay, provide these experiments, and they can't do it. Whereas we get like someone else come in here that's actually well versed, right? They'll be like, yeah, we there's no experiments. It's not something you can do an experiment or we have validation on, right? They'll say, oh, we have no idea what gravity is. It just kind of has to be there to have this globe model.
Do you guys have any plans to work on your own models? Is this in the works in the flat Earth community? I know I've seen models from you guys, but I'm sure most of you guys don't accept a lot of them.
Wait a second. So, if you are inside the house, a big house, a home, how are you going to construct a model if you don't know all the measurements and distances? Going outside of that home, you cannot do a model simple like observing. You have to have. Do we have all the measurements and distance? Do we have that data? No, so we cannot claim a model right there.
If the Earth is a plane, and it is, what does that do to your globe models? Things like trajectories, orbits.
Obviously. If it was a plane, it would be wrong.
Exactly.
But I don't believe it's a plane.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But it is, because that's the way we use it. You don't use the globe in any way, meaning the Earth does not express itself as a round glob. It expresses itself as a level plane. So we have words like level and elevation, okay, horizontal, vertical. These are strict definitions. So you don't get any indication of curvature through observance, measurement, and especially utilization.
I think in most practical applications, we won't be accounting for curvature.
In all.
I'm not going to make such a bold claim like that. I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Do you have any claim whatsoever to show otherwise?
No, but neither do you. This is all
I sure do. I'm making the claims right now.
That's fair. Yeah, no, I don't know for a fact. Neither.
Oh, it is a fact. Yes, it is a fact, because this is the way it's utilized. It's not guesswork. Rubber hits the road with hands working in action from this Earth expression of level and plumb over all distances. There's no place we can go on Earth that this expression doesn't show itself.
It's interesting. We had a military guy in here about a month ago, right? He was new to this topic, right? He was a globe earther, and he did like artillery where they would shoot targets at around 30, 40 miles away, right? And he said we're able to hit our targets within a couple of meters consistently, right? And he said, yeah, they don't account at all for the curvature of the Earth, right? But over those distances, there would be a huge drop, right? A huge discrepancy of being able to hit those targets if the Earth was actually curving and they weren't accounting for that drop over distance. Right? We find this over and over when we talk to people that actually do things like this in the field, right? Like the world record sniper shot holder, Shepard Humphreys, right? When we contacted him, right, he did 3 shots in a row where he hit the target at 4.4 miles, right? Didn't account for the curvature of the Earth at all, or the Coriolis effect. Right? We get this over and over again, right? And then, I mean, I know an aerospace engineer, right? He's also a globe earther, but he works for the government, designs all kinds of giant aircraft, right? He said that all of the calculations assume a flat stationary Earth as well, corresponding with what we see in the manuals as well. So, I mean, it is utilized as flat. It's objectively flat. Like that's the base reality, right? That's the axiom, the base axiom. We all experience that, right? A flat stationary plane, right? And then there's no evidence, empirical evidence to the contrary. So
Yeah, curvature is the first big no-no. Motion of the Earth is the second big no-no.
What do you mean by that? We should be feeling the Earth's rotation?
I'm saying for you to be on the globe, other things that you will have to most necessarily claim, like perpendicular to a circle, are things like Coriolis. And you have to hear the painstaking headache of these explanations of things like Coriolis. It's never observed, never accounted for, ever.
Well,
ever. Yet you have to say it exists. Just like curvature, never, ever, once, ever in the history of man accounted for. Not one time. Not one single time from anything. No. Same with the movement of the Earth, the spinning, so to speak, Coriolis, and how it would affect aerial objects if it were spinning underneath. It's all conjecture. It's all fake. It's not real. It's not utilized this way in any case, in any day. It's all conjecture. So that's why we like the sure footing of how it's actually used. And this is the way it's actually used, the way it's being explained to you.
I mean, to feel that, you need some type of constant acceleration or force on you.
Would you?
I just debunk you. You see that guy did jump from a balloon 128,000 feet. Do you see Earth moving?
Do I see Earth moving? Not in this video. I don't know much about this video, though. But I do not.
Jumped from a balloon 128,000 feet high. Do you see Earth moving below? The camera is pointing out. The guy is jumping, doing just a vertical jump. So do you see Earth moving? When is that Earth moving?
Do I see Earth moving? I mean, with my eyes in this video, no. I don't know much about this video, though.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth, because I don't see any Coriolis. And that guy, flying up vertically. You see Earth moving at back? No. So bye-bye, Earth moving.
My eyes do not have as fine calibration and measuring capabilities.
Your eyes are crying. Level water.
But I mean, my hand's on my mouse right now, right? I'm not moving my mouse, but I guarantee my hand is at least slightly shaking on it or something. Like it's not just
these guys are on let's say non-inertial reference frame. So you don't see Earth moving. Bye bye, Earth moving.
Everything's in vibration, brother. But that doesn't. Poor Coriolis, the actual word of how it's been slutted out. Yeah. Right? Your Earth is not spinning under aerial objects. Period. How does that rest with you?
All right. It's been fun. Peace out.
All right. It has been fun. And come back, man. I mean, I'm not trying to hammer down on you, brother. This is really for more of the audience's ears. And every day we get Globe representatives in here to say they know something, but when asked, let's go in the room that you claim and look around. They don't like that. They like the door shut. Just make a general waxing claim. But you're going to have to do better than that. And you're welcome back to do so.
Look, this guy did the jump without a parachute, and he has to land on a net. How can that be possible with that Earth moving 1,000 miles per hour? It's not possible. It's impossible. Welcome to flat stationary Earth. You can live that all day.
That's right. The beautiful fruited plain.
Hey, Miguel, you can't say impossible. That I coined that.
Possible.
Let me see, right.
If the globe was possible, we wouldn't be here to tell the story because there will be no air to breathe, no water to drink or swim in.
Exactly, and they claim, oh, Earth is a ball in this vacuum with this atmosphere. But when I ask, can you show me that inside the vacuum chamber? You know, all the thing working there? Impossible. It doesn't work. They claim a model, but water seeks its level. It's hydrostatics. It's not working in that ball. So water is level. It's not a working model that they can claim. They just say, "Oh, gravity. This is a glue, magic glue thing. Stuff. It can hold the gas pressure and it can hold uncurving water. Yeah, show me that. Where is the experiment?
That's right, Miguel. Are there any other Globers in here that would like to have a conversation?
They are not even Globers. How can they be Globers when that globe is not there?
Yeah, more accurately, wigglers.
They just they did believe, and they are still believing in that fairy tale story that everybody did learn this at school, but in good faith. We didn't ask for proof. We just believe it. So its belief is not anything of proving. A long time ago, many years
In
ago,
a galaxy far, far away.
No, a long time ago. When that was the first time I saw someone using a water level, hose with water, putting water inside, and this my friend, did ask me, "Oh, go to that far away and raise up this hose," and the guy did get perfect level between two spots in the big wall. And that was like a surprise to me. That was a eureka moment. So I know what is a water level using that on construction. And that was a big thing. It's in my roots of flat Earth, water behaves like that. And you can construct a big pool just with that. It will be level. The shoreline of that pool, it will be level.
That's right, brother. Every time.
Yeah, but you can fake one water level. So, but there's other ways to fake it. To put different densities inside. Liquids with different densities inside that water level. But just a hose with a simple water, it will show you level.
Are you saying that water at rest is the representation of true level?
Yes, they say that on hydrostatics, water 6 it's on level.
This is a respect for geometry, isn't it?
Exactly. The black swan, 1 foot high, observer's height. So at least let's say that horizon is a geometric horizon. But there, geometric horizon, or just we are watching that horizon at 10 miles. That means that that radius is 67 times larger. So when they claim that 39, 59 miles radius, something is not working, because when you try to observe that, man, is that 67 times larger? That's a big difference number. So you can say that the black swan, you can at least 10 miles, not the horizon, being observed behind the second oil rig. But I did show a big lake, the largest one at the South America continent. If you scroll up, I did post there. They did put, this was 2011, the year 2011, they did put a telescope horizontally, and they could observe the shoreline, the border of Cordillera Blanca, the border with Peru and Bolivia. They could see the other shoreline of that lake with just that telescope height, 4.2 feet from water level, and they could see like almost 69 miles away. So that's 2890 feet of missing curvature. Bye-bye, ball. So the black swan, at least I say 10 miles in that big lake with good weather conditions, low humidity in the air. You can see like 70 miles. Bye-bye gravity holding curving water. Bye-bye ball fantasy.
Bye-bye.
Suddenly I was think about this. Maybe they can, construct some buildings accounting for that curvature. Let's see those buildings tilting away, constructed on that curve. Let's see if that works. It will not work. I did post an article from a newspaper talking about the construction of the Suez Canal. So from the English side, they were saying it was impossible to construct according to curvature of Earth. De Lesseps, the French engineer, he did construct according to flat Earth reality, and it's working. I did post even time lapse of the Suez Canal. You have to construct something like that. You don't have to assume curvature. You just have to use vertical and horizontal plumb lines and levels, and it will work just fine.
It'll work perfectly, in fact, over and over. In fact, Try to do it outside of that. And let's see what we get. You guys get this Dr. Phil Bell in here much?
Phil Bell.
Not often.
He just DM'd me.
Yeah, he goes into my people's DMs mostly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And spirals out. Yeah.
Okay. I'd love to have him in here.
He was in here last week.
Mm-hmm. How'd that go for him?
Not very well. I mean, he was kind of wild at first, right? Kind of rude and aggressive, and then we tamed him down a bit, right? And then he was quite respectful and polite, and then he thanked everyone and said he's going to come back again another time.
Okay. It appears he's DMing me again.
Yeah. He's a hardcore anti-flat earther, right? He's been doing this for like 8 years straight. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on in, Phil. Doctor.
Is that the Professor Phil? Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Professor. Come on in, Professor. Quit DMing me.
I'm gonna post this. Let's save this from that guy. So you're saying knowing or not knowing does not affect my job. Oh, let's save this one too. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna start in the middle because one of my hobbies is to listen. Oh, is right now as I am speaking, it did DM me something. Anyway, because one of my hobbies is to listen to people with alternative points of view. Sometimes they have something interesting to say. If you care about the truth, you will find out that geodesic surveying is for yourself. I have one, Professor Phil, that you are listening right now because you DM something, but let's see more.
Bless his heart. Does Craig ever show his face in here?
Let's see. The guy did say this too, talking about Coriolis. He thinks he thinks that we think that dirt is spinning, not the spinning disc.
Anyone else ballsy up in here? Any Coriolis believers? Any gravity believers? Curvature believers? It's a challenge.
Professor Phil talking about satellites, We have an ex-NASA technician he did programmate satellites at Antarctica. And in his papers, he had to do according to a flat stationary Earth. Very interesting. And we have he was a glober, he did work to Antarctica. He was a glober, now he's a flat earth guy. And he's working with a set of companies, and one of those companies, they are working with, let's say, satellites or balloon satellites. But yeah, when they point down, they don't see any curvature. Very interesting. And we have ex-engineers talking about satellites are hoax. So they talk about the balloon satellites. Ex-NASA engineers.
Let's go, Globers. Chop, chop. Bring your best. Come on, Globers. Drawing a line in the sand here. Step on over.
Then Professor Phil.
Yeah, I just told him to enter the VC.
Well, Professor Phil's still around. Hey, Roto.
Going on, Reg?
What's going on?
How you been, brother?
Been all right. Been all right.
Been waiting for some of your live shows.
Hey, they got my YouTube account suspended.
Really? Why would you think?
Because of Duffy.
Oh.
And they took the video down too.
Will Duffy, aka Muffin?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I guess I don't know. I only said he wasn't a real preacher. That's just an opinion though, right?
Yeah.
What did he do to get it taken down? Like you said, he wasn't a real preacher.
That video got flagged, and then they took that off, and then they suspended my account.
Well, you can come talk in Discord, man, anytime.
Yeah, I'll be back up pretty soon. I don't know. I had challenged it, so I don't know. I don't know what rules they got with YouTube nowadays.
Was it Nature of Earth info?
Yeah. Then got into the because I was with Roger, and then got into the. I said, I just said, hey, well, most flat earthers are pretty much Christians. I'm like, don't you think it's more important, to basically to uphold that instead of just trolling because a common belief. I think a preacher should have the priority to pretty much save souls. So if you have fellow Christian flat earthers, I don't think you should be mocking them. I mean, if you're a Christian brother or whatever.
Yeah. Well, charlatans aren't new.
Right. So,
to any valuable scene.
I think a lot of it wasn't even me. so like, they like, okay. So they stopped me from going live first, and then I contended with that. And then it probably wasn't even like Duffy. It was probably just, people in the comments. So.
Well, these are the levels, right, of the wiggling and the scrambling and the flailing, like bringing up personal matters, like what Brenda tried to do with Nathan and his kids. See, these are the lame attempts. It's what you do when you're going down the toilet. And these are the kinds of things that you resort to on your way out.
Yeah, I'd rather keep to the topic, but
yeah,
there's no need for if you're gonna be mocking and all that. I mean, then it got to be called out. Like, hey, wait a minute, you supposed to be this type of person. Your mission should be this, and you're doing the complete opposite right now. So, I mean, you're the last person that need to be mocking people. I mean, if you're a real preacher, or if you're not, then you just holding that title just to get attraction to your video, and you really just a globe debunker or whatever you want to call it. Like because I think that's pretty much like the only joke that I pretty much made. I said, so what, you a full-time flat earth debunker now? You gave up your Christian title, your preacher title? I didn't even say Christianity. I just said you no longer putting being a preacher on the back burner. Because I don't think preachers need to be mocked. Most flat earthers is Christians, or they at least believe in God. Like, so if you mocking your fellow Christian brothers, or at least you mocking people that could come to your religion that you should be preaching to, don't you think that should be like a priority? And I think I said that on another video that got flagged. I said that on what's that guy named Brother Sanchez, when he was talking to Brother Sanchez, and but they allow Brother Sanchez to say it. But I mean, I think all his stuff is like that. So
yeah, it's hard to say, man.
Yeah, so
I mean, as far as like why you got shut down exactly. But yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, people are saying all kinds of stuff, as we see. It's the substance that's under it, whether it holds weight or not, right? I mean,
right.
For entertainment value, I would love to see Will Duffy's congregation. I would love to see these faces and types of people that are interested in what Will Duffy has to say.
Or maybe it got shut down because we was talking about the South Pole. Maybe any Globers want to talk about the South Pole. Maybe that's why, because Duffy was asking where's the South Pole on the flat Earth. Maybe that's why. And the only thing that I did with Duffy, I asked him, well, what is the South Pole? What is the definition of the South Pole? South Pole, the definition of that, if you look it up, the South Pole is supposed to be where the Earth is turning on its axis, which would be the location of the South Pole. So it's supposed to be a geometric location on the globe, which means that you have to assume that the globe is real, and that's where the Earth is turning on its axis at that physical location. So asking the question of where's the South Pole on the flat Earth, or where do we see the South Pole on the flat Earth? There is no South Pole on the flat Earth because the Earth is not turning, and it's not a globe.
You know something, Reg? One of the we've been talking about this here lately. One of the template attempts that they make is asking you, how do you explain X on a flat Earth? Don't let them do that. Don't let them ask you questions, man, to the audience.
Right.
Don't let them ask you questions of how something, for example, how do you explain gravity on a flat Earth? That is so malformed right off the bat. We're not the ones, right, who are making the heavy claims. We make fundamental claims that are utilized every day, right? It's not a conjecture thing. Very fundamental here. They're the ones that have all the explaining to do. I wouldn't answer. See, Professor Bell just DM'd me during this conversation twice. I've never heard from the man, right? I don't even know how he knows who I am. But here he is DMing me, and his question is, how do you explain the sun, blah, blah, blah? Okay? Piss off, Professor Phil. You have a lot more explaining to do because the globe is full of claims, ridiculous claims. What this whole thing is about.
It's kind of like a begging a question wrapped up with straw man fallacy. You asking me about your claim. I mean, what? No, you're the one that's making the claim of Coriolis effect. And due to Coriolis effect that the Earth is spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour, you have a South Pole where the Earth is spinning on its axis because it's a physical sphere. All of these are claims of a radius value. All of these are claims that the Earth is a globe turning. All of these are claims that there is a physical location where we can observe the Earth turning at. All of these are claims that you have to substantiate, not claims that I have to assume to be true. And you could ask me about. You have to prove that these things are true first before you ask me about that.
That's right.
Now, maybe that's why I got shut down, because I asked Will Duffy that very thing and he couldn't answer it. He just got angry and said, I'm trying to reverse the burden of proof. Oh, no, I don't have burden of proof. I never made the claim that the Earth is a globe in the first place, spinning around 1,000 miles at a physical location you guys call the South Pole on its axis. So maybe that's why I got shut down. I don't know. Maybe you two don't like the fact that Will Duffy had to pretty much explain how the Earth is turning and spinning on its axis on the South Pole versus him asking me that question.
Yeah. Again, it's as malformed as asking, how do you explain Coriolis on a plane? We don't have to answer these malformed questions. And you can see what they're, by template, trying to do here. Right? That's where it needs to be smooth.
Yeah, it's kind of like they want you to explain their model to them.
Yeah, on a plane. Right, exactly. Yeah. And that's a cavernous explanation, and they're trying to make a fool out of us. Yeah. They're having a hard time of it. In my opinion, don't answer any of those ridiculous questions. The questions are for them. Yeah. And you'll see it's an abrupt turnaround when you start asking them the questions. Yeah. They wiggle and run. Yeah.
I was just like, did I make a claim about that? No. Oh, well, I don't got to answer that. Like, how is it on the globe? And then you put it back to them. I mean, that's not even a reverse of burden of proof, because if you're making the claim in the first place, it's not reversing the burden. The burden is on you.
How
That's
many
not
claims?
that's not
How many?
deflecting. That's not any of that. It's just basically I'm not making that claim. You are support it. It's just that's not deflecting. That's basically you the one that's making that claim and you asking me about the claim that you are making.
That's right. The claims on this side of things, the reality of things, of the way it's always been, are very fundamental. Like horizontal and vertical. These are claims over here because this is the way it works. This is the way it's used every day. And that's why it's not just a claim, right? It's backed up with support. Okay. But what else claim wise is anyone making here? Things like this, the fundamentals. Now you go to the other side and there are absolutely wild claims with no support. And that's what you find out. Wild claims, no support. Here, claims with support. This for the audience. Claims with support versus wild claims with no support.
Said that Professor Bill went into your
Yeah, just minutes ago. I didn't even notice him in this VC. He's never DM'd me before, ever. And his first question is just like that template I'm talking about. How do you explain the sun, blah, blah, blah?
Oh wow, he very interested in the sun.
Hmm. They also like to bring up all kinds of stuff south of the equator, right, which is interesting and is real. But there's so much gold north of the equator for these claims. So much gold. Solid gold, I'll say. Yeah. To show it's nice and planar. The entire circle of the equator. The equatorial plane, if you will.
Yeah, I wonder. Question for the Globers: is the equatorial plane a physical measurement, or is it an imagined calculation?
Or is it relative and wiggleable? Like it varies. And it's subjective. And you can make it up as needed. Stupid stuff. Yeah, there's the anagram. Wiggle and run. War. It's war with these guys.
Yeah, when you getting your thing back going, brother?
I've been thinking about it, but I gotta admit I'm really enjoying this particular server.
Yeah.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep. Oh, they ain't let you back in that FED, huh?
No. That's just righteous for whatever reason he had. It's all right, man.
Yeah. He'll get over it.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I've come a ways personally in the speaking approach. Yeah. with a wider perspective of it's not about the individual you're talking to. This is about success, effectiveness of this information, that is, where it reaches the understanding of the listener and they import it as a consideration of fact. And the more and more they hear that, so it's about the listener. So part of my goal has been trying to remove myself from the debate, so to speak, within a debate
Right.
of a conversation, and understand this is about the audience. Yeah. It's been a bit of an ego check, yes. But that's okay. It's even better now.
Roto matured.
That's right.
Humble here. Someone else for the even after show panel. What all we need next, Roto? Bacon and George?
Right.
Me, you, Bacon and George, Jesse Path for Light arguing for a whole year.
Well, bacon and eggs just got served the other day in here. Or with Nathan, that is. Yeah, they just got served.
Oh, yeah.
They don't quit, though. Got a tip of the hat to their diligence. At the very least. Or at the very most.
The thing about Bacon, though, he was getting it last year. And I mean, like, even when he had some Humble in here, even the conversations he had with Humble, he was getting it. And then, I don't know, I think he went into like Earth Awakening, and then I don't know who he talked to, but he's back to being Bacon. Yeah.
Yeah, he conceded measurements, utilization, the understanding of all that. He conceded
to me personally, remember? He showed him the Saxton, and we agreed to what the Saxton was and everything, and how it's actually utilized, and we agreed to what nautical mile is and how it's actually utilized, and we agreed that it's imagined that you're taking a measurement from Earth's surface. It's not a physical measurement that you're actually taking. So the only physical measurement that you are taking, right, are elevation angles, which is horizontal flat Earth measurements, something that he agreed to. For some reason, he went and talked to some other guys, and now he's back to square one. Almost like we wasted a whole year, I guess.
Well, see, this is why I've come to these conclusions, because it's not truly a waste. So, as the way I would see it before, maybe it would have been a waste. But for the audience, I don't think it is a waste. So, therefore, my gross net is this is not a waste. Even though that person may go off, get reprogrammed, come back here and in here, spill the same thing in loop as if it wasn't effective. That was kind of my point. It's not about it being effective on that individual. If any individual in the audience is hearing these things and take them into consideration, that's the bigger goal.
Yeah, because you can look at it that way.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm perfectly fine with some people not moving an inch on this stuff. That's fine. That's their prerogative, as it were, right?
Right. Well, I learned a lot that year, though. So it definitely wasn't a waste. My bad for that one.
Well, yeah. You would be an example of the audience that I believe that this server is trying to get the information to. You would be an example of that audience. However you took this beginning information and whatever paths it took you on to get to this understanding of reality, we want to repeat that. You know, I mean, it's the same for us all, the paths to getting here, because ultimately this is an understanding And everyone here, if there are no Globers, are in that understanding. And why, most importantly, it's not about being in some club, because after this is all said and done and over and there's no more server or what have you, people are going to be the individual that they've always been. They're going to have their own thoughts about this world.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Reg? You been getting in the fray with any globe believers?
Oh yeah. Talk to him time to time. I ain't gonna but been kinda getting into it more with I guess the other side of flat earthers. I don't know. Been trying to talk to I think Shane and Alan, those guys, they pretty cool, but the Ether Cosmology guys, they pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think they got a weird way of looking at things though.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair, though. I mean, like Pad's in here. He's a real pain in the ass, but he's pretty cool. You know, you can talk to him.
Yeah. New Moon, he came in here yet?
Oh, man. New Moon's a different story.
He's pissed at me.
Well, people like New Moon put his own foot in his mouth. That's another thing I'm enjoying is kind of presenting a question and just kicking back for the answer as they gently or forcefully put their own sneaker in their mouth. Right? It's entertaining in a way.
Yeah, the thing about it is New Moon really should know better though. Like I don't know why he's not getting it. He really should know better. But I guess he gonna ride with Jaren, I guess, right?
Maybe so. Same with Craig at Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I forgot, yeah. Oh man, what's today? Is Wednesday. It's not Friday. Where the Globe is at?
Yeah. Yeah, what a better day to represent the globe than Hump Day.
Yeah. Nathan not in here. He's not yelling at you guys.
That's right.
QE won't come until later on in the night.
It's a cordial setting. I mean, just because everybody's got a ball peen hammer in their hand doesn't mean it's not cordial. People want to take off when it gets serious with the information, that is.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I must be going in deep, huh?
Not too deep. Not too deep. I mean,
can't scare everybody off,
just
you know.
as it were. Yeah. Simple stuff like perpendicular to a circle. It's like you don't really want to be put in the position to explain that. So there's wiggle and run.
All right.
Hello?
Howdy.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome.
Indeed.
Just an introduction, or is there more?
Oh, I'm just I don't know. I'm shy.
Oh, well, don't be shy. And it's a good thing to know, by the way. Tell us about it. Anything. Do you have any solid globe proofs, for example?
They did say shy, but the floor is yours.
I'm guessing that you want to ask a question. Is that an accurate guess? Is being shy why you're not asking?
Oh, he left? Oh, wow.
Anyone else in here? I mean, come on.
No globe lover logic.
The globe audience is looking for warriors to represent them. Unsheath your feather pens and tell us all about it. Just nothing but people in the know here?
Yeah, it seems like it's nothing but flat earthers in here.
Yeah. That's a good look.
Will you endure a questioning flat earther?
We have questions for you.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you have any scientific proof that you're on a globe?
It's not a scientific question.
So is that a no?
It's not a scientific question.
So no.
Well, I guess that would be the logical reasonable place to be if it's not a scientific question, yes. Because
Okay.
I can ask you the question about, do you have scientific proof that it's flat? You would have to answer the way I did, right?
Yep, it would be no.
Yeah.
Do you have any proof in any form that the Earth is a globe? Evidence.
No. I thought do you remember my first statement to you?
Go ahead.
It was, will you endure a questioning flat earther?
Yeah, this is what.
Oh yeah, humble.
The response to that, Humble, is the questions are for you.
So you meaning that you won't answer questions?
That's correct. The questions are for you.
Okay.
What
Oh,
about
no,
you? Will
I
you
thought
answer
that.
questions?
No. It's okay. These discussions suddenly get sort of complicated, and I try to keep them fairly simple. So no, I thought it was sort of dead air here, and
It's not a
I've been
complicated day.
Yes, we haven't even begun complications yet. This is just general overview. So the questions are for you, is where we're at. Do you have any globe evidence?
I did not present myself as a globe. Sorry, I did not present myself.
He's saying Roto that he's not a glober today.
Where do you stand, Humble?
I thought I was fairly clear at questioning.
He's a flat earther that asks questions.
Yes,
yeah,
because
you're not clear.
I can, as they say, with your answer, steel man an argument that I'm trying to clarify for myself.
Not an argument. You saying you just questioning flat earthers. You are questioning flat earther. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm questioning.
You saying you a flat earther that's asking questions.
Yes, because
right. So that's not an argument.
No. Well, just hear me out. What I'm saying is that we've had a few arguments throughout our journey here, right?
Yeah, all the time. So we know exactly what question you're going to ask. Humble, you still on that?
No,
I thought you got it.
No. But you haven't heard the question I have yet. So maybe when you hear it, you can then, question it or rebuke me for it or whatever.
I got
That's
you.
why I'm
No,
asking
ain't nothing to rebuke. Hold on, ain't nothing to rebuke you about. You still ask the same question. Go ahead.
And first of all, the response to all that, Humble, is that the questions are going to be for you, sir. Don't you represent the globe?
No, he don't. He said he a flat earther that's asking flat earthers.
But hold on, Reg. Humble, what do you say? Do you represent the globe?
I am not. No. Okay, it's okay.
Is that a yes or a no? Okay, hold on, Humble.
A different discussion than you guys want to have, so that's okay. I'll just leave it at that then.
Okay. See, audience, this is the thing. When we talk about yes or no, it's an easy answer. Humble, do you represent the globe? You see how it is?
How many times? Sorry.
Yes or no?
No, please.
Yep.
How many times are you going to ask me that same question? Somebody else chimed in and explained.
I guess until you say yes or no. I don't know.
Right. That's
You're
right.
supposed to know what you're doing. Ain't nobody else supposed to explain for you in life. You think that's the way it goes? No. Yes or no from you, son.
Okay, sorry. No, I am not a glober.
Great.
Thank you.
Now we can move forward.
Okay.
What are you?
I am questioning some of the foundational arguments we use to support the flat.
Okay,
like
go
what?
ahead.
Sorry?
Like what?
Go ahead. Yeah, ask the question. What do you think?
Okay.
I mean, I probably agree with you on some of them, so
yeah.
Go ahead.
This one particularly has to do with 10th Man and the video that he put out, right? And it showed me that some of the things that are said about the measurement, I don't know why I'm getting it wrong, but it seems to be a measurement of 2 points. Yes, but
it's about nautical mile again, a measurement of the sky, and you're not understanding the argument again.
No, just okay.
It's a measurement of the sky. You basically saying that it's a measurement of the sky. Humble, we went over this for almost 2 years since 2023. You have a problem with 10th Man basically saying the nautical mile measurements is a measurement of the sky and it's not a physical measurement of Earth's surface. right?
Is it?
That's exactly what you've been asking for 2 years. I know it word for word.
Yes. So now.
Exactly. So the measurement
so
of this, the problem here, let me explain it to you again for the 1900th time.
No, but you haven't heard my question. I don't think you've heard my question for.
I heard it for 2 years, Humble.
Okay.
Does it have
you have a problem with the argument being you have a problem with the argument for celestial navigation because you say that the celestial navigation is only measurements physically from the sky, basically talking about nautical miles. You're not understanding the argument there.
Is that true?
2 years, Humble.
So is it in fact a measurement of the sky?
Nautical miles, yes, it's a referencing the physical angle measurement to the sky.
Right. Thank you.
Great.
For the ground.
But it's also something else that goes with nautical miles. What is that?
Your position.
It's another reference positioning too with nautical miles. What is that, Humble? Starts with
Are you
S.
talking about the angular measurement or the
Starts with
position
an
on
S.
the Earth? Sorry?
Starts with an S. You should know this because it's always the same answer.
Okay, you've got me.
Statute miles. I'm just going to go off statute miles. How is that actually measured? Humble.
Is that what I've been missing when you say statute miles?
How is statute miles measured?
Well, again, it depends on what you're measuring, right?
Yes,
If
and
you're
how is it?
measuring going
If
up
you're
a
measuring
mountain,
it, right? You're measuring the Earth. Yes. What is it referencing with statute miles?
It's measuring a distance from one point to another point.
And it's usually referencing the ground.
Right.
Great.
Right.
So the nautical miles, usually in translation, they take the measurement in the sky and they translate it to the physical Earth surface. Now, that is not actually a physical measurement of the ground. Now, the globe claimed that they translate those measurements to the center of the Earth. This is where the argument actually begins, because you're not actually taking a physical measurement of the Earth, right, at the center of the Earth. You actually referencing the ground with elevation angles. So you're actually taking elevation angles, which is the ground the observer is actually standing on, to get ground positions with a connected line of sight vertice to the celestial body in the sky, where you actually talking about with nautical miles. So in actual reality, when you are taking those measurements and you connected it with the elevation angle, which is referencing the ground, you're actually translating it to the Earth surface, not the center of the Earth, because the center of the Earth is only the imagined calculated point of a radius value. They only imagine it through calculations of the center of the Earth being the physical measurement at the equatorial plane. But the actual measurement, all physical measurements, is either referencing the sky or the ground. So the argument is the only time that you actually taking any measurements on the Earth, you only referencing the ground physically, or you're referencing the sky physically. The reference point where the globe claimed their actual reference point, which is the center of the Earth, is only imagined, which means it's not real. It's only a calculation. So the only physical measurement that is being taken place at this time is a reference to the sky, and the only physical measurement is a reference to the ground. Elevation angles or measurements from nautical miles, statute miles or nautical miles. Those are only two physical measurements that's actually being taken place for the 2000 time. Humble.
Okay. Now, okay. Can I ask you something then?
10th man have explained that in his video when he actually went over it.
And this is what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm just going over the video. 10th man had actually explained that in the video when he went over it with ChatGPT.
Yes. Now, so do you recall him referencing an instrument that can be used for the measurement that doesn't reference the ground?
Yes, in reference to sky.
When you're in celestial navigation, Humble, you're trying to find out where you are, your position on the ground. That's why you're using the sky and the angles to the stars. Let's say Polaris. It's how you get the equatorial planes, because that's the baseline of this angle. So you're lost at sea. You're not looking at stars for entertainment. You're trying to find out where you are in orientation. This is how you're going to use your angle. You don't really sound like much of a flat earther.
No.
Do you understand the equatorial plane? That it's a plane, a horizontal, from the circle to Polaris. First of all, that's the baseline of all your angles to the stars. Do you get that? And do you also get that it's to orient where you are in location?
But would you agree with me that he referenced an instrument that doesn't have to reference a plane?
Yes, but in order for it to be relevant to the plane, it has to be translated to it, or else you wouldn't get ground positions.
Right. Yes, I agree with
So
you.
all measurements, right? So remember where the argument and where the contention is actually lied at. The argument is that the globe have a claim that the globe has a physical radius value geometrically. And the way that they actually measure the geometric radius value, it's not at the center of the earth. It's not at the surface of the earth. They actually claim that they taken those measurements in the center of the earth, because all physical measurements that is being taken place is statute or nautical, which is all horizontal measurements. Now, you have a problem with the point of, well, you don't have to take those physical measurements on the surface of the earth. Yes, but you do have to translate those physical measurements to the surface of the earth to get ground positions to begin with. So it doesn't matter if whether or not you taking a measurement of the surface of the earth, but we do take physical measurements of the surface of the earth. Those are the only physical measurements that is being taken place, either referencing the ground or the celestial bodies in the sky, not the center of the earth, which the globe claims they're taking their measurements from.
Yeah, we're talking about the equator, and so to the Polaris, all right? So on the globe, the equator is at the center of the sphere, and that's where they displace the plane to the center of the sphere to get an angle. Nobody's taking angles from the center of a sphere. We use the ground to get our angle from. So they're just fooling you by putting the plane in the center of a sphere. The plane is on the surface of the earth. That's your baseline of the angle that you're taking to the star.
Right, and that's where you're getting your ground positions from.
That's correct, and that's the purpose of the navigation in this manner, celestial navigation. Now, you know something, Humble? Why don't you tell us your understanding of how it's flat? What do you understand? You say you're a flat earther. What's convinced you?
The Bible.
The Bible.
Yes.
That's it? So nothing about the earth.
Well, this is the part now that and this is why I try and have discussions with you, because again, like I'm saying, in the history of going through this, there've been arguments that's fallen by the wayside when it comes to solid proof of one shape or the other, right? We would agree with that. True?
You seem to be leaning towards one side or the other. Is that true?
I'm asking you a question, and if you're not agreeing with me, then just say, and we'll just leave it alone.
No, wait a minute, humble. You got to understand, you're the one that's humble. You're the one that's in contention here. You want us to agree with certain points that you're making, but you have not agreed to not one point I made. Do you disagree with anything I said?
Oh no! Listen, I've heard this. I've gone through it. I've been here.
Do you disagree with what I told you?
What this is everything that you said.
So let's go. Let's start over. Let's start over. Hold on.
No, I came into the discussion
because you ignored everything I said. So let's start over. This is the problem for 2 years. You want us to agree to certain points that you're making, but whenever we come with a response, you don't want to agree to any points that we're making. Even when we actually, even when we correct. Now, you don't have to agree. You could be in contention, right? You could be in contention and rebut whatever point that you disagree with. You coming with no rebuttals, you moving forward and trying to get me to agree to another point that you're making. Now, you
Yes,
said
but
that you...
if I had a disagreement with you on something you said, I would say it at that point, right?
Great. So you agree with every... Great. Now remember, when you first came up here, you said that you have a problem with some of the arguments that is being made, right? Now, you just basically said you conceded to everything that I just basically said. What I have basically explained to you is the argument is based upon the globe not having any physical measurements or any physical evidence of a measurement that they have a radius value or a circumference value. The only physical measurements that is actually being taken place that we can observe is horizontal flat earth measurements. If any measurements that is horizontal, and all of them that is physically being observed is horizontal, then it's already by definition pre-representing or pre-assuming that the earth has to be flat in order for you to take those measurements physically or in order to make any physical claim to those measurements. Can't basically project them down to a globe that doesn't have the physical claim. So the globe only have an imaginary claim based on calculations of a pre-assumed value, which is begging the question fallacy. Flat Earth have a prerequisite of a physical measurement claim or a physical claim that is basically being practically observed. That's the argument, Humble. So even if you say, oh, well, you're only taking these horizontal measurements in the sky, well, if you're going to translate it to Earth's surface, it's still horizontal, and it's still the only physical measurements that you're referencing is a horizontal measurement that is parallel to the Earth's surface, which means that the Earth, as a requirement, has to be flat.
Right. Okay. So listen, just okay. So with everything you just said, okay, now I'm looking at this video that 10th Man put out. Would you say that 10th Man imposed a flat sky in his argument?
He imposed yes,
sky.
The sky, you know, the sky is a celestial spirit, correct?
No. So that would be a yes, that he imposed a flat sky.
And why did he? Great. Did you listen to the part of the video why he had to impose the sky to be flat?
Well, that's it. No, we just want to agree that he imposed.
Yes, he did. Yes, I say yes. Now,
Yes.
do you want to do? Now, did you listen to why he imposed the sky to be flat? Is the sky actually flat?
I don't know. This is the quest. My question now.
Great.
If we can.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
please.
So this is where we at now.
No,
you
no.
asking. So you asking now? Why is this? Why did he impose the sky to be flat? Is the sky actually flat?
That's the question.
Right. That's the question, right?
Yes.
Great. So why did he take a physical measurement of the sky to be flat?
Yes.
That's the question.
Yes.
Great. So whenever you're doing nautical miles, you are translating those nautical miles where it has to be parallel to what to get ground positions.
But
So you're trying to get out of it. You're trying to get out of it. Don't get out of it.
I'm just
In order when you taking these flat sky measurements,
yes.
in order for these flat sky measurements, right, to work, the surface has to be what? First off, what is the purpose of you taking those measurements in the sky in the first place?
I'm listening to you because this is what
you want me to answer. Remember you was asking me questions. Remember you was asking me questions and you wanted me to shut up. Now I'm asking you questions because we went over this for 2 years. So So let's not. You want me to explain it again? Because I kind of explained it earlier.
No, please. If you just allow me to just ask you a simple question.
I answered one of them, and we're trying to go over that one simple question. Maybe you don't have to answer the other ones once you understand this part of it.
Okay.
I mean, you should have understood it with 10th Man, but I don't know.
Okay, so when you said the sky is a celestial what?
Spirit, correct?
So what idea does that
Wait
put
a minute.
in?
We both in agreement with that. We got to do this, Humble, with you. The sky is basically a celestial spirit. At least that's how we actually observe the sky to be, or we actually take these physical measurements in reality. But the sky is the celestial body is looked at as a celestial spirit, correct? We both in agreement with that, right?
That the points that we're measuring to are spheres?
No.
No, but no, because now you're going against what you said earlier. Remember, you said that 10th Man was actually measuring the sky flat.
Yes, that I can show you his
We can stick to that then. So that basically, so basically, we're measuring the sky flat, right? Even though we observe the sky to be a celestial sphere. Is that what you're trying to say?
This is the question. If we are going to make geometry out of the measurements, right? We are imposing, or we are assuming that the sky is flat.
No, we only taking the measurements of the sky to be flat.
Okay.
Right?
Listen.
Hold on, don't listen. We only wait a minute, Humble. We only taking the measurements. Listen to what you said. We only physically measuring the sky to be flat, right? And using an imaginary line, which means the lines are imaginary. So we only opposing these flat measurements to the sky. Now, it's a reason why they're doing that. It seems like you're trying to ignore the reason.
Oh no, the reason is so that the reason is to get the geometry.
Only one reason. There's only one reason, actually.
What is that? Sorry.
The one reason is to get geographical positions on the ground. Nautical miles is supposed to be translated to, supposedly Earth center. To get geographical positions to the ground.
And I know you guys may have a view with me or this kind of view. This is what
you read it yourself. I remember you reading it to me personally.
Yes.
In order when all measurements to the sky is to get geographical positions to the ground.
That's right. But
so which means that the sky must match the ground.
Okay.
So the actual reference point, right? So the actual reference point for these sky measurements is the geographical positions.
Okay, but
the spot where the observer is standing in the geographical position.
Yes.
So that is why. So great. So you're answering your own question. The reason why you're measuring the sky flat because the sky has to be parallel to Earth's surface, and since Earth's surface is flat, therefore the sky measurement that you will be taking will also have to be flat because it has to match the physical geographical position from the observer to be the same. So even though the sky may be different, the celestial body, right, the celestial body at its vertice from the observer, where the observer is standing, connected to the ground position to that sky, even though you're taking only the measurements to the sky, it has to be parallel or translated to the Earth's surface. The globe claim that it's translated to the center of the Earth, where they're not actually taking a physical measurement. They're not actually physically standing in the center of the Earth. They only, in reality, get in these geographical positions above sea level, which is above the center of the Earth, at Earth's surface. So therefore, these parallel measurements is referencing Earth's surface in reality. That's why they are flat. That's why they are flat in the sky, because the Earth's surface is actually horizontal. It's not curving. It's also flat. So the argument is there is no absolute physical measurements or physical evidence of a radius value which the globe claimed, because every measurement that we take on the earth is horizontal, sky or otherwise, if it has to be referenced, if it's referencing or being translated to Earth's surface above sea level. That's the argument, Humble.
But now listen to what else comes into this.
You understand that can you acknowledge that's the argument?
Yes. Now this again. Now,
do you know why that's the argument? Can you still, man, why that argument is logical, or do you have a disagreement? Is it not being logical?
Well, let me tell you then why I will have a question now. Okay. We're then told in the same discussion that it doesn't matter how high up I am over my ground position.
Great, you're moving forward to another point, Humble.
No.
Let's acknowledge the point that I just. Let's acknowledge the point that I just brought to you. Remember the point that you made. Remember, Humble. The point that you made was that the Earth. The point that you made is that the sky is measured flat. The sky is not flat, but that's the way they actually take these angle measurements in the sky. But the sky is not flat. So why is they measuring the sky flat? Those were your questions. Now I just answered those questions, Humble, for 2003 times. And I said the reason why you must measure the sky to be flat, right, is because you are actually referencing the surface of the earth, because the surface of the earth is flat. So therefore, if you're going to take parallel measurements, had this or flat earth or flat sky measurements, and it being translated to earth's surface is only relevant if the earth's surface is flat. It's the reason why the globe had to take those measurements and put it at the center.
Okay. So
you're not acknowledging that. You're trying to move forward, talking about, it doesn't matter how high it is.
Sorry, but okay, I would.
I want you to acknowledge that, Humble.
I'd like to ask.
I want you to acknowledge the elevation angle globe killer, Humble.
No, please.
I want you to acknowledge that, Humble.
Okay, I acknowledge what you've said. Just hear me out, because I have now a simple question. Okay.
No. I want you to acknowledge, agree or disagree. The reason why we reference the sky flat is because we get in ground positions from the observer in the geographical positions. The reason why we must reference the sky to be flat because it's being translated to Earth's surface. I mean, this is just fundamentals. This is what is read in the textbooks. I mean, I don't even know why you even disagreeing with this.
I'm not. Listen. Just listen to me very.
No, you agree. The reason why we're referencing the sky flat is not actually because we referencing the sky actually, and we basically saying that the celestial bodies is in those positions. Like we know that the stars is in those positions. Like we don't have physical measurements from the Earth's surface to the stars. They are in an assumed position. Right, we only using it as far as perspective, and the lines in the line or the two lines, so horizontal and vertical lines, are imaginary at best. But the thing that is real, the things that we are physically observing, is the ground the observer is standing on, in the position where the observer is standing, in a geographical position that is parallel to the sky measurement. That is the only thing that is physically real. Can you acknowledge that? Maybe that should answer your question about where the stars is.
Okay. Unless you're willing to just let me speak for a minute, then this is, all I'm asking you is, when you say we're making a measurement to reference the ground, we are using that measurement to just find one spot on the earth. Would we agree?
We already agreed to that.
Yes. So that's the place where you're standing. Now, this is
the observer where you stand, where you're standing is where you're standing. Where you're trying to find is you're trying to find where you at, and you're trying to find a geographical position where you're going.
Yes. Okay.
2 points.
No, but first,
don't be a lumpy.
Sorry.
Don't be a lumpy, humble. We went over that too.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yes. All right.
We're not about to argue about 2 points, are we?
Sorry?
We're not about to argue about you need more than 1 point to take a measurement, are we?
I'm just saying that what we're doing, or the statement we're looking at is the Earth is measured flat.
Right? Yes.
But what I've been finding when I listen carefully to what 10th Man is saying, for us to get that angle measurement that we're going to be using to get make the circles of equal elevation, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is a measurement of 2 points in the sky, but 1 point on the Earth. Then at the same time, I'm hearing that you don't actually.
Why is it one? No, hold on. First off, when 10th Man explained in that video that you talking about is the rectangular. 4 points.
Yes, you know this. Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
I went over it with you, and I said the exact same thing, and you actually agreed with me, and now you're going over it again.
No, please, just hear what I'm saying. Even though he referenced that rectangle, right?
Oh, you tried to say that it was only 3 points. You said it was only 1 point on the ground. And then you're doing that on purpose, humble.
No.
The observer, the geographical position, and 2 points in the sky.
Would you agree that he also said that the measurement can be done in another way?
Yes, you could take those measurements from statute miles.
No. The instrument that.
And I kind of explained both ways, did I, earlier when I said statute and nautical miles, did I? And now humble got to figure out another way.
No. I'm trying to tell you.
So the only physical. Listen, it doesn't matter how many ways you can do it. If you are referencing the ground, the argument is the only thing that is being referenced. It doesn't matter how many ways you cut it. The only thing that is being referenced is that you referencing linear or horizontal distances, miles, knots. These are all linear measurements of distances. So any measurement that you're taking in the sky, any measurement that you take into the horizon, if it's getting geographical positions of the Earth, then you are referencing the horizontal plane, and it's parallel to that physical measurement that you took in the sky. Now, it's not actually a physical measurement in the sky. The only physical measurement that is actually being taken place is the linear distances from the observer and the ground position that you are the ground position that you actually travel into. So celestial navigation. I mean, that's just the basic fundamentals, humble. I don't know why you don't get that. The argument is that the globe claim that they are taking these measurements at the center of the Earth with a radius value in place. The argument is that the radius value is imaginary. It's a calculation. The argument is that they're not physically taking a measurement at the center of the Earth. They never been there. The only measurements that is physically being taken is a measurement from linear distances from the observer and the ground position where the observer is traveling to, using celestial navigation, referencing the celestial bodies in the sky. That's it. And those celestial bodies in the sky, which we call nautical miles or whatever you want to call it, has to be parallel to Earth's surface in order for it to be accurate in reality. For the 2006 time. I think George actually did it 3,000 times, and Roto did it 1,500 times before he was kicked out of MPD.
Okay. Thanks for your patience. It's okay then. Thanks.
1500
All right, court is
times you
adjourned. Bring the next contestant up.
All right, Roto, I'm about to get up out of here.
Yeah, I'm about to do the same. Reg, good visit, bud.
Good to see you, Reg, Joe. And humble.
Sorry?
I said it's good to see you. It's been a while.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to sort a few little things out that I'm seeing so that I could, anyhow, yeah.
Just remember, listening to Bacon is only going to confuse you even more.
I haven't spoken or heard from Bacon for, it's got to be 3 months, all year. I don't think I've seen Bacon around. Is he? Is he even still around?
He jumps in every month and then disappears for a while.
No, well, I'll tell you what, a lot of people probably don't understand about why I'm asking certain questions is because you brought up Bacon. I ask him the exact same questions, right? And if you're both doing essentially the same things, yes, I know they're working from the center of the earth, right? But we're also doing some pretty interesting things with celestial navigation that needs some explaining from me, for one, that if you can take that same measurement from up above you, right, along that same zenith angle that's 90 degrees above you, right? If you can take that measurement from anywhere up there with an instrument that will give you the same angular measurement to that star, yes, you can drop it down past the ground into the center of the earth and still retain the same angular measurement.
Can I hear the very first part you said? You said something about the center of the earth?
I'm saying, when we say, like Reg was explaining to me, that, look, we're on the earth and we have a flat line going straight out to form the base, right? But in 10th Man's video, I don't know if you've ever seen it, he shows you that you can get that measurement without considering that flat line that represents the earth. And nobody is acknowledging that.
Okay, hold on. I mentioned the center of the earth. What does that have to do? What are you talking about?
Because that's the way he's saying that the Globers do it. They go to the center of the earth.
Globers that's fallacious reasoning if you're going to do angle measurements from hell, right?
I agree with you.
So, so just like get that out. So get that out of your head. That just erase that memory, Men in Black it,
yes,
and move on. Because This is immediately it's just ridiculous doing something like that.
But hear what I'm saying. I'm asking you now that if I can go the distance that they claim to the end to the middle of the earth, right?
Okay, there you go. There. If you could go, you cannot pass go.
Let's just hear my question out, please.
I'm not going to listen. I can't go any farther if the opening statement is if we can go to the center of the earth. That's absolutely ridiculous.
I did not say that. I'm saying that's what the Globers do. They use
exactly. So that's retarded. Take that question and just throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, but we both. This is what
nothing.
I'm saying. But you don't believe we can make a claim from a comparable standpoint by saying we can go up above the earth to get our angular measurement, and it will be the same as if we were standing on the earth? It's just
I don't know anything about that. I'll take myself out of that position and hand it to someone else. But when I just hear people saying the center of the earth and Globers, if we can do that, I'm sorry, bro. You just got to erase that.
No. I'm saying we are doing something comparable to that. Yes or no? That's the question I have.
Okay. That if you want to go from there with somebody else, more than welcome to. But yeah, I get where you're coming from now. But I don't know what we're doing.
That's all I was. This is and this is why I'm not here to. I'm just saying.
I'll take it real quick. Yeah, you're correct, Humble. Just because you rise in elevation, which is horizontal still, just at a different level, yes, the angle to the stars do not change due to elevation. Correct. You're still dealing with an angle. Whether you're flat baseline, you're still dealing with the reason you're in celestial navigation is for positioning of where the people are, the land masses are on the ground. You want to know where you're at. You want to know where you're going on the ground. You don't want to know where you're going in the sky. You want your ground position. So if you're lost at sea, you want to know exactly where you are. So we look up. When there's nothing else in sight, there's no land around to be seen. You can see are the stars. Yes, you can be on the deck of the ship and angle to the stars. You can be up in the crow's nest and angle to the stars. Just because you rise in elevation, the angle to the stars do not change. That's a true statement. Is that the crux of your argument?
And I'm saying, right, that once we say we're measuring the earth flat.
Oh, my nigga, the earth is flat. I just went on an airplane, nigga. I seen the earth is round as hell. Hello. The earth is flat as shit, bro.
Oh, but if the earth is the sky is a celestial sphere.
Correct.
All right, well, hold on. Okay, you keep saying these loops. Let me just say,
someone convince me.
You're dealing with horizontal layerings here. Okay, levels. Right now, you're on a plane. All right, it's a horizontal baseline. When you see an airplane enter your horizon from the right, let's say, it'll be at your eye level. Yes. As you watch that airplane and it gets right above you, your head's going to be straight up. And then if you watch it exit the other horizon, you'll be looking at eye level again. So this is an arc of vision from your eye level straight out to the horizon. As something passes above you, it appears to be at high noon, so to speak, and then drop. But it's actually just flying level. This is the celestial sphere. So when we have stars at the horizon, they're not actually straight out in front of you. They're still at these heights. It just appears that they're low to the ground. They're not. Just as if the airplane appears to come out at your eye level, but it's actually maintaining its parallel altitude and level flight to the ground. It just looks like an arc in the entirety of the thing. So this is the way we say the celestial sphere of the stars, but it's treated in actuality as a plane. It's understood as a celestial sphere. So, but this is how we develop the equatorial plane with the stars on the ground backing up from Polaris. And when Polaris reaches your horizon line, because you've backed far enough away from it and you can't see it anymore, that's your equator. You circle the star at that point. You're going to travel on the ground around that star at the horizon. It's not truly at the horizon. It's still up in the air where it's always been. The way you perceive it is at your horizon. You're going to circle around that. That's your equator. It's a plane. It's the baseline for all the angles to the stars, whether you're parallel in elevation to that plane, okay, 100 feet in the air, yeah, it'll still work. The angles to the stars don't change in your height. So you got two things, like clouds being at a particular altitude. You'll see them. They look like they're low to the ground on your horizon, but they're all at the same altitude, like a sheet of clouds parallel to the ground. The observance, though, appears to be a sphere as you watch them travel, because they go from your eye level, high noon, and back to eye level. Does that do anything for you, Humble?
Yes, it does. It helps. It helps me to understand, and I know exactly what you're saying. I'm just myself, okay? Yeah, it's okay. Maybe it's just something I'll work through on my own. But I'm just saying, if we are treating the earth, the sky, as a particular way, right? And saying, well, because we're treating it that way, even though we don't know it's exactly like that, right? And then, particularly in this video by 10th Man, he basically has made the square, the rectangle, to illustrate what he's doing. Now, once you get that rectangle, you're using it in a geometric way in order to get the angles that you're going to use. But when you say there's 90 degrees from that star across to our zenith point, we don't know that that's true. And particularly when you can say, I can go up thousands of feet in the air and take that same measurement as long as I have a horizontal baseline, all the globers will agree with that, right? But once we agree with that, they're wondering, why are you questioning their ability to take it below the ground with all their claims that we can say are false? But we have a similar claim when we say we can go all the way up, even the distance to their so-called center of their globe, to those stars, and get the same angular measurement and treat them in such a way that we can use the geometry on the ground below us.
That's right. So what
Even
we're looking
though
at
it's
here
not
as your
actually
baseline on Humble, on your baseline on Earth, man. Okay, you're on a protractor now. The Earth itself is the base of your protractor. So the celestial sphere are the angles of the arc there. Okay, as we move around, there's no need to take the base of this protractor. Do you ever question why they move the level plane to the center of the Earth? Well, you'll never be in celestial navigation. You ever question why they make that maneuver? Because they have to explain the level baseline, don't they? The equatorial plane, they have to put it in the center of a globe, don't they? For it to be horizontal and nice and plain, you can get an angle off of. Because you can't get an angle off a curved baseline of an angle, right? So they have to do it that way. Reality, the Earth's a plane. You got a boat sitting on the water and you're in it. You're trying to save your life. In reality, these things are very usable. These things have been used. Celestial navigation has been used long before the globe came around. Are you aware of that?
Oh, yeah.
With complete effectiveness, with no need to take it to the center of a globe whatsoever.
Oh,
is that correct or no?
That is completely correct. Completely correct. I'm saying there's something about these measurements that allows you to move it up and down along that zenith.
Yes. So you talking about up and down a vertical?
Yes.
Okay. So what? You're still going to be parallel to a baseline.
So you can't do that. You can't do that, right?
You can.
Well, okay, yes, maybe let me rephrase that. You got me. Yes, you can do that, and hold to the same measurement of the 2 points in the sky that you're measuring.
You're taking one angle at a time from a level baseline, no matter your altitude. Okay, you could be in a plane and get your same angles to the stars, be flying level. You'll be parallel to the ground. Those angle aspects of the stars from Earth will never change no matter your altitude. Now, that is weird.
Yes, that is
weird, but the fact is that they don't in your elevation. It doesn't matter your elevation. You'll always get the same angle. So in kind of a geometric principle, then if you're in an altitude, it most necessarily must be parallel to the ground for that to be true.
Okay, I will leave you to think about that because I've been thinking about that too myself, and what I'm concluding from this myself is that we cannot explain that. There is something magical about the sky.
True. Very good. That you'll never know exactly its bewildering, magical, majestic nature. It's going to be just relegated to, I don't know. Okay. There is something absolutely spectacular about the stars in this whole thing. Yes. But the anomaly here is that, wow. Yes. On the very premise of what you're saying, as we rise in vertical elevation perpendicular to horizon in a horizontal baseline, yes. Why don't the stars change in angle? But they won't. So we are rock solid on a nautical mile, and we can use it with a surety. It will be an angle. It will never not be an angle. Your angles must have straight lines. One of those straight lines is the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Okay, so now allow me to ask you this question then. Okay? At the equator, would you agree that at that point it's 0 degrees to North Star, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Now, what does 0 degrees mean on a protractor?
It means it's flat.
That's correct. Now, what's the follow-up question?
On the for the globers, they have a measurement for that distance.
Is it the equatorial plane?
Yes, but they have a measurement for that distance. They view it as a measurement on a ball, right? But they do have a measurement for that distance.
You mean in miles?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Agreed.
Because for the.
What about it?
I'm just curious then.
Okay.
Is that giving us a halfway point to something.
No. We're talking about latitude and longitude based on stars, your distance.
But we've called it the equator, so that's a false premise or false.
No, we call it the equatorial plane. So as we back away, if we're directly under Polaris, we back away.
Mm-hmm.
And the angular aspect from the horizontal plane that the observer's standing on, we watch the declination of the star go drop, drop, drop. It appears it's not actually doing anything. We're just backing away from it. Still at the same height. It's declination. Everything goes to the horizon as you back away from it. Those are perspective. That's the way it is all the time, right?
Yeah.
So it demarks that last point where you can't see Polaris anymore. That's where we start the circle. Yeah, and it's on a straight baseline.
So Polaris is the demarcation for what in your mind?
The equatorial plane, that equatorial circle, that particular latitude.
Yeah, but the North Star is a zenith for
the
what?
North Star is how the equatorial circle is made. It's a circle around that star.
Right. So that's the center of a circle, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And?
So then we would be able to. Okay, I guess from that we couldn't assume that the Earth is twice that, the same distance to another point.
You're going to be able to prove it's flat in the north. You can do whatever you want to in logic, stepping out of that when you start talking about south of that equatorial plane. You can do whatever you want to do. But as soon as you understand that the north is a plane, what does that dictate about what the south could possibly be?
Yeah, that's been the big question these days, right? Yeah. That's been the big questions. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A little bit more work to do. So.
Okay. Do you think it's a fairly simple concept about the equatorial plane, how it's established, the fact that it is actually a plane on the baseline, and that these angles require straight lines from the plane to the star, for example? I mean, it's simple. This isn't crazy.
Oh yeah, again, the stuff I've been reading on it and looking at it's to me, because I heard a word mentioned here earlier, right? And it's like verboten, but the biblical side of things that I take, it uses the word ether to describe the sky.
Right? That's fine, but that really doesn't show aspect of the earth. That's what we're looking for.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying once we're measuring it, right, the way that it's measured, it's so mysterious in so many ways that this is why I'm a little bit uncomfortable with making the claim that it's measured, the sky being measured flat, as an argument imposes that on the ground.
The earth is measured flat. Let's start there. What do you think about that?
Well, to me, the devil is in the details of this, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because, and again, until you understand what I'm asking about this, when I say the other instrument that can be used, that 10th man showed in his video, right? You know what I'm referencing?
Why don't you say it?
It's the word's gone out of my head. it's called a straw sextant. It's you tape sorry?
A sextant. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but it's a straw sextant where you hang a string from it. And Nathan had it on his show once where his daughter brought one home from school. And basically all you have to do is stand with this thing and point to the sky. The string will hang down because it's weighted on, and it will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
So you
and
got
it will
plumb.
give you an accurate measurement. 10th Man even showed it, and he said, with this, you don't need to reference the horizontal. That's the part I'm.
Well, that's the thing about you're right. You don't have. You know why? Because what we know is all of your horizontals are parallel. So if I put a horizontal 100 feet in the air, I guarantee you it's going to be parallel to 150 feet in the air. So when I hang a weighted line, a string, okay, it's going to show me vertical. Now, I don't necessarily have to take a level measurement. Since I know for an absolute fact that this is vertical, I can absolutely get a squared perpendicular from that without raising a single spirit level. But regardless of what tool you're using, you're utilizing the perpendicular, which means a weighted line to show you exact vertical, and the water line, which shows you the exact level, the horizontal vector, right? There's your perpendicular, wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. You can have a glass of water and a marble on a string. You don't have to have a sextant or a straw sextant. Anything. A weighted line and water at rest. You put them together, it's going to be perpendicular. An absolute 90. Anywhere. At all elevations, all depths, and all distances.
So would you agree that in the history of what brought us here, that there have been men in this field who literally had the sky as transparent celestial spheres into which the stars were embedded?
What's that have to do with the aspect of Earth?
Because with those with concentric spheres, you can work the geometry the same way.
Does it break the perpendicular principle?
That's I'm not.
Does it kiss in the face of perpendicular?
Oh yeah, once you're having a flat, yeah, it
kisses in the face of perpendicular is what you're saying.
No. If you're standing on a sphere and you have other concentric spheres above you, the geometry that applies to one will apply to the others because they share the same center.
You're losing me, man. What's your point here?
No, I'm saying the concentric spheres. Yeah.
Where are we working with concentric spheres in this?
This is why basically the ballers can use the center sphere, and if you look, that's essentially what they're doing.
Hold on, are you talking about circles or spheres?
Spheres, concentric spheres. Yeah.
Where are we using concentric spheres in reality?
I'm saying in the history of this whole discussion about the Earth, that there were men who went before us. These, I can give you the names. I'd have to pull up. But
what about them?
They imagined what they were looking at because the stars were so fixed that
flat
they were
Earth equals butt sex.
Sorry?
Flat
Go
Earth
ahead,
equals butt sex.
Go ahead, Humble, with what you're saying.
I don't know what the person, that they were basically above us, concentric spheres, that we were just the smallest sphere in a number of concentric spheres, some having the planets on it, some having the stars, and even the sun and the moon.
Do you have any
because they moved so
critical
exactly.
standards? Do you just accept all that?
I'm just
okay, because you framed it with men used to imagine. We can all do that. So let's keep it on the ground. We were talking about celestial navigation.
But I'm saying to you that they have taken. Okay, let you and I agree the Earth is flat. They've taken the flat Earth measurements, right? And they've been able to successfully apply it to a globe.
You mean mathematically invoke it?
Well, whatever, right?
Well, be accurate. What do you mean successfully apply?
You've seen these. No, but you've seen these ballers take the measurements exactly the way everybody else does, whether they're flat or globers, right?
They will always be flat, though, the measurements. Go ahead.
But you've seen them in fact, they argue they make it work better on a globe than on a flat Earth.
No.
Okay, then go to the globe, Humble. Just run to the globe.
No. I'm just stating
better
facts.
arguments. No, anytime they arc a straight line, it's after a fact. After you take all your flat measurements that everyone does, okay, and the way you utilize it, you can say it arcs, but if you try to fly a plane in an arc on a level plane, you're going to hit the ground. So utilizing it, we understand this plane's going to take flight and it's going to fly level. You can imagine it any other way you want to, right? But when it comes to boots on the ground, hands on the neck, rubber hitting the road, in practical application, the Globers can't do things in practical application that adhere to any kind of curve whatsoever. What do you say about that?
I don't fly a plane. I don't.
You don't have to. I don't fly a plane either. What's that got to do with anything?
Well, I'm saying that as I'm just acknowledging a fact that we live in a world where 90% of people who do these things that actually work with this, they are working with the globe in mind.
What does that mean, working with the globe in mind? As they measure it and utilize it flat, the globe's in mind?
Yes, I'll even give you that.
Well, that's fancy. That's really good for them. But they're measuring it and utilizing it as a plane. Now, whether they want to think of it as a globe, that's irrelevant, isn't it? That's a little bit fancy. It's very weak, in fact, because the utilization, right? When you're going to put the money into the project to build this thing, whatever it is, any distance, any height, any depth, you're going to adhere to perpendicular, period. An unwavering perpendicular that's everywhere, inescapable. Horizontal straight, period. There's a period after that. Now, if you can show any way that men work around this in practical application, not just a mental invocation mathematically on paper either, right? Where actually, when it comes time to utilize the measurements and the thoughts and the opinions, how does the rubber hit the road in physical reality, right? So to parse through the BS, getting back down to how it's actually used, it will never not be used as a plane. What do you think about that?
I agree with you. For me, the simplest argument in all of this stuff, I don't know why it even got past the argument that water is just naturally flat. And when you look at 70% of something that's supposed to be round, holding the volume of water on it because of some non-force force, that to me is that's where the argument ends for me in a lot of ways, right?
Humble, you seem like a nice guy. As a caveat, I'm glad you looked to the Bible. But you've been around a while.
This is not the first time you've heard these things. And I'm not sure why you want to bat the flat Earth aspect, the planar aspect, down so much quicker than the globe. It feels like a bias. It just feels that way, right? We're talking about feelings here. To me, okay, I could be absolutely wrong, but you don't really sound like you got a sure stance on it. And I hope some of these conversations are maybe doing something.
No, you'd have to hear me out for you to understand. I'm saying, and it's not I'm the one that's saying it. Basically, for those who've been doing this for 10 years, I'm not one of those, but there are people who've been doing this for 10 years. And after 10 years, what is the one solid argument that has, like, basically the most legitimacy now on FED?
Is that a question?
Yes. To me, I would answer it by saying measurement. True.
What about observation and utilization?
Again, I hear you, but I'm saying that the one thing that is now risen to the top is the Earth is measured flat. Because honestly, I always thought myself that a very powerful argument was gas pressure without a container. Right?
That's at the top too.
That's not a flat Earth argument, though.
Right. So, what's your contention about CellNav? You brought up 10th Man earlier, right? What he was saying.
But just answer that question for me. It's not a flat Earth argument, right?
Right. Right. It's more of a destroying outer space.
Right. So I'm saying you can get into a discussion with someone about that, thinking that, you're talking about flat Earth, but you're really not. You're talking about something else. Okay?
So if you're looking for
a derivative topic.
I agree. A better, more accurate.
Then I learned after that, and again, I'll blame myself for not listening as keenly as I was, maybe too excited about the subject, right? But I was asked the first question today was about, do I have scientific proof for the globe? Right? Why would you? I would not ask somebody that question as a flat earther, because if they threw it back at me, I would be in the same position they are.
Well, we got
that. The honest answer is there is no scientific evidence for the globe.
Is that true? Is that true? What I just said?
Category error.
Did I
looking for the Globers to say that it's a category error?
Thank you.
That's what the Globers need to say.
No, yes. That's what I'm saying to you.
Hold on a second, Roger. Let Amish.
That I used to say that you would have to stop saying it, or it would not be wise to say it. Right?
No, it's wise to say if you're looking for them to admit that it's a category error and it's not a scientific question to begin with. The problem is, many Globers we talk to, the vast majority think the globe is a scientific claim.
Oh, yes, fair enough. But we, as flat earthers, don't have a scientific argument in this either, do we?
Well, regarding the figure of the Earth, it's no, we're not claiming one, and we never did.
Thank you. No,
okay.
But I'm
so
saying,
what's the false impression you have of us? I don't understand your problem with us.
No, I'm just saying to you that, to me, if I'm going to be having a discussion with somebody, right, which is what the information that I'm acquiring is for, right? It's not yet. It's the first question I was asked myself.
That's right.
Today when I came on, what we're looking, I said,
I think this is over your head, dude.
It's over my head.
Empirical evidence.
Yeah. Are you
You're missing the point?
No. I think you're missing my point. I'm just trying to tell you that there were things that we would latch onto in our journey here that have fallen by the wayside as arguments?
I don't think so. We've been pretty good here in 24/7. I really don't want to speak for everybody, but I'm here a lot, and I don't see anything falling by the wayside with that regard.
Oh, okay.
Yo.
Yeah.
Because okay, maybe I'm a little bit affected by what goes over on FED because for so many years.
Probably, because a lot of those fans on FED are fucking bumbling retards.
Thank you. You could probably put me in that category without the expletives, but all I'm saying
okay,
is...
well, I prefer to use them, and in this case, they are. We've chastised them a lot recently. The fans, they're the super fans, right? You know, there's FED super fans that deny that there's a South Celestial pole of rotation in the sky today. Utter buffoonery. Absolute retard space magic from these flat earthers.
Okay, so you yourself were a Glober then?
No.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Have you not been reading the side chat, brother? He's been trying to help you out for like an hour now, but you don't want to read the side.
No, sorry, sorry.
I've been pinging you and everything, bro.
Yeah. I honestly, I'm an old man. Yes, I should be looking at stuff like that, but honestly, when I'm trying to even just have a discussion with one person, then it's sometimes two. Yes, so I'll see if I can scroll back and see that, but no, listen, this stuff is important to me.
I agree it's important. And I think you mischaracterized 10th Man's argument regarding CellNav earlier. He's showing you that there's a geometric equivalence between the two methods. If you just change your assumptions. You know what the failed assumptions are for globe Earth celestial navigation are? They're the same ones as Eratosthenes' assumptions. Assumes parallel light. Because the globers will say the angle that you're taking to that light ray is an angle as a consequence of you standing on a curving surface. The light rays are all parallel.
Oh, hey, sorry, I just realized who was speaking here. The PhD is legitimate.
I hope that makes sense to you.
Okay, so run that by me again, please.
So 10th Man is offering up by talking about taking what's called a depression angle or zenith angle from the vertical to get to the star's angle from the observer. Instead of using a horizontal plane of reference, one is only implied by establishing a plumb line, and then from the plumb line, you take a depression angle down from it. Okay, you can do this on flat Earth too, but globers use it in order to try and conceal the fact that they have a very deficient understanding and a very deficient set of premises about their world. So they have to believe that light rays are parallel, hitting a globe Earth, for their angles to the stars to work the way that they do. Meanwhile, what we use in reality are diverging rays from a point source in the sky. They say, well, it's not really a point source. The light rays are really parallel. And that source of light is freaking enormous. It's an effectively flat surface compared to the tiny globe. And therefore, the light that emanates from the surface normal are effectively parallel to each other and perpendicular to that flat surface. They still need these flat surfaces, and they just put them in places that make it unfalsifiable. One of them is light years away, and the other one is the center of hell, Earth.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, get it? I have to go. I just had to pop in here for a second, but feel free to DM me for more.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, this is very intriguing. Okay, thanks a lot. It may have been worth it. Being bounced around a little bit. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Yep. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm happy to help.
I'll be looking out for you again. Okay. Wow, that's another level, man. Okay.
So much evidence of the flat Earth. We don't need, like, even this. I mean, all these things that people are getting confused about. It's because they don't know all the different proofs of flat Earth. There's so much evidence of flat Earth that you can't. There's nothing you can stand against it. There's no. Doesn't matter what you try. It doesn't matter what argument you have. It doesn't matter how you try and confuse the knowledge, or try and mix it up, mix and match, or whatever. Try and change things and change situations. There's too much evidence. It's overwhelming. It's enormous amount of evidence of the flat Earth, and the evidence proves that it's flat. And there's nothing you can't argue with that amount of evidence that we have. There's no debate, really. There is no debate before it starts. It's already finished because there's so much evidence to prove that there's no globe and that we're not spinning. Just think about it. If we're spinning, do you feel yourself spinning? Where do you feel? Do you feel some spinning right now? Where's all this spin going? You see the clouds moving backwards? 1,038 miles per hour at the equator? When you fly in an airplane, do you land on a spinning ball that spins at 1,038 miles an hour? Do you feel that hitting the Earth at 1,038 miles an hour plus the speed of the airplane? Can you feel yourself like trying to land exactly on the east-west line? So you've got to like keep up with the Earth and try and land with that spin. Do you see how stupid that is? It doesn't even make any sense. No airplane would ever work, never be able to land. Nothing makes sense on the globe. Nothing at all. It's total nonsense. It's just total garbage. I don't know why people can't. It's so easy to see. Like, I mean, once someone explains it to you properly and you see the parameters, I mean, just look at everything in 3D. Look at things in. You got to visualize in 3D. You got to see geometry. You got to be able to picture things. You got to see how do things work, and then just practically look at it, and you can see. Mainly, the Earth has to be flat. There's no ways that the globe model works. It doesn't work at all. And it's not even proven. No one has ever measured the distance to the sun. No one has ever measured the distance, the diameter of the Earth or whatever, the radius of the Earth. There's no such thing. You can't measure something that doesn't exist. It's complete nonsense. How can you measure something that doesn't exist? That's like saying, I can measure the land of Tolkien. I can measure the land of Narnia. It doesn't exist. It's in a figment of someone's imagination. Some guy invented this whole world, and now people want to live in it, and they want to watch a movie in it for 2 hours and 4 hours. And they want to watch a 4-hour movie of this world that doesn't exist. That's exactly what they did, is exactly what the Globers did. They created a world that doesn't exist, and everyone believes it because they've been told it. They've been taught it from a young age. They've been told to believe in this world that doesn't exist. And just because they believe it and everyone believes it, it doesn't make it real.
So
just because everyone believes in the land of hobbits doesn't make it real. And the same way, just because everyone believes in the land of the globe doesn't make it real. It's just a fallacy. It's just a imagined thing. Now there are things that you can't see that are real. The globe is not one of them. It doesn't work. It doesn't even work scientifically. Their whole model doesn't even work scientifically. It's against science. It goes against logic. It goes against common sense. It goes against science. It goes against everything. It contradicts science. It's not just like something that's not proven. It's actually total garbage. It's total nonsense, and it actually contradicts everything that is sane and normal and natural and logical.
So you would be able to sustain then a question about, are you arguing for a model of some sort yourself?
Well, I said there is no debate because the Earth's flat. There's too much evidence. I'm not arguing. I'm saying the argument is already over. It was over before it started. There was no argument in the beginning. That the whole argument is not even an argument. There is no argument for the globe. The globe hasn't got anything. They haven't got any evidence of anything. They've got no. Can you show me any curvature evidence? Can you show me any globe evidence? Is your globe evidence?
There's
What?
There's a ton, and this is an odd thing. This is what I was saying the other night. There are many things which I could ask you for evidence for, which whatever you might provide wouldn't satisfy you. You've convinced yourself based on this.
I still haven't seen any globe evidence. Where's that globe evidence? I'm looking.
Oh, there's tons of images and video now, and then you guys just dismiss it or say that it's altered. That's crazy.
Globe evidence. I want to see this.
You are implying that there is a vast conspiracy among hundreds or thousands of people. That's exactly where this whole flat Earth thing leads to.
Anymore. I used to be one, but I'm not one anymore. I mean, I don't care about conspiracies because they might be true. I'm in the greatest conspiracy between the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and that conspiracy is love, the love of all men. And loving God, and that's the only.
There is no reason. We've been through a Cold War. Okay, we have satellite technologies. We almost.
Ninja, explain to me why we have an ex-NASA technician talking about satellites, and in his programmation papers, he's talking. He has to account a stationary flat Earth.
Evidence in the chat, please. Can you please?
That's
provide
not evidence.
No, you are not posting. Yeah, you are not posting any evidence. You are not posting any evidence to us. Are you posting something to us?
Because I don't even.
Oh, you don't.
Be a waste of my time.
You don't need
Miguel, man, calm down, Miguel.
I'm trying to get through to you guys.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You cloak yourselves in the language of science and.
Yeah, that's political. That's political talk. That's political talk. You have something to prove?
You don't have the evidence. Welcome to Flat Earth.
There's no reason that anybody. First, the threats from the government right now. The media is so dangerous and so partisan, and I mean for the left. Every network.
Trust television, right? Trust the media. Trust television. If they repeat the lie. If they repeat the lie, that's called journalism. Okay? Trust the media. Trust your TV.
I hate.
How do you know? How do you know you are on the top of a ball? How do you know that?
In my view, the media
just trust. Just trust the television.
Politics. Okay, they're supposed to just convey information neutrally. In this country, 50 years ago, maybe they did that. Today, there is a media conspiracy. They've interfered with.
Now you've switched the topic.
It has nothing to do with the topic.
You've switched the topic from the Earth. Hold on, Ninja, wait a second. Shut up or you'll be muted. Listen, you have switched the topic from the Earth to the media. So get back on topic. Show your proof of the globe Earth. Put it in the chat. We'll take a look at it.
I put videos yesterday and people denied them. They show a clear spherical object.
Videos aren't.
So what was the reason for the denial? Can you? Sorry, Sonny, I want to hold him to that. He said we denied it. I'd like him to explain what the reasons were for their denial.
They didn't say whether it was altered or.
Oh, bullshit! Bullshit.
All they did.
We don't just dismiss claims. We actually go into them and we provide our justification for our denials. So why don't you do what Sonny asked you to and share what you posted yesterday, and we can go through it.
This is irrefutable. You can watch a satellite.
This is not proof of globe. So stop just using words that you don't understand.
I was going to say
this is so that has no meaning.
Satellite.
This is so blah blah blah. Put the proof in the chat right now.
Okay, so. I did put a video. Well, now you're being rude and you're cutting me off.
I'm holding your feet to the fire.
When in reality, you guys are mentally ill. You guys
fucked up while I'm talking.
Bro, Ninja, please don't talk about people. Okay, we talk about arguments, present evidence, empirical evidence. So post what you posted yesterday here right now, so we can see it. Because I didn't see it.
And don't talk until you
lying or
don't
not.
talk until you. Yeah, sorry, Quetz. Don't talk until you posted it. Then stop talking about other superfluous ideas of all these auxiliary ideas that have nothing to do with the proof of globe Earth. That's all we want to see from you is the proof of globe Earth. We don't want to hear about politics. We don't need to hear about the media. We all know this better than you do. So just provide the proof and make sure it's something that you can validate or verify, because that's where we go. And if we only hear crickets, then that is your globe proof. So very well, if that's what you got is crickets, we get it. We tried to find the proof for years also. I don't think you have, though.
So Ninja, you gonna post what you posted yesterday or not?
No, they muted me. I was telling these guys that they're all schizophrenic and none of them have
Yeah,
jobs.
but that doesn't help, man. That doesn't really help, Ninja. Please.
That
You're
doesn't.
talking about other people and their mental state, whatever you think they're at, doesn't help in this channel. We're talking about. We want to talk about empirical evidence. We want to objective reality. So if you got any first-hand experience or evidence of your globe, please present.
You know what the irony is he has a photo of what I would say, if that's your photo, you need mental help. So it's just ironic that he's like, oh, these guys are, mentally whatever. Like, dude, look at your freaking photo, bro. You look crazy if that's what you've chosen to represent you in this Discord. It's wild, bro. And just like everyone's saying, like, show us whatever. But I have another question for you. Well, I have a question for you. Do you understand why we have fled?
Send me that Twitch stream. I got muted in Flat Earth again by schizoids. Send me their stream again.
Have you ever taken the time to actually ask why we don't believe in the lies anymore? He's done. Or just ban him then. Get him out of here.
Anymore.
He's done.
Yeah, every time he opens his mic, he starts calling us schizos. So
Yeah, just
I
ban
didn't ban him. I muted him. Someone else got him, I think.
Just get off that guy. Get rid of that guy.
Hey,
He's
have a good one,
pointless.
dude. He deserves a ban, dude. No point in coming around. He has nothing to contribute. He doesn't want to hear. He doesn't want to listen. He just wants to focus on how he thinks people are crazy because they don't believe in his cult. Like, that's what's crazy.
We give him a last third chance. Ninja.
Where did he post Where did he post anything?
Nothing. He hasn't posted anything.
Yeah, that's what I
He's
thought.
wasting our time. He's here just to call people crazy. Like, get him out of here, dude. Not even a third chance.
Check Honey on Honey _.
Failed.
No, he's someone else. I think he's on a stream or something, maybe a different show.
Yeah, he's not in here. He isn't. Ninja.
Last chance.
What a shame.
Last
You had the chance, Ninja.
Last chance. Post your post.
He's gone.
Okay,
No, he's gone.
See you later.
He got banned. He got banned.
He's talking on the stream. He's not. He wasn't with us.
You know what I noticed that, dude? I noticed that some Globers, that's why you hear them like the echoing and stuff sometimes, because I feel like they come in and they're streaming them coming here for their viewers. Let's talk to flat earthers today. You know what I mean? And then they just get really obnoxious and they say shit like that, oh, you guys are all schizophrenic. I feel like he's just doing that for his audience, and it makes them feel good for some reason. I don't know.
I saw there was a group of trolls. They did join, our main server. So they were doing exactly that. They were recording and trolling with us, and they did post that, in the YouTube. Their YouTube.
Yeah, their interactions with flat earthers. Yeah, try to get content. They probably see McToon and Craig, and they see how much money they're making off of insulting flat earthers. So they're probably yeah, I need money too. Have you ever looked up how much money they made? Craig's made over 6 figures, and McToon's pushing it. Imagine six figures off of like just insulting people. What was that?
I have a link of those guys, right? That I was talking about it. So that's it.
Oh, those guys that came and trolling Flat Earthers finale. Yeah, exactly. They come in and they do that.
Nothing new.
Right.
I had that before.
There was that one guy, what was his name? He used to like straight up tell us like, "Hey guys, I'm streaming," and then he'll like talk to his audience, like while he's talking to us. I forgot his name though, dude. I haven't seen him like in a long time though. But he used to stream, and he had an accent like a maybe he was from somewhere in Asia. He had kind of an accent, and yeah, he would literally be talking to his audience while talking to us. That was weird.
You know what is interesting? I remember I did the Vichy check-in. Some of those trolls, that they did join our main server a long time ago. No, some just joined by themselves, but sometimes they confess. First I came here with another to troll you guys, but then I did make another account because I want to know more, because I did realize that what you guys were saying, it was making sense. So that was amazing thing to testimony. Some of them they confess. But first they came here to troll, and then they were starting thinking by themselves, and they realized that what we are saying it makes sense. So they want to know more. Very interesting.
I think instead of asking these guys for their glow proof, sometimes just certain people, because you already know like where their angle's at. Obviously, they don't have no glow proof, but instead of that, we should ask them more like, "Do you know why we know it's a lie?" And then that way, it could like they can get it from our point of view, because I'm sure they're indoctrinated with the globe as well as indoctrinated with the Flat Earth Society bullshit. So like they don't even know our position. They know nothing about truly what we are talking about every day here in 24/7 Discord.
What I did realize, it's that they start making questions, and they end at the final asking this question: why they are lying? So
yeah,
it's a repetition going on.
That's usually what it gets to.
Yeah. After spending 1 hour or 2 hours making questions after questions, there's one at the end. Oh, why would they lie?
Yeah.
And is that a question we should bother ourselves trying to answer?
Not at all.
Yeah. So I have seen in this Discord server politics, some people, they just join in and they just talk empty words, like this guy was saying just satellites. The guy was just, we have satellites, just like that. We have this. Yeah, it's not proving anything. He's just talking empty words. It's political conversation. Sorry?
No, it started. Supposed to flip over.
I mean, a lot of them want to take it there to the conspiracy level with why would they lie to make us look like freaking idiots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's because they try to make it seem like, well, they have to be telling the truth, but then again, that just goes to show how much they don't know the history of it all. Like how many times the government's been caught lying, even up to this day. A lot of them don't even know that it's a government entity. Like they don't even know that.
Humble, you are making.
I don't think anybody at NASA has to know that the Earth is flat.
Their whole job is looking at a screen, anyways, and
Yeah,
they see numbers and letters and.
Yeah, most of them they are compartmentalized, so they are just doing a job.
Yeah, but nobody necessarily at NASA, not even at the highest levels and most secretive compartments, have to know that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Because a lot of their math is dealing with elevation and making these elliptic circles, because they turn it into a graph of going around a ball anyways. So there's no globe math. There's just circle traveling over a plane, because they have an elevation established even in their sphere. There's no globe math involved. That's what's really weird. Like the turning isn't a spherical turn, it's a circular turn above us. Even in their own fucking, like, that's what's weird about it. Like that little gif that I post every time they talk about the ISS and the way it travels. Like, if you notice, it's just going in circles above us. But then when you can take that raw data and then you put it on a sphere, and it does the same exact thing. It has the same exact path of travel. So, like, you're right. They don't have to fucking know the Earth, because even in their own calculations, it doesn't matter on the shape right there.
Right. They can all think Earth is a globe, and they're concealing potentially technology that hasn't really advanced to the point where they say it has.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. That's probably more what they're sworn of secrecy for.
Well, yeah, NASA was set up to be a PSYOP tool for the world. After World War II, America wins, rah, rah, rah. Let's make sure nobody can technologically advance beyond us. That's the space race.
Yeah. And you know what? I've always questioned too, like, they must have found something, because they started off as an ocean exploration company. And then they stopped. Like, they just cut that off. Like, something must have happened to where.
Yeah, it was called Operation High Jump. So after that, they made NASA, and they made that treaty, Antarctic Treaty.
I think that movie, like, kind of explains what happened. That, like, they like Truth in Plain Sight. They've told it. What was it called? The ones where they go under and they see like this whole alien race underwater. They visit them.
I mean, it's kind of a good point. If there was like a company who was supposed to be investigating the oceans, I would expect findings like every day, right? It'd be crazy, right? But like outer space, it's like, well, what's there to find? So they don't have to really show you anything.
Right.
These days, instead of testing those between two cold space suits, they go to a pool. So yeah, it's amazing. They do it on a pool with water instead of in a vacuum chamber. Maybe because of that failed guy, with an astronaut suit, the guy will almost die inside that vacuum chamber.
He almost drowned.
No, this guy. Let me see.
I thought you talking about the one that almost drowned.
No. Where I have it.
Maybe the one that tested the suit in the vacuum chamber and almost died.
Exactly, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy. They can do it on a swimming pool, and the background is blue, and they can change the background.
Of course.
Anything they want.
Dude, sometimes, like, think about it. Like, what happened to the James Webb's telescope? Like, they could have easily like had everybody build it, and then they launch it up, and then that thing comes back down, obviously. And then they just say, "Oh, we're online," and then they just put a screen for everybody. And for decades, people will just watch the screen and be like, "Oh, we got some images back today. Here they are." And then everyone that works there is just showing, "Ooh, look at that. Okay, artist team, go ahead, have at it. This pixelated gray, black and white image we have, make it colorful." And then they announce it. "Oh, look at new images from the James Webb, the billions of miles away." Like, dude, it's just all such fuckery, dude. And they're charging every day for that, making money off of it. That's amazing how much money they take from us. I mean, think about it though. In a capitalistic society, you do need commerce and business to perpetuate, because that's part of like what makes it thrive. So like this fantasy, not career, but industry. This industry in itself makes so much money on so many different levels and employs so many people. Like, it doesn't matter that they're lying to everybody. It's still generating and populating commerce. And then, like, it's no different than the movie industry. Like, movies make a lot of money for a capitalistic society because it creates jobs to create the movies, and then it also creates the people going to view them. That's money. And food sets. Food is bought, and rent is paid for the buildings to show them, and chairs are made. And I'm just saying, it's like a whole like an overwhelming, like, one after another of reasons why they need this lie to survive, because it's just another money generator. And even though they're taking our money, the taxpayers' dollars, and saying we're putting it into this, well, really, they're still paying a lot of people's jobs, like, to live in this fantasy. So from their standpoint, it's a moneymaker, even though they're taking our money. But it's like you're paying yourself to pay yourself. Like when you have a business, then you pay yourself the taxes owed, and you own that company too. Little loopholes. But I don't know, dude. I think it makes sense. Like the reason why they would do this. I'm just saying.
Wait, y'all are flat earthers, right?
You get the most of us, yeah.
And you are too.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Huh?
No, thank you.
Are you?
Right.
No, you're a flat earther.
You just don't know it.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You think you live on a globe, but
yeah,
not.
there you
I'll
go.
be a flat. Hold on.
All right, cool. Welcome.
Another one. He's like, I'll be one cool. All right.
That was easy.
Yeah. See,
I mean, I don't really. I'm not here to argue. There we go.
Oh, you're here to argue.
No, I said I'm not here to argue. I'm not.
Oh,
I'm just here to like have laughs. I don't really. Care.
Are you here to trolling? Just the thing that you did post it? You think Earth is a disk?
Said.
You think Earth is a disk?
What? I think Earth is what?
Do you think that we think that Earth is a disk in space?
Yeah, you see, the other people didn't understand me, but you don't. It's a new tactic, These Globers, they like to do this to me.
No. Sorry, it's just hard for me to understand other accents.
Yeah.
I apologize.
So the stuff that you
what's
did
your
post
native language?
Yeah, that stuff it's irrelevant. The stuff that you did post that GIF is nonsense. How can you have the same heliocentric model with a flat disk Earth? Are you fucking nuts?
I don't know. I actually.
How about the air that you are breathing? Can you show me gas pressure without a container, please? I'm not listening.
The Earth should be.
Sorry, I did miss you.
Real.
I did miss you. What you did said.
You're roboting.
Yeah, just listen the last part.
I'm
sorry. You have this vacuum, next to this gas pressure, the air that you are breathing. How can that be possible? You have an experiment that. I think he has some internet issues. I'm not listening. Some lagging on.
You're coming through all right, bud. I don't know if he is.
Yeah, he has some problems. Internet. Okay.
His connection is bad. Well, then maybe that's a good thing. Maybe you could just listen and learn. Or leave.
Yeah. So there's a big problem, between knowing and believing something. So they came here and with something they have in their mind that they just believe it. But when is the time to prove it? Yeah, that's a big difference right there.
Yeah.
He can believe that it came from monkeys, and he can believe that he is living in a vacuum environment on top of a ball.
Mm-hmm.
But to show that experiment to us, that's a big difference right there. And came here to posting those gifs. Are these guys still in 2050? They are not updated. We have Dr. Phil. He did send me, a few hours ago. He was sending that photo from those two oil rigs, different days, and the guy was asking to me. Let me see his message. Sorry, I did mute him. Anyway, he was asking, how can this be possible? I did say to him, you are a failed Glober. Because if you claim that's covered right there on front, looking forward at the horizon, you claim that if you don't see the second oil rig, because the bottom of the second oil rig, because that's curvature. So why the horizon is horizontal? Are you a cylindrical earther? It's a failed Glober,
Yeah.
there are days that I cannot see mountains that in a normal day I can see it, but there's days that I see this white haze. So yeah, there's days that visibility is change. Of course, when you put your camera next to water level, you cannot see. There's there's a limitation, and if the water farther away from that camera is there's some waves because of some wind going on. Yeah, there's some obstruction right there. So angular resolution, relative size, things as you are going farther away from buildings, they appear to compress, changing size, but that's relative size. It's just that perspective, nothing more. Watching Polaris going farther away at that zone, they call it the equator. Yeah, it happens the same way. It appears that the Polaris is going to the horizon, but it's just optical. As far as you going away, yeah, your visible, the visibility that you are watching objects and other stuff, they will change according to perspective. Like this, this all rig platforms. I'm gonna post it. The others, the ones that are farther away, they appear smaller, but they are not that smaller. That it's apparent to you. So as closer you go to those platforms, they appear more bigger. That's it. And there's some zoom in, zoom out. Let me see. Of buildings farther away. Like these ones. Just a second. So you are watching these buildings, you are zooming out, and that's the way with normal eyes, human eyes, you can see it. You don't see it actually, so there's a limitation. And behind those buildings that they are vertical and horizontal, there's more sky beyond those buildings. So that's why at night we cannot see the entire sky. There's limitation looking at the horizon. So there's more sky right there, but we cannot see it. Because there are some globes, they say, oh, behind the buildings, there's more sky, more stars. And they claim that's proof of globe. It's just a limitation, human eyes limitation. An eagle can see more farther away than a human. It has more angular resolution. But these days we have. I was remember this. These days we have McToon cartoons and other toon people claiming that celestial navigation is all impossible on the globe, when actually, in history we have flat Earth navigators. They were doing celestial navigation according to a flat Earth reality, and that's it. Of course, going to that zone they call it the equator. Oh man, there's at this site we cannot see beyond this zone. We cannot see Polaris, so we have to figure out another way to navigate. But at that time, at that place, they have positive latitudes. So they have to figure out how are we gonna do this from here beyond. So let's say negative latitudes, and they were using other celestial bodies, celestial things in the sky, and the sun and the moon. I did read about this. The Portuguese navigators, they did, before they went to the water, doing navigation on water. They already had tables from the Moorish. So the Moorish at the desert, at night they were using stars to going from point A to point B. They realize the stars are there every night. So they just were using that to do navigation on land, let's say between quotes. And with that knowledge, they did use those tables to navigate on water. And using sextant, astrolabe, and other stuff to pass needles. But they realize, the Polaris is there, in the sky. So they have a reference point to account. That's it. But today we have Matthew Burns and McToon cartoon claiming, of course, Matthew is copying and pasting the same cartoon McToon thing. Slash navigation is not possible on the flat Earth. Come on. So it seems there's a tornado. It seems that we did kill the globe. Fantasy. Quetzalcoatl, are you still there? Yeah, Maktoon Cartoon is just anti-flat Earth guy. He did a website, Wiki Flatfus, something like that. The page, that is people can go there and join your Flarfer. So he's doing some profiles of some flat earthers, Flarfers, and putting silly things that, like drinking pee, check or not check. It's so ridiculous. The guy is obsessed, has an obsession with that, maybe. flerf.info. And on that, he did the Flerf wiki. And the guy is saying, Flerfers or flat earthers are people in modern times who believe the earth is flat. Yeah, there's a big difference between believing and knowing. Flerfers are distinct from historical flat earthers because flerfs are adherents of robotanism. Come on, he's making up shit. And the guy is posting important pages, the final experiment, Mactoon Raw, sunspots, moon photos, experimentalizations, Antarctica video compilation. It's so ridiculous. I think that guy is the, those cartoons. Let's see. Wiki WS, something like that. Those cartoons trying to debunk flat Earth. Flatearth.ws. Those cartoons? If you go to that page, website, there's a link to Mactoon. Website, come on. It's so ridiculous. They are not, they do this stuff, but at the end, nobody is signing that, And there's some stuff that is so ridiculous.
So, Miguel.
Hello.
You post some pretty interesting and funny stuff on that chat. I'm curious. how have you been handling this 24-hour sun in Antarctica thing?
24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Yeah.
I did not put anything in the side chat about that.
Oh no! I saw you posting stuff about the globe and stuff, but I was just wondering how you, how that came across to you. What do you think's going on?
Yeah, it's some agenda going on. I did say this like 2 or 3 years ago. Watch out if suddenly you see some flat earthers changing sides like that. Going to watch the sky is not in the ground. That's they are just trying to talk about the sky, not proving the ground. That's it. But if where they went, I have many questions about that. Where they went, there were some some guy that it found in a live stream. In the time lapse. There were some problems in the sky, some black lines doing a right triangle. So yeah, there's some stuff going on. The guy was speaking about using some software to fake it. Yeah, you can fake it 24-hour sun easily. The sun just going around it 360 degrees. At the same time, there's other people that went to Antarctica. For example, there is a Navy sergeant from Brazil. He did travel those waters, going from South America continent, going south Antarctica. He did travel at the summertime 7 times, going to Antarctica. The Drake Passage, Weddell Sea. That coastline right there. So, and the guy wanted to see the 24-hour sun badly. He wanted to see that, and he said, "I never saw it. I just saw, at my right, let's say east. I saw it was night, and I saw the moon there. It was dark, and at my left, I was watching, some daylight, and that's it. That's what he just saw. He never saw the sun circling around 360 degrees." So that's very interesting. He's just another guy, not a random guy, but he wanted to see the 24 sun and saw it. Anyway, so there's questions about that, what they did, and how can the guys that claim they were flat earth guys, how can they change sides just watching the sky? So they are not proving the ground. I did say a few years ago, every man has a price, so you can pay to someone to lie, and you are receiving the money, So I don't know, or you can you can threaten someone or their family members to follow orders. So yeah, there's something going on. But let's wait. There will be people that will check. Even that place they supposedly went, there will be people. Even I think this year, there are other guys that they will go there to check out. But even if the sun is doing an 8 in the sky, it's not proving the ground. So stay with the ground.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions going on with that, but at the same time, there's people that are working. There are other guys that I know from they are doing observations at different places, continents, even at Antarctica at the same time doing observations. So yeah, I will wait for that. I saw a trailer talking about it, even this year. So I'm waiting like many years, because they were releasing this documentary a long time ago. But there was the 2020 thing, and I did ask one of them, why you guys didn't release this documentary yet? Talking about the sky and etc. Some anomalies going on. The guy said to me, because of this, time, this thing, 2020, we cannot travel to different countries and observations, so we have some limitations right now. But I saw a clip from this year. They are doing those observations. They have access to Antarctica. So even Brazil Navy has a station at Antarctica. So let's wait. For that, it will be interesting to add that to the table. At the same time, there was a Navy sergeant. This Navy sergeant, I just saw like an introduction. So the guy will come with more details that about his travels to Antarctica. So let's wait for that. The guy. It seems that the guy will do a full interview, but I just saw like a few minutes. The guy speaking by himself, just the guy speaking by himself about going to travel to Antarctica and not seeing the. Anyway. And I did investigate that guy. I did find his real name. I did find a real photo of him more younger. I did find a video of him at Antarctica doing a video. And there was, let me see, at Brazil they did an interview with him at the time, So yeah, it's not making up. I even saw he was talking about that, that video. I did saw that. Yeah, the moon at as he was saying, the moon at his right arm, at east from that location, and it's watching the moon at night there, and watching at the left. So let's say west, the daylight. That was what he just saw. So it will be interesting, There's a lot of things going on. But if there was, let's say, going south at that Union Glacier camp, something like that, even if the sun was passing, there, and that zone, I don't know, because if you talk about Antarctica, you have something going on in your mind. You are thinking a map or something, but we actually don't know it. What's going on. But yeah, if I have questions. Did they travel south, or they did travel like latitude and to some this place, and you can see the sun passing by, let's say that island passing by its back, and as the sun is going farther away, it appears going down above the horizon, but going down. Yeah, even if that was happening, yeah, that's it. It's not proving the ground. So, and I just posted, in a big lake, you can see 70 miles away, 4.2 feet from water level, and that already debunks that global Earth a lot. So yeah, but yeah, I prefer, instead of doing speculations, the things that I speak, I have stuff, I'm not making up, because there are some globes, they came here and they just talk satellites, they just talk a word, and they defend with just that, empty words. They don't have stuff. We ask for posting proof at a side chat, and suddenly they can't. Anyway, so we prefer to say, with facts, water seeks its own level. We don't see that geometric horizon where it should be. So yeah, if the Black Swan, at least if you account 10 miles, 1 foot observer's hike, 10 miles, it's that radius is 67 times larger. So that's a big number. That's more than half, than 50%. So already that debugs that whole Earth. we talk about the ground, and they prefer to talk. Oh, let's talk about stars and stuff in the sky to prove what is in the ground. So I see an airplane, so I can assume that Earth is an airplane, right? That's what it's going on these days. They watch through the sky, and they assume that what they are seeing in the sky, it's what is the ground. So it's amazing. So that final experiment, I call it final joke from the beginning. So, but yeah, I did say it seems like an agenda. If they did invite me to go there, I will deny it because, I saw some signs already before that. So, and I know other guys, even a guy that he was a Glober. He did went to work to Antarctica. He was a Glober, and now he's a flat Earth guy, and he did said some stuff going on. So there's an agenda to do this information, even about the shape of the Earth.
Okay, yeah, it's quite kind of interesting what's going on around it, though. That's but I mean, once you step over into appreciating that the Earth is flat, nothing should be too big for you to see as something is going on. Let's use that term, because this deception and the way that it's been propped up over the years, it's crazy. Like you said, a lot of people are saying, that sort of seems to be a pretty small thing to get you to jump ship on, when you all along seem to be people who appreciated the size of this deception that's going on. So who knows? I just know myself that the Earth as a creation is, in biblical terms, it's beyond really anything that we can anything we can really understand and try to place logic or reason on a lot of the stuff. So that's why I look at it from a biblical standpoint, right? And it is making a lot of ripples, though, in the community, so to speak.
Yeah, in the past, there were flat earthers, and they were connected to the. This is not making up. I did read about it. So there were already flat earthers. They were connected to the Vatican, and they were in that. Let's say the 1600s. They were against between quotes new scientists. Isaac Newton, other guys, because they said there's even books talking of those guys talking about it. I didn't. I just read some information. And even at that time, they were talking. Does the moon has its own light? So they were doing questions about it. But they were against these between quotes new scientists, Isaac Newton and other guys, because they were saying this is against the Bible. The Bible is not talking about the sphere Earth. So that's very interesting. So I don't know full story. But it seems that there was a time, we have 500 years ago, we have the Spanish navigators and Portuguese navigators. They were doing, they were navigating the waters according to flat Earth. They were, that phrase, talking about some edge and this fear of some edge. It comes from that time. I did read about Pedro Alves Cabral. It was a flat Earth guy navigator, the guy that discovered, the navigation way to Brazil, to the Portuguese. And this guy was, as he was, navigating on water. Of course, he was a flat Earth guy, but he was fear of the unknown. So what's next? Does water fall down off? So this is nothing new. So those guys were afraid of what's next. The unknown. Of course, when they found a shoreline, and water is not falling down, it's being contained. The fear is gone. It's gone. So, but there was some time in the past that at that time the Pope has a huge influence. So there was a religion power. Even the Pope, make the Portuguese and the Spanish to sign a treaty. So they divide because the world, into discoveries. So those guys, you can, the Spanish can go this way, and the Portuguese can go that way, to avoid the wars between them in the waters. And those guys were flat Earth guys. It was normal talking about flat Earth. They were navigating according to that. But something in the past did happen, to change from flat Earth to a globe and hide some information. Other places, who knows? There's a lot of going on. We have the Royal Society. There's a connection to the Royal Society, and Isaac Newton. It was in the Royal Society. Einstein. These guys from the Royal Society funding Einstein when the guy was Russian. So Einstein was they were giving money to Einstein. So there's a huge connection to the Royal Society and the UK. The Mercator was drawing a different North Pole, and there's even other old maps, showing a different North Pole. What they showed to us, that region. So there was a time, they decided to hide this. There was a letter from Mercator to John Dee, the occultist guy, the mathematician. This was before Isaac Newton, and Isaac Newton did inspire many, his work on this guy, John Dee. There was a time that there's a connection to UK, and they decided to hide this place that they send a lot of people and ship many men to that region. There was a priest with an astrolabe, to follow maybe North Star. This Mercator guy, he was talking about it. This John Dee guy did send a letter talking about this, many details, about that place. And it has been censorship from us, that information. And there were other books, navigation books talking about that place. So why they are hiding this, this place or this information about this place? It's very interesting. So if they can hide that place and information about that place, maybe they can hide talking about Antarctica and other places that we don't know. It's being kept secret away from us. But if today I want to search about flat Earth and Portuguese navigators at Google, I don't find many. It seems that the censorship is so big, because the first time I did hear about flat Earth, it was the Portuguese navigators at school. My first years, Portuguese school. So that was the first time I heard about flat Earth. So I had that lucky. And there are guys at Brazil. They learned about this too. So we have a few guys, flat Earth guys. They said, I did learn about Pedro Alves Cabral and other guys talking about flat Earth at school. But it's I don't know these days what if they talk about it or not. But Yeah, they are hiding this from us, you know, flat Earth in the history. You know, to find some names, you know, is because I did at school. My teacher was speaking about it, but if I want to search that information at Google, I don't find it. So I did use AI chat, you know, GPT to find some names, and it was giving some books and names talking about it. So that's why. But you know, it is a hard job. You know, maybe someday I can go to an archive building, Lisbon. They have a lot of old books, but it requires a lot of time and spending many to stay there for days and to discover old books talking about it. Even it will be hard to meet one to read, because at that time they were talking and reading with different line, let's say words. There are some words. If I have read some old texts, and it seems that it's a mix between the Portuguese of today and the Spanish. So at that time, they were using more Latin words. So even that is hard to me to read, because I did learn the Portuguese of today.
Well, next time you see George on here, you got to get him to school you, because he is deep into the history of that, how prominent Portuguese were in this whole question. Eh?
Yeah, George, I did meet him. Yeah. I did meet him in a flat debate server, Discord server. He speaks better, he's a Portuguese, but he speaks better than me because he's UK and working.
Yeah, he'll be able to throw a couple names at you for sure. Particularly that fella, I can't think of his name now. He told me before, who invented like the sextant that you can use in airplanes.
Yeah, the purple sextant. Yeah, I did saw a documentary, a Portuguese documentary on my TV television. Portuguese. So yeah, how the guy did get that idea of the bubble. He did get that bubble from a level, because I saw this. I don't know if it was like 5 movies. This documentary. So I saw, they were at that time, he was trying to figure out how can he use the sextant on an airplane, because the airplane there's winds, and how can you can use it when there's no stability. So the guy, because he was trying to figure out. So at that time, there were some construction builders at his home, and suddenly he saw that bubble from the level, the spirit level. So the guy took that bubble from the spirit level to use it on the sextant. So yeah, that's you are correct. It's amazing to get an artificial, even at night, using the sextant. So yeah, it was Gago Coutinho and Sacadura Cabral. I think I have some information. I did post in the other server. There are others, other bubble sextants, but I don't know if after this, the English and the other guys did improve or did copy. But yeah, I did. Let's see. Let me see. I think I have some. Yeah, have this text talking about it. Let's see. I will give you some links gonna post in the side chat. Return. Where you are, politics server. Okay, here. This is some text I did found in English, but I will get some links. So let's see. And then Gaku. Yeah, I have some links. Let's go back. Sorry, no, I'm just copying what I did post in the others. Our main server. A lot of text. But anyway, there's some link there. PDF. Let's see more. There's this thing. Yeah, if you search it, you can get more. Maybe some YouTube videos. But yeah, in these links, there's it is in English, so it's more easy to read it. A lot of information there talking about it. But in this, I think it was 1 month. I saw there was a TV series talking, documentary TV series talking about these guys. So I did where the guy did get that idea from, that bubble, using a bubble from a spirit level on the sextant to get artificial horizon. It's amazing, history. About Pedro Alves Cabral, I can post some info. Let's see. Talking about Flat Earth too, that I speak. Let's see. So I have 2 links. Okay, I'm gonna post it. That's Pedro Alves Cabral, the Portuguese navigator. Let's see if the link is still available, because I don't see it's in preview. Sometimes I have seen this. Sometimes I post some links. A few times later, they just censorship. It's nothing new. I'm gonna post another link. Yeah, the first link is still available. Portugal began. Okay.
Yeah,
I was talking about. I'm gonna post it. That time, of this fear that I just spoke about. What's next? The unknown. Of water falling off. So it was talking about Flat Earth. They were afraid that was flat and they may fall off. But yeah, it's just some info going on, talking about that stuff. But we have a lot of, Vasco da Gama, another Portuguese navigator, the guy that did found the navigation way to India. And those guys at that time, they were flat earth guys, So, but this in today's textbooks they talk about Magellan and claiming that Magellan is saying that this round like a ball. That's not true. The guy didn't finish the journey. He did stolen flat maps, from the Portuguese. He was a Portuguese navigator, but at that time he was without job. So the guy was a Portuguese navigator, and the guy went to work to Spain. So he already have some maps to figure out another way to go to India, because they couldn't travel those Portuguese waters. They were forbidden by the Vatican, the Pope of that time. So they have to figure out another way to go around. That's circumnavigation, going around something, definition of circumnavigation. So yeah, the guy, of course, he had already at that time, I did hear from some historian guys, Portuguese historian guys, that at that time Portugal was the number one, having maps, navigation maps. So yeah, the Magellan, Fernando Magalhães, its original real name, Portuguese name. So the guy already have maps, to figure out some way to go around. He didn't finish the journey, and the guys that did, Captain Elcano, that did finish the journey. Yeah, those are the guys that are speaking in his name, and yeah, so it's hard. You don't see a text of Magellan talking about round like a sphere. I never saw that. So round, yeah, they figure out that you can go around.
Hey, we got a newcomer here. Welcome back, Humble H. Also, locally flattish. Locally flattish just came in. If you want to say hi to everybody.
Oh, hi.
Hi, locally flattish. Welcome to the room.
Oh,
are you new to Flat Earth, or is this something that you've been wrangling with for a while?
Oh, I'm an ex-Flat Earther.
You're an ex-Flat Earther? No kidding. What made you leave the Flat Earth?
Oh, just generally the cult. You're all cult members.
We're all cult members. What are you talking about, dude? What were you involved in? I'm not in a cult.
I was at 24/7 for a long time.
What makes 24/7 a cult?
Just the cult ways they have.
It makes it a cult because of the cult ways they have.
Yes.
Can you be any more vague? Come on, tell me what happened.
Well, we weren't allowed to talk about anything apart from that guy Miggy's 3 points.
You weren't allowed to talk about anything besides that guy Miggy's 3 points. Huh.
Yes. No speculation about anything.
Oh, speculation. Yeah. I mean, our community is big into speculation.
Very controlled, like a cult. And then anyone that left was completely shunned. Exactly how cults work.
Dude, it's not about speculation. Like, the point of Flat Earth isn't to speculate. So it sounds like you kind of missed the boat.
Oh, no. I was very into it for 10 years.
But the reason you left was because of speculation, and you're not allowed to do it. Well, duh. I mean, Flat Earth is not a speculation. It's not a speculative topic.
It's completely speculation.
Really? What makes it speculative?
It's full of shit.
Okay. Oh. He's gone.
It was hilarious.
He sounded like one of McToon's cronies, to be honest. Just
yeah,
somebody like that. Nothing better to do in life.
I think he meant Scientology, bro. I think he was in a Scientology cult or something. I don't know what.
24/7 Scientology? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Imagine that he's going to a bar, there's different people in the bar, and say, "You are in the cult." It's so ridiculous,
Yeah, so he's upset that we couldn't speculate about fantasy things. He's upset because we could only talk about as-is things as they really are.
It's such cultish behavior, bro. Such cultish behavior.
Dude,
you should have asked him what the 3 points were.
I was going there, but dude, yep.
If you think about it, if he's angry that he couldn't talk about the falsehoods of the globe, then is that our fault that we are trying to stay away from the lies? And he wanted to talk about the globe cult. So it sounds like he got mad that he couldn't talk about his globe cult. Because we don't talk about things that, we don't argue about Narnia. At least we try to tell people not to.
If he had said, yeah, you guys are stuck on these 3 points, but there's a 4th point that you haven't considered that Mickey won't let me talk about. Here it is. No, it wasn't that. It was just, nope, I'm not allowed to speculate on things I can't prove. So I left. Because you guys can only talk about things you can prove, and that's a cult. Well, okay. Anybody else? Let's see. Let's go down the roster. Anybody new? Anybody new? Anybody new? No. Look, it's all regulars. And whoever's out there in YouTube land. Anybody see the YouTube chat? Is Bev Try Thinking melting down still? Bev Try Glober.
At YouTube, at the side chat, no one is saying anything.
Yeah, it tends to get quiet around this time every day. A big driver of our audience is the US East Coast. They start getting off of work in a couple hours, the next 2 to 5 hours or so.
At this time, it's 7:45 p.m. The same time as UK, so people are, coming from the works to home. Do you know if Danny, the guy? I think the guy was from UK. We did 2 interviews with him. I think the guy wants to a 3rd interview, but I still don't know some date. You were there, right, Dr. Sporadic? At the Shield Chat, our main server, Danny. Danny guy.
Sorry, you said there's someone there now?
Danny, we did a live stream with him in the Shield Chat in our main server.
With Danny? Danny who? Yeah. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Danny. I'm going to post his link. He did
Danny who? Like Dan the Waterman?
No, let me see. The link of his live
Danny
stream.
Faulkner?
No, this guy. Let's see. Just a second. He did a live stream at Rumble, and in our main server. I did post the link. But he did already 2 interviews. I think the guy wants to do a 3rd.
Danny versus the Flat Earthers. Wow.
He was a cool guy, he was just yeah. But he was there, he did when he did the first one, I was there with just 2 or 3 guys, and he was saying, I'm not here to do a hard debate. I'm here just to do some questions. And he did ask if we can do a live stream. So he did ask authorization of to record it. We did say yes, and I did tag Indio. Other people did join in at that time. At the first one, this is the second one.
Yeah, post both of them. I heard there was going to be a special event, and somebody from 24/7 was trying to coordinate with somebody. Was this who that is?
Yeah.
Okay. When did this take place? Within the past week?
Yes, like 1 week or something like that. Let me see if I found the first.
Danny Turner versus 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Yep, so you posted part 2, and you said there's a part 1 somewhere?
Yeah, let's see if I still save it. The first link. So
can you summarize kind of generally what happened? Like, was this guy nice?
It was, yes. It was, he did say, I'm not here to have a hard debate. He was there, to make honest questions. That's it, Being a cool guy, just asking some questions. Then he did the second one, and he did said that he wants to do a third one. He was there, talking to him. I was there too. He wants to do a third time, but this time with more, more time doing the live stream, because he was, I think he's at UK, and it was almost midnight. He had to left. But yeah, let's see. He was saying that he will do a third interview, but he didn't say anything until now, I think. The date of that third interview.
All right. Well, does he have a YouTube channel? How many followers does he have? Do you know anything about that? Some background context.
Let me see.
Is this supposed to be real? Like, does someone actually believe the Earth is flat?
You're talking to a room full of flat earthers. Welcome.
Are you serious? I thought this was something that I thought this was like a myth. I mean, no one believed.
This is the most popular channel.
Surprise, bitch!
Popular channel in politics. Everybody wants to talk to us about flat Earth.
But there's actually people that believe in flat Earth.
It's not a belief. We can get to that later. But yeah, we know the Earth is flat, and we want to tell people about it.
Okay, then enlighten me. Tell me. Educate me.
Okay.
Tell me how is it flat?
Well, first, have you ever seen curvature of the Earth?
Well, you can't see the curve. Yeah, no, I didn't see the curvature of the Earth.
What the hell?
So, what are your conclusions? What are your conclusions?
Well, a conclusion is that Earth isn't a globe. Everywhere it's attempted to be observed as a globe, it fails.
Do you know what is a radius of a circle? Right.
Oh yeah, we talk about geometry all day, every day.
Wait, do you wanna actually know how big is the Earth? Percentually, how big is the Earth in volume? How big
in volume?
No, not in volume. But
surface area, right?
The radius.
Yeah, the radius.
You can't see the curvature of the Earth. Obviously, we don't live in a. I mean, if we lived like in a small planet,
we agree with you. You can't see the curvature. We agree.
We can't see the curvature because we live Now the Earth is very big. It
The
is
same reason why I don't see Ninja Turtles walking around. They don't
Yeah.
exist.
Yeah, I mean, so right now with your remarks, you sound like a flat earther in training.
No. I'm explaining. The Earth is round. Okay, it is round. It
How
is
would you
just
know
that
it?
it is so big.
So
It is so big.
round?
It is
Is it round like a ball or round like a quarter?
a quarter. What?
Yeah, how do you know
A
it's
quarter is
round?
round.
Because there are so many. Because there are so many scientific. There's so many scientific documentation about this.
Hey,
There's so
Humble
much
H.
scientific.
Wait, hold on. Humble H, we were just talking about this, dude. I don't know if you're listening. He says that there's scientific evidence for the globe. Okay? So why don't you tune in, Humble H, and listen to the conversation? What scientific evidence exists for the globe, my friend?
They went. Do you know? They went like on the moon. You didn't see there were like multiple moon launches. You don't believe in the moon landing?
You really
believe
think
in
that
the moon?
happened? What convinced you that the moon
You don't
landings
believe
are
in the
real?
moon landing. Do you know there are millions of people. Not only
Hold
there are millions.
on. Stop.
Okay, go on.
Let's start with the scientific evidence. You said there was scientific evidence, and then you want to point to other things other than the scientific evidence. Can you point out the scientific evidence that you claiming?
Yes, there is the NASA. There is the NASA launches. There are the NASA.
That is not a scientific evidence.
Yes, there is. It is. It is considered scientific evidence. Tell me what isn't.
No,
tell me the definition of a scientific.
For you to have scientific evidence, listen to me. Scientific evidence usually determines cause and effect, and you need some kind of experiment to do that. So
and they did. They went to the moon.
What was
that
the
is
hypothesis?
That is
what was the hypothesis?
That is the hypothesis was knowing if.
You're making stuff up right now, dude.
God doesn't know it's is when going to the moon. It was
you're making stuff up.
They wanted to examine. They wanted
it's okay, dude. It's okay.
How is it?
It's okay.
Oh my God, bro.
But do you understand? This is one of the issues you have right now, that you're in a category error, because science doesn't prove shape. Science is only used for cause and effect.
What do you mean by that?
So for science, or what you do with science, the tool that you use as science, natural science, is to determine what causes the effect that we see. In other words, if we have tornadoes or something that it's boiling water, those are things that we see in nature. We see a phenomena, and then from there we try to determine what causes that phenomena.
Okay.
So in order to determine shape, we go towards geometry.
You wanna prove wait, I can tell you one.
Did you understand right there? That statement I just said, with that science doesn't prove shape, geometry does. That statement alone pretty much dismantles your initial premise that science.
Okay, you want another proof. You want another proof. Okay, you can. Let's say this. You don't believe in sources. Okay, you don't believe in. That's
not what we said. That's not.
No. Let's say you don't. Okay, let's say you don't.
No, but that's a straw man. You're trying to.
Let me explain this. Let me explain you this. Then why can I go around the Earth? Tell me. Do we believe? Do you actually believe there is a whatever?
Can you tell me when did you've done a straight trip around the Earth?
I mean, do you think that the billions of people would lie?
Okay, so right now you're making claims. Hello, you're making claims.
I went to the whole world. I traveled the world.
To the whole world. Okay, you did that in
not the world.
How did you do it? How did you do that?
I went on a plane. I went on a plane, and
from where to where?
I went from Italy to America to I went to what is it called? India. I went many places.
So
I went to
from
Greece.
Italy to America to India.
I went to many places, and I think it is absurd for you to say.
You're making stops. You didn't travel the whole world in one trip, and it wouldn't be a problem on Earth. If the Earth was flat, because same thing, you would just travel the whole world.
So
it doesn't prove a globe Earth. You understand that, right? You understand that it doesn't prove a globe Earth. Travel
So
the
you
Earth
think
is not proven.
the end of the world, there is like a void that you don't believe in?
Why are you asking me if I think that? No, I don't think that.
Because if you're flat Earth, if you think in a flat Earth, you think that presumably everything ends. Like I don't understand.
This is
the
you
theory.
assuming. You're assuming something, and you're strawmanning what we think. We don't believe in anything. All we know is how Earth is measured. What happens to water when large bodies of water. That is what we have, as the axiom of why Earth is flat.
Can I ask you something, man?
Did you understand what I just said? Did you understand what I just said?
I understand what he said, and I think there is. I can tell you something else. I can explain you something else that will. I don't have to say the name.
I wish you would have asked, what do you mean large bodies of water remain flat? I would you would have asked that question, because then I would have known you would have been listening to me.
Because it's absurd. What are you talking about?
It feels absurd. It feels absurd. But have you seen large bodies of water curve like on a globe?
You can't see. Let me just explain to you.
Can you answer that question? Have you seen it? No, I asked you this question. I need you to answer it.
Wait, you can't see it. There is massive. It is geometrically impossible to see the curvature of the Earth if you're a spectacle in a curve. It's like, I mean.
It's kind of enable you're saying
I want to enable my camera.
You're telling me that it's so flat it's curved.
Wait, I wanna show you I want to show my camera, but I can't show the camera.
Yeah, there's too many people in here for you to show cameras. We won't allow it. So you're telling me
I can show. I want to show you something. I want to show you something.
Let's leave the camera off, dude. We don't know who you are. And we're live streaming on
No, I don't want to show myself. I'm going to show you something that will prove.
Post a picture. You're supposed to.
Do you know the Eratosthenes?
Yes, we know Eratosthenes.
Measurements of Earth.
Eratosthenes talk to us about Eratosthenes every day.
The Eratosthenes, basically, you can't argue with a genius invention. He measures
a genius invention.
No, yes, he invented a mathematical formula that measures the circumference of the world.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
He measured angles to the sun, and his failure was presuming the sun was casting parallel light on a curving Earth. There are academic papers in mathematics departments and astronomy departments that talk about this blunder of an assumption, which is unproven. There are contemporaries of Eratosthenes, one of them in China, who did the same thing as Eratosthenes with shadows. And this astronomer in China assumed that the Earth was flat, and his measurements confirmed it. Do you know why that works?
Tell me.
Because there's a mathematical equivalence between the two systems, based off of whether or not you presume the rays from the sun to be parallel or to be diverging from a point source, like we see.
Okay. So,
change the presumption, you change the outcome. Eratosthenes did not prove the globe definitively at all. What he did at best was he measured a circumference of the circuit of the sun in the sky.
So you're saying that he found a way to measure whatever it's called, but it's not true.
Well, if he measured anything directly, he measured the circumference of the circuit of the sun in the sky.
He measured the okay. That is strange.
Right. No, it's not strange. He directly measured the circumference of the sun's circuit. He took elevation angles to the sun, just like we do in celestial navigation for stars. He measured the lengths of shadows. And he took the angles of those shadows relative to the poles that they were casting off of. And for those shadow lengths to be different, either Earth is curving and the light rays are all parallel, hitting the curvature of the Earth at different places, or the light rays are not parallel and they splay out radially from a point source, causing elongations of shadows at angles to the sun that are lower.
I think you're speaking. You're speaking. What is it called? How you say the term? It is complete bollocks.
Bollocks.
Like you can't be actually serious. You don't actually believe
I am
this.
serious. And your rebuttal is not.
No, it is. Is this actually true? I don't understand.
Yeah, we are flat earthers. We've got thousands and thousands of observations, dude. Some of us are content producers. Some of us have high-powered zoom cameras. Some of us have worked with radio technology and radar. Some of us have worked with high-altitude imagery.
Yeah, but you're assuming that the whole population is lying to us.
No. I think it's worse than that. I think it's way worse than that they're lying. I think they believe in the bullshit of the globe. And they're delusional.
And how's that? Where was the idea from? Like, what do you think the idea is from? Like, in general?
Pop culture.
Pop culture. So what do you mean by that?
Well, there's no scientific evidence for the globe. Basically, you've been inundated with the globe and pop culture. You're reinforced with the idea, with unscientific ideas. You see a globe.
What about
on the movie screen? You're like, holy crap, Earth is a globe.
So
let me go watch a Marvel comic movie.
What do you think people? So you think every person who went to space, you can pay to get in space,
right? I think they think Earth is a globe too, and they've never gone to space.
Oh yeah. So you think the company that sends people to space? The companies.
Companies, like SpaceX that have top secret clearances like Lockheed Martin. Did you know SpaceX has top secret clearances like Lockheed Martin does, like Skunk Works that develops stealth planes and stuff? SpaceX, yeah. You can go on SpaceX. You can look for jobs at SpaceX.
Everyone is lying.
You're going to need top secret clearance.
So you're telling me that everyone is lying to us? And there is a big
not necessarily.
Whatever. But I don't understand. I don't understand. What is the outcome of this? Why would they do that? Like, if this was real, the thing that you're saying, if this was real, how is this? Like, how would, like, you know what I'm saying? How is this?
How did
why would he do this?
Yeah, I don't know how this happened. It's freaking crazy. Yeah, I think the world has gone mad.
The world has gone mad. So millions and billions of people go. So millions of people go in space. Our scientists go launch cameras to space. Yes, they do.
No, millions
and
of
you
people.
think everyone is lying. The whole entire world is lying.
There's not millions of people that have gone to space.
Not millions, but they launch cameras. Everyone, they launch cameras. Have you ever saw?
It's this simple. It is this simple. They indoctrinate you since you are young, and they make you believe in this story. By the time that you are your age, you believe the story, and you think there's scientific evidence for it, yet when we ask you for it, you can't provide it because there isn't any.
Someone,
I didn't do my research. I didn't do my research. That is the thing. I didn't do my research.
That's the point.
Well,
because
I can do my research. I can do my research.
And you know what? We encourage it.
I studied this primary.
No, you didn't. They told you this, and when you were a little kid, they showed you this in the movies, and then you believe it. But they have never actually gave you scientific evidence for whatever you think the Earth is. They never measured. They've never measured the Earth spinning. They've never measured curvature,
orbit,
and they can't have gas pressure without a container, man.
You know what it sounded like? Someone that had, like, your name's someone. You know what it sounded like was happening? This is just my perspective on it, right? Is that you were going over, like, the evidence that the Earth's a globe, and then with the Eratosthenes, and then it clicked in your mind, like, wait a minute, I see the sun in the sky. It appears that the rays are divergent, and I obviously measure those shadows, against a horizontal plane, and then it clicked in your head, and you went real angry and said, how did nobody else notice what the other guy just laid out to you so simply? They must all be lying, because obviously that proves what's necessary to measure shadows. It just sounded like that's what happened to you. How did that make you lose it? You know what I mean? Like, how'd you lose it from just that?
I'm just trying to understand your theories. I'm trying to understand.
I think
what do you believe? What do you believe?
You did understand,
all right, yes.
Right? Like the Chinese.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
But it's more than what I'm saying, right?
I have a better. You know what I do? I'll have a better look in this. I'll have a better look, and I do. I still don't believe it. I actually still don't believe. Still don't believe your. I just need more extent. I just need more extensive research.
No,
you know what I mean? I will do it.
Yeah, relax. I didn't think this would flip you like all the way.
Yo, Tanks, you sound like Megatron. That's the weirdest freaking.
Yeah, we don't want you to believe us. We want you to actually go look it up yourself, and you'll find out, man. You'll find out for yourself that they have no actual evidence, just stories, a lot of assumptions.
Does that still sound like Megatron?
No, more like Starscream, but go ahead.
No, I don't want to lose that ability while I have it. I should use it. No, go ahead, guys.
I'll come back with
You're fine, pal. The rest of us are okay. Hey, listen, if you could tell me in my early flat Earth days what to focus on the most to understand flat Earth principles and concepts, I would have told myself to go spend more time on surveying, geodesy, and the physics of light.
Physics, but okay, I'll give it a look.
Okay.
I'll leave. I'll study this extensively, and then I'll come back.
Great. Now go look at Jay Tolan Media. Jay Tolan. I'll spell it in chat. JTOLAN. Go look at his stuff on YouTube, man. Like, his stuff convinced me when I was early in this.
And how do you know he's not lying?
Well, he takes, because what he does is verifiable. Anybody can do it. He takes high-end infrared optics and goes up in airplanes and zooms in on the horizon. And he sees things like mountain ranges that you shouldn't see if Earth is a globe.
Okay. Well, I'll give it a. Well, I'll right now I will leave the call, but I'll study this. Okay. I'll see what he says. This Jay Tolan.
Yeah, if you hang out for a couple more minutes, I'll send some links to some videos from his channel so you know you're in the right spot. So I hope you have a good time with this, man. Have fun with Flat Earth. Don't take it like, don't take this like angrily. Don't get angry at Flat Earthers, or don't get angry at the globe.
No, I'm not angry. I'm just shocked. I'm shocked at people. People when was it discovered? When America was discovered? When they. I don't remember, but there was from the they suddenly found out that they say they found out that the Earth is round. But I don't know. I don't know. Like, yeah.
Well, if you check
Honestly,
out Jay Cole, he's like taking spy satellite gear and putting it sideways looking instead of down looking and zooming way in. You know how they say spy satellites can read newspapers from outer space looking straight down? Have you ever heard that before?
Space? No.
Yeah, have you heard that spy satellites can take super zoom images on the ground of people walking around?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can. Oh yeah, no, have you ever saw there is in Europe there is this satellite called Copernicus. It has a good library of you know what is Copernicus? It is like it is it is satellite. It's a satellite that goes. It is up in space, and it you can use it for detecting. Because it surveils the Earth.
Yeah. So my
goes
point
around.
is, imagine taking Copernicus but flipping it sideways instead of looking down, and putting it on an airplane. Imagine what kind of world you can see. Jay Tolan shows you that world, and it's not a globe.
Wait, so he's just going on a plane?
He goes on a plane. His cameras cost, his equipment together can cost up to $10,000 that he takes on an airplane easily. And
Yes, but you can't
he flies
see.
around. He marks locations with GPS, and he identifies mountain ranges, terrain features, locations that exist far beyond the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now. I mean,
this isn't the only evidence we have, too, by the way. I mean, this is one small piece of the pie. Most people have never seen what Jay Tolan shows. Most people don't even know that this exists. Count yourself very lucky to know about this in the first place.
But how do let's be honest. Let's be honest. Like I'm gonna okay, but how can I believe one person but not the okay, I won't say
Not
this
about
because
belief,
I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're saying. But let me see. I'm gonna continue watching this.
Right. I mean, you're looking at ultimately other people's evidence and claims. If you want to be a flat earther, if you want to know how the Earth is flat, you got to do this kind of thing yourself. And you don't need $10,000 worth of high-end camera equipment. You don't need master's degrees in freaking, high-level physics and crap like that to understand this stuff. You just need a little bit of common sense, maybe a friend.
There is a camera lens that can go through. Is there like an actual camera lens that
Yeah, regarding Jay Tolan, yeah, you can email him.
See, you can see through clouds.
Yeah, with infrared, especially longer wavelengths of infrared, you can see through weather. That's absolutely right. The longer wavelengths don't get bent as much as the visible wavelengths do. They don't interact because the wavelengths are so long. They don't get perturbed by small things as much. So this means with infrared, you're not really seeing refracted or turbulent imagery anymore. You can see very, very clearly and very sharp. You see things where they actually are.
Have you done this yourself?
I haven't done high altitude infrared personally for my own benefit. No.
No,
I've done other things. I mean, I've been a ham radio operator for over 20 years, almost 30. I haven't been active in ham radio for that long, but
ham radio is
amateur
ham
radio.
It's like a plane thing.
No, so I like to play around, build and tinker with radio equipment. No, I've built my own antennas and I've tested them out at different.
Oh, I understand. Like
radio.
I understand. Like you get messages around the world.
Yeah. So radio is kind of like light in that you need, at least in VHF, you need line of sight, point to point. And I've done transmissions and have received signals from distances and elevations that betray the globe. I'm sure most radio operators have too, have been around a little bit. Now, there are explanations for it. And I've looked at those explanations too, like everybody else. And I used to accept them at face value, but when you really get into it, they don't really hold up.
What is the camera of what camera does GT Olin use?
Jay Tolan. I think he's from Romania. He's got but he lives in America in the Southwest. He's actually a U.S. military contractor. He uses a Sony A7 primarily. He's used others, but the Sony A7, that's like I think it's a mirrorless DSLR. It's super great, man. They cost like $4,000 without the lens.
And what about camera lens? The lens.
He uses various lenses. He uses oh gosh, I used to know the name of some of these. You'll have to look. He lists his parts in some of his videos. He uses lenses of various apertures and focal lengths and quality too. He sometimes tests out new lenses for his videos and shows you what they're capable of. He'll try different kinds of infrared filters at different wavelengths so you can see different quality infrared imagery.
Okay.
He also does ground-based observations.
Yeah, I saw. Like telescope. He uses like some kind of telescope. Oh, it's a camera. Yeah, it's still a camera.
Yeah.
Big camera.
He also has what's called a theodolite. I don't know if you're familiar with those or if that even might be what you're looking at. It's a tripod with
yes, I saw. It is insane.
Yep. The theodolite is used for measuring angles between things. There's a lot to this topic. It is an endless rabbit hole of information that you can get into.
I mean, there is a lot of information. I mean,
yeah.
Anything.
If you really need to get into, you need to brush up on some geometry. So I won't get into myself too much. I work in a statistical field right now. I haven't looked at geometry in over 20 years until I came into flat Earth, and I'm like, oh crap. Let me go back to some of this stuff. When I was younger, more than 20 years ago, I used to be really big into 3D modeling. I used to design 3D models and sell them to people and companies and stuff like that. I used to be really big into this stuff. So I had to bone up on some of my geometry, differential geometry in particular. And it's one area that you need to really get familiar with. You can probably do a lot with 10th grade, high school level trigonometry. You can do a lot in this realm with that. And you'll begin
Like,
to
like
understand
what?
the concepts we talk about, like angles.
Like
the unit circle.
you're telling me that the basic. Wow.
Yep. Understanding how we see is fundamentally important too. A large part of this deception is the globe can be created out of the function of the human eyeball. The way we see can support a globe Earth cosmology. It's a broken idea, but we understand the process of how they reverse engineered the globe concept and tried to create it into reality based off of how the eye functions. If you're good at math, I can show you a spreadsheet I built. My spreadsheet shows
I like that.
Okay, so I'll share it in a minute. I'll give you a quick introduction. My spreadsheet shows how they reverse engineered the globe from how your eye works. It also reverse engineers how your eye works off the globe.
Let me see.
Okay.
But I like to see your mathematical spreadsheet.
Yeah. So I'll share the screenshot. I'm not going to give you the actual Excel file. There's probably metadata in it that you don't want and I don't want to give up. But my screenshot shows all the formulas. You can recreate this yourself and you can play with it. And I'd be more than willing to spend time with you to review what I've done, to show you how it works, if you're sincerely interested. So stand by. Let me pull this out. I'm on my phone, so you might have to give me a minute or two while I figure this out.
Sure.
Yeah.
No worries.
All right, here's the top half. There's a lot to this. It's not like you're going to look at it and instantly go, oh, I see what you're talking about, even if you have 150,000 IQ.
No, I wouldn't. Let me see.
All right, there's another part to this that I'm trying to pull up. I think this is it. I've got like some footnotes. Yeah, here we go. All right, now they're together. All right. So on the left, I derived the globe's radius from the limits of your vision of the human eye. On the right side, I derived the limits of the human eye given the globe's radius.
Okay. Wait. So you're comparing the limits of the vision and the global radius. So that's when you're let's say measuring stuff. Let's say you want to have the capability to, like, I don't know how to say this in words in English well, but you see the capabilities of the human eye vision, and then you see if you can extend this thing and try and see the Earth curvature, and your conclusion is there is no Earth curvature.
Correct.
Right?
Because we can explain what people say is Earth curvature from what they observe. You know, people say they see ships disappearing over the horizon and so on, right? The things that people say are due to Earth curvature are due to perspective and the limits of vision. If it's Earth curvature, then the limits of human vision and perspective must also still be present, and there must be the curvature effect at the same time. Both of these effects are never present at the same time, only one. The math here describes situations that show that only one of these conditions is present, and we know that it can be explained and measured and proven to be a consequence of how we see, and not the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yes.
So picture this, right? A ship that is appearing to disappear over the horizon has to be scaling with the perspective of vision, right? Things get smaller in angular size as they move away. That's happening. If Earth curvature is present, this must be happening, as well as a drop that is exponential mathematically. We never see the exponential drop. We only see the perspective.
No. We only see the perspective vision.
Yeah, never. So if you go to like an Earth curvature calculator, they'll give you the mathematics for ships disappearing over the horizon, but they'll never include perspective scaling to go with it. And I've shown here that perspective scaling explains it. A 6-foot man who is 3 miles away from you is going to disappear from vision because he's going to be less than 0.02 degrees in angular size at that distance and that size. And your eye thinks that's small.
Let me see the first Earth curvature thingy.
Oh, I don't have that handy. So I can explain real quick. So
I can see. I'm looking into it right now.
Okay, if you can pull it, if you can make sense of my spreadsheet now, more power to you. But the Earth curvature shows that objects begin to disappear at a certain distance from you, right? That distance is determined by two main things. First is the size of the Earth, which we know never changes, right? The globe has a predetermined size. The second thing is based off of your height, which can change depending on who you are and where you are.
Yes, my height change. Yeah, can change the.
Yeah. So for an Earth that has a circumference of 24,900 miles, plus or minus a few extra, this means that if you are 6 feet high, just under 2 meters, let's say like 1.8 meters, if your eyeball is 1.8 meters off the ground, then objects that are the same size of you should not be visible at about 3 miles, which is what? 1.9 kilometers? No, wait, no, it's the other way. 3 miles is 5 kilometers?
Wait,
if you multiply kilometers,
Let me try it.
This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking.
No, let me try it. Tell me. Okay, so I need to first get the. I need to get. So you're saying that the Earth. You're saying that the Earth can't be curved because the angle on what we see. It depends. I don't know how to say it. It's very complicated to.
It is complicated,
say.
yeah.
But
It's complicated, and the other guy. It's complicated, and the other guy that was chiming in that said that the guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I wanted him to see if he could explain any information that's been already said by Amish. So just hold on a second, someone. So, guy, whoever that was, can you please tell us how he's incorrect? Point it out, please. Go ahead. I'm going to give you the floor because anybody that chimes in and says he's incorrect, I want you to point out how he is incorrect. Do it.
Not you. Someone.
Okay,
there was another guy that came in here.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. So I'm
forgot.
talking to him.
He already left. He left. Okay. So
All right, I
for
thought
the
it was
audience out there,
some
if
other
you
guy.
multiply miles by the phi ratio, you can get kilometers and divide it, and you get back the miles.
Wait, what is the formula? The miles times.
Yeah, if you take kilometers and multiply it by 1.618, which is big phi, you can do the conversion. If you take miles and multiply it by 0.618, if you take, hold on, fuck, the other way around. You can use phi to convert between miles and kilometers. I use miles, so sorry if I sound like a retard trying to talk kilometers.
Yeah, don't worry.
Said too.
So it's
You can get back to him if you're busy. Someone. You can get back to
3 miles away from a server.
He's got somebody.
Oh my god.
He's got somebody in there. Yeah. I'm doing that because I think there's some private stuff happening.
Yeah, his mom's like, "What the hell are you doing talking to these crazy flat earthers?"
Yeah. Someone when you get back, just tell us in the chat and we'll unmute you because there's some private stuff happening. So.
Yeah. Sorry guys, I have to go. I have things I need to get to right now, some priorities. So take care.
Thanks for your time, Amish.
Mm-hmm.
Let us know when you're back, someone, and then you'll be unmuted.
Hey. Oh, my bad. I didn't mute the mic. I forgot to mute the mic.
Yeah, I know. So there was some private stuff happening. That's why you got muted.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. But I don't think no one understands. So.
But there might be, dude, there's people from every.
Yes. I know.
Everywhere on Earth on Discord, man. So somebody might understand.
Someone, yeah.
Yeah, but the Amish, he had left, so he's not really going to continue that discussion with you. But it's still the same argument that we have in here that we always talk about. So. I don't know, Radwin, did you want to continue the discussion?
I'm trying to look at it and make sense of it.
You're basically talking about the Black Swan, no? And or angular resolution.
I don't know. Yeah, presenting some more advanced stuff. But it would be good if we could go over the some of the long distance observations with this guy.
Absolutely. So have you ever looked at this, someone? The topic that Amish was talking to you about?
We'll say sorry. I'm kind of trying to. Wait, tell me again.
So it's basically going into what you could see over a distance. So the kind of covering why people believe that they live on an Earth that's curving, and the reason why it's not the case. So it's a long distance observation, breaking it down into the math form.
Yes, I'm looking at it. I mean, you have to, now that I realize, you have to also comprehend the distance. How you say it? Distance comprehension, right?
Yeah, there's a bit of factors involved. Like it's not just a straightforward, approach to say.
No. Yes, yeah, there is. I'm looking at the spreadsheet right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the spreadsheet right now, and.
Do you have any questions about? Do you have any questions about it? What you're looking at?
No, I'm just studying it. I mean,
let us know if you have any questions.
Sure.
Would like to talk to you because there's a thing where we could feed you too much information when you're not ready for it. So I think it's better just to go at your own pace. When you're ready to talk about a certain topic or something that you see there that you want to discuss, that's what we should engage you with. Instead of overloading you with too much information and then you can't keep up with. This topic is
It's simple to understand, but it's
Yes.
complicated when we start talking about the specifics.
Yes, mathematically it is very, I mean,
Yes.
very big to comprehend.
Well, at least on
Very,
that end, it doesn't matter if you come to the understanding right away. It's good that you appreciate that. As far as reasoning goes, it makes it a little bit more
yes, I
palpable.
want to understand this. I really want to understand this. I want to understand how's,
Okay.
like, I'm trying to understand this. I'm looking at it right now. So I will ask you if I have any questions.
Excellent. Yeah, in the meantime, we'll see if there's anybody else in here while you're looking over that. There's plenty of people that can answer your questions as soon as you're ready for that. And if there's anybody else,
Sure.
if there's anybody else in the chat that wants to open up and have a conversation about this, especially what we've been talking about, if not, we'll talk amongst ourselves until we get some more content. Someone else wanting to jump in? Shout out to the team. I think DJ, you were chiming in just a while ago. I think you're here. Anybody else that's here?
What up, Alpha?
What's up, Alpha?
Hey, man. APOC, what's up, brother?
What up?
Radwin's in there. Are you working, by the way, Rad? Or did he leave? Oh, shit, Radwin left. It's always good to kind of meet people where they're at and not just like bombard them, like carpet bomb them with information because, you know, the guy is just barely, he's appreciating that it's a bit complicated. So when I hear that, I'm like, okay, let's just let him look through whatever he's been given by Amish. And then, you know, if he's got some more information we can follow up on, we can definitely do that. I mean, we're not too hasty as to like just, you know, okay, here's like the entirety of all the arguments, you know, accumulated over like 10 years. Boom. You can't do that to the guy. But yeah, so we got some other folk that are in here. I think Mitchell's in here. I don't know if he's FE or not. Shouting Ponies in here. Whoever that is.
Yo, what's good?
What's up, dude?
I was talking with Miguel Souza in the chat about the ISS, I think.
Yeah, now I've seen what you're writing in text, so typing, not writing. Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. And the supporting evidence from your end, what would you say would be the best? As far as like, you know, the preponderance of evidence, what do you think would lead us to the knowledge that the Earth is a globe?
I think the best I have is the, like, I don't have 100% certainty in like anything, especially things that like I don't have the available equipment to measure and stuff. So the best I have available to me is like the preponderance of like scientists and researchers from like different countries that agree on certain things, like, and that would be the same for like most scientific concepts, like atoms, right? Like electrons. I don't have any of that equipment to measure that stuff, but I see it working in my day-to-day. Like I have a computer and I use that.
So yeah, what I hear you saying is I trust the individuals who work on this information to make it as correct as possible. I myself am not one who can do that, therefore I lean on their expertise. Is that what you're saying, sir?
100%, yeah.
And that's fine if you believe in this idea. But the problem that we're asking the individuals that come in here is there any way to test and validate the information that's been given to you? So there's a point where you have to, you know, examine where the rubber meets the road, right? Okay, let's just say that for all this time you've been just going along for the ride because someone else told you and they're smarter than you, according to maybe the way you believe. We're asking individuals if the information can be tested and verified. Now that has to have some kind of merit in your worldview, because if somebody hands you information and it cannot be tested and verified, then there's a problem, right? Like if somebody's been handing you information and told you that's just the way it is, and you're like, okay, I trust in your expertise because you guys are the body of the scientific community, and so I don't have to question or live my worldview where I'm questioning everything, right? That's fine. But
I
when
guess
it comes to just one second. When it comes to this information, though, there's certain aspects of it that I would say either you can test or you cannot test, because on the surface, prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe, in his historical context, there's been individuals who have come up with the understanding that the Earth is a globe, or at least to some effect, close to the numeric values of how the Earth's been a globe. Now, you have to at least understand from our point of view that in history, people in ancient times, kind of were talking about this. So why would you think that the conversations long ago, even in philosophical terms, where people were talking about this? What makes you believe that prior to like these scientists that you lean on today, there were in history people that thought of the Earth as a globe? So it came from somewhere, is what I'm saying. And that's why I'm challenging you right now to think about that. Like, because it's fun to think that, we got all the technology and the intelligent people that are figuring things out now, but what about back then? Where did it start? Why are we even talking about it today? Right?
Well, okay, so two things I wanted to touch on everything you were saying. So just to touch on the last point you mentioned, part of the reason why I trust people more nowadays than back then, I suppose, is the equipment we have and the accumulation of evidence and knowledge that we've come up with. But the second thing, more importantly, is so I went to college for history. So one of the things that I might have access to with my education is certain kinds of restricted archives, right? And so I can take a look at that, take a look at those books, and then maybe translate them or digitize them, and then people kind of have to trust that I'm digitizing them properly, right? The same thing is essentially true for people who went to college for astronomy, right? They're I have friends who went to the same college that have degrees in astronomy now, and they go to the telescopes on the Hawaiian Islands, right? And they look at planets and stuff, and I just have to assume that that with their degree of education and training, that the reason that they're able to use that stuff is because they're going to use it properly, and they're going to utilize the time efficiently, and they're not going to damage any of the equipment. So I'm not given the same sort of equipment that they are, and obviously they're not given the same sort of equipment that I am. I suppose the same level of
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think that comes across as because this information is kind of to a point where it's coveted. You know what I mean? It's not just every man has this information. So you're saying that it's kind of gate kept by certain academic.
You can start getting access. You can start getting access to this stuff.
Well, but there's certain people that have direct access, like yourself, right? Especially when it comes to history, right? There's certain books that you have available to you that wouldn't be available to the common man. We can't just go to the library and look through some information that you have special access to, like maybe texts that were kept or reserved in certain places. Is that what you're saying? We don't, everybody just can't go and reach out and get this information. You're saying there's certain gate-kept information that academic institutions would have that you have access to. Is that correct?
Yeah, in all sorts of different fields. The one that I'm talking about is just certain
especially in history. I hate to interrupt. But especially in history, right? You have direct access to that. Is that true?
Yeah. You just go to I've had professors who have gone to certain Vatican archives, and I don't think it's the Vatican archives. I think that's still closed. But
yeah, but it's greater access. What I would like, I don't know if you're able to do this or not, especially in this specific topic, we've always asked people if they could somehow, go back to the archives or dig up some information on where this all came about. Like, why are people talking about globes, and where did this information originate? Who was the father or the elders of this specific topic? And so, do you know any of that information based on history? And you're maybe a history person. Are you studying to be a professor? Like, what is it?
No.
I'm just kind of getting some background from you, because people that claim they're from academia don't really turn out just to be.
No,
frauds.
sorry. I straight up only got my bachelor's in history. I then went on to IT. I do IT now.
But you do have a background in history, though, right? I mean, this.
Yeah.
So it's not like you have access to NASA's Deep Space Network on Hawaii, right?
No, I don't. No, I just know people who have worked in those.
Yeah, we know people too.
Do you have any access currently right now? Do you have any doors that are open to you that are not available to anyone else?
Except for my old professor emails, no.
No, I mean, okay. So
I have access to JSTOR, I suppose, but that's
JSTOR is helpful.
Is that available to everybody, Amish?
No.
Okay. Well,
I mean, you can search through JSTOR. You can't read all the articles. Then you use something. You use like a.
Are you able to uncover anything from this topic that we're talking about?
Oh,
in history?
No, I'm no. No. I think the idea was like, part of the idea is like people have looked up at the other planets, right? And they see like different sides of those.
Yeah, but what are the figures, the characters that are involved, like from your perspective, that you can see in history, right? Who are the characters that were involved?
I don't know anything about that.
Well, this is the most important. It's like, especially being somebody that studied, you got a bachelor's in history. I would say, could you? I mean, it's a challenge to you, right? Could you look into the timeline and see when things occurred, and then put together when it was possible, then the advent of the globe was, came about?
I mean, I think you probably could. I also just don't think I don't know if the origination of an idea
the history of heliocentrism is great. It kind of begins around the Renaissance.
Yeah. And I think that this guy would probably have a better foothold versus the other guys that come in through here. So.
Oh yeah. So he's going to know a cursory glance. He's going to know all the characters that we know about, and their toils and troubles. In fact, as a historian, right, you would love the book Kings Dethroned by Gerard Hickson. It's about a blunder in astronomy over 2,000 years ago that led to the belief in the globe.
I guess what I'm doing, though, Shouting Pony, is that often at times there's a lot of really surface level information that gets thrown around in chats like these. We don't often talk to people who have background in academia that actually can pull aside a little bit more challenging questions and such. So that's why the reason why I'm doing this right now is because you're not just every other person who comes in here and blabs on Discord. You're somebody who studied in a specific topic, right? A field. So now, if I know you're in IT now, but you do have a background in history. So why not utilize that? That seems like a reasonable ask from any one of us to look, to see if. I mean, right? I mean, we're not telling you to just bend over backwards and break any laws. We're just saying, hey, from your knowledge of what you learned in when you went to school, is there anything that you can look to see if there's anything related to the globe or when it first came about in a timeline kind of perspective, so that we can put things together? People could lean on your expertise on history, perhaps, and say, okay, the guy studied in this, and I trust what he's saying. You get what I mean? Now it's your turn to be the guy that people appeal to.
Yeah, I can look into it. I suppose it wasn't my my area of expertise when I was studying, right?
But I mean, you do have a better. If you say that you have a bachelor's in history, wouldn't that be better than just another bobblehead on Discord saying, "Hey man, Earth is a globe," and you're like, okay. I mean, you say it's globe, but
maybe a bachelor's in astronomy would probably be good, right?
See, I mean that has its merit, right, in this conversation. But I think for you, having that specific background would be better to have, like, where did this all come about? And just like Amish was saying, if you look into it, the history's rich, right? Of people discussing these topics long ago. And where was it actually founded in? Was it founded in like actual, inquiry into like the deep questions, like where did we all come from, and all that sort of thing. And then people piecing it together and saying, okay, this has some real meaningful philosophical, discussions, interpretations from people who are deep thinkers, or is it just like, the ramblings of madmen? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we know that Epicurus, right? Epicurus invented outer space. He and his followers basically smoked a lot of fungus called the Eleusinian Mysteries, and from there, they started this idea that there's this whole realm of outer space and balls and all this other shit.
Oh, I mean, there are one of the fun things you'll actually see in history is a lot of people, like philosophers and stuff, a long time ago had varying ideas on how things worked, and sometimes they got it right and sometimes they got it wrong. But what's really interesting is when they get it right with no good reason to get it right.
Well, maybe that you think so because you only have a certain limitation to your view, right? What if they actually had more than you think, right? What if they had more writings, more teachings, more shoulders of giants they were standing on that you don't have access to currently, and you only see like a microscopic view of what the person actually had? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like one of the topics you can go into is like pre-Socratic philosophy, and it's a lot of that stuff isn't still recorded, or a lot of the writings got destroyed, but they talk about. I know one notable example is they start talking about atoms and stuff. Obviously not in like the same sort of specificity that we understand it today, but
yeah, you talk about Democritus and
maybe I am.
I think so.
But it's super interesting when they just sort of like, okay, we've reasoned ourselves here, but they've also, they were also reasoning themselves toward like, nonsense, right? Like eels, eels spawn out of a puddle.
They basically stumbled into a treasure chest is kind of what you're saying. And I mean,
yeah, well, I mean, it's also the same thing where like did the universe have a beginning, right? Like there's only two options to that question. So like, if you have two people and they have different answers, one of them's bound to get it right.
Maybe, or at least that's how it's been put to you. So you think it's a dichotomy, but like, just going back to what we've been discussing so far, I think because of the fact that you have this history, kind of profession that you had before, or at least some kind of expertise in this, like in all of your studies, did you come up with like anything that had to deal with this topic? Anything? I'm trying to get something from you so we can go off of, or if not,
yeah, sorry,
maybe
the closest I had was like I studied the Indian Ocean trade routes, and people would use Great Circle navigation.
What was the timeline?
God, that would have been. Sorry, it was the 18th century.
Okay.
And early 1800s, because sorry, I'm trying to orient myself because it's been a little bit, but
what were the characters that were involved?
It was like colonies in Australia, and it was mainly talking about like the slave trade and stuff. But they would mention that like they would be aiming for the shortest possible route, right? And so they would use Great Circle navigation. But that's pretty much it. Like it's just one aspect of like navigating on a globe would be like what's the most
so sorry,
advantageous.
That is not correct. Circumnavigation is going around something. Okay?
Well, in this one, it would be the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere might end up being
nice story. The Portuguese navigators, they were discover India, and the Spanish guys, they have to figure out another way to go around, like in a circle, going around something to go to India. That's circumnavigation, going around something.
Oh wait, here maybe.
So they found that the Earth is round like a circle, not a sphere.
I think the guy was bringing up something called the Great Circle Course. I think that's what he was talking about. And so there's that and circumnavigation. So are you saying both circumnavigation and the Great Circle Course?
Well, I think the only thing I'm talking about is sometimes they would. So when you're trading around the Indian Ocean back then, when you're going, I think you're able to go north up along Africa, and then from west to east along the southern coastline of like India and shit, right? And then once you hit Australia, the quickest way to get back to essentially Madagascar is you take like a big round path that goes down, and you get closer to Antarctica, right? You go lower, and that's how you go. That's how you go.
What map were they working off of? Do you know?
I actually I did know. Sorry, I did
all of this matters in how we're gonna put it together to what they were talking about. So
it was the Dutch maps at the time. So I don't know if I have.
All right, let's just say that if you're gonna have this put forward, then it kind of has to have a little meat on the bone, right? So you're gonna have to put together at least what maps they were using and the reason why they were talking about the Great Circle Course. So you know what I mean? Like it's just it all, and then the characters that were involved. What it does is it paints a picture for all of us to look into, and then we could say, okay, this is where this guy's actually making his argument from, is a standpoint of why certain individuals at that time were using this information. And we can look into that for ourselves, you know. It's what I'm doing is I'm getting people to listen to somebody who has, you know, a degree in this, give us information that we could look into and possibly, you know, scrutinize. Just kind of the way we do. That's the way we do things around here. We don't just take what somebody says, especially if they're from academia, and just say, okay, I believe you. I trust you, bro. What we do is we test that information to make sure it's validity. You know, it holds up.
I mean, if I was to go and produce like an old document on navigators, like using the spherical model of the Earth to navigate more efficiently.
Sorry to interrupt that.
Sorry.
Why they, you know that in history, this is not from me, this is from historian guys, Portuguese guys. They were talking about Portugal at that time. They were the number one having navigation maps. And explain to me why they were using flat maps, with compass windows rolls.
All right, I'm gonna hold on, guys. I'm gonna dip out. So I guess if somebody can take point on this conversation, because I think the gentleman has a degree in history. So I guess we can kind of utilize that for everybody to listen to. This is good content for the YouTube live stream, also Twitter and Rumble, wherever we are. So if anybody's listening, just try not to turn this into a shit show, guys, because it can get that way. Just the gentleman is willing to talk to us about a bit of history of the Great Circle Course, and he's kind of laying a foundation. So we're trying to piece together. I'm going to kind of hand it over to somebody else who can take point. That's why all I'm asking. All right. Later, dudes.
Later on, man.
Later, bud.
So as I was saying, in history, Portugal was the number one having flat Earth navigation maps.
Oh yeah, I wasn't aware that they were using flat Earth maps for that. Could you post that?
Yeah, I'm gonna post one. Let's see. Just a second.
I think what he's referring to is that the way they charted their maps and the way they traveled, they would draw, a straight line to a GP from the star they see, and they kind of they treated everything as lateral. There was no curvature involved. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, yeah. So this is what I was getting at earlier, which was if I was able to produce like older documentation of navigators using.
This is a Portuguese navigation map, and it's
Go ahead, keep going.
And it's pointing north. You see that the wind rose. It's pointing north. So where they were navigating the coastline, they were doing these maps. These are navigation maps. It's flat. You know.
I'm sorry. I was thinking. Well, wait. How would you show a curve on a piece of paper map?
This is a flat map.
Well, but like all pieces of paper map are flat, right?
This is just for navigation purpose.
Yeah. How would you show a curve on a map like that?
You see any curve here?
How would you show one? Well, okay, whatever. My main thing was I was talking about like if I was to produce older documentation on navigators taking into account. Miguel. Let me. I want to get through the sentence. If I was able to show like older navigators taking into account the shape of the globe, right, to make their navigations quicker and more efficient, would that be?
Why do I have to account? Sorry, listening my background. So why they have to account a sphere when they were flat Portuguese navigators?
I think they probably took into account the shape of the Earth when they were navigating.
Really?
I think they likely took.
You are lucky in history because 500 years ago, flat Earth, these guys. But it seems that you didn't learn that.
Wait, okay, sorry, what?
Okay, so when they did the math, when they're doing the math for it, are you trying to say that their math involved curving over a body of water to get to the GP of which they were following?
Yeah, this would be like I don't know if you guys have oh god, what's that? It's a certain type of geometry, but if you're trying to find the shortest distance between 2 points, it's a straight line in on a flat plane. But if you're trying to find it between 2 points on a sphere, right, that's going to curve most of the time, right? It depends, but if you're between 2 points, you might have to introduce a curve.
That's where you're messing up, though, because, for instance, if they were doing trilateration or, back then that only consisted of angles to directions, which are only straight lines. Even the math of it would only, like, it would necessitate, like, you have a baseline to a GP and straight lines to create angles. Once you start curving lines to, like, you no longer can, that's no longer, in doable, because you're not deriving an angle from a curved line. That's, I think, where the disconnect is for a lot of globers that try to use this argument, because they're not grasping that there's no curved baselines in a triangle that you're going to calculate an angle from. So you would never get your position of the GP that you're saying is on the other side of a body of water that's a round mountain from your position. That's what globers, obviously, they're out there that they'll push and say, oh no, look at this is how we do it, using a sextant and the celestial navigation based upon the stars, and we know it's a sphere. Like, all that is nonsense, because that's not even how they do it, like, on the boat. They're not accounting for curvature and all that crap. They just take a degree to it, and they know, okay, that's where I'm going. And because I know where that is, I know the distance. That's all they're doing.
I think I know. I think I'm understanding what you're saying. Maybe I don't know if there was. I was talking to somebody about this, and it was like, whatever. I think I get what you're saying. Where you're not actually going to be accounting for that curve. You think you're going in a straight line. Like, if you put that onto a sphere, it will look curved. But that wasn't a conscious decision. I see what you're saying.
Because even in their formula, they literally have to do what they call dip correction because they're bringing up the ground that's supposed to be curving away from them. They bring it up to eye level because they're establishing a baseline. They literally do this in their calculations. Then you have those that are like, oh, you don't need to do the horizon. You can go off the reciprocal zenith angle, but you're still going to assume that you're taking that angle from a 90-degree position. So when you're right, you don't need a horizon to tell you that you're this angle from the ground, and you're going to go, you say, oh, I'm just going to use my vertical. Then I can just go the opposite way. Let's say there's like something in, and you can't see the horizon. Well, that's okay. You can just go from your vertical to the thing in the sky, but that's still derived from a 90-degree position. You get what I'm saying?
Well, actually, I think the problem with that one is that the 90-degree, when you're trying to, like, we're talking about figuring out latitude, right?
Okay.
The 90-degree angle, like when we're talking about to figure out your latitude, it doesn't take into account that any 90-degree angle. Like, we're just talking about the angle.
No. But it's see, that's the problem. But it's derived from a position where you stand. You are the zenith, right? And you're creating a vertical position to the zero baseline, which is the ground or the ocean. And then you've created the 90-degree. You are the right angle. You get what I'm saying? Of that triangle. You get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, you are the right angle to. Oh, I guess your position. Yeah,
exactly.
Okay, yeah, totally. But that doesn't.
No. But here's what happens though. So let's say I'm created the 90-degree angle, right? And then I'm going to make a triangle to the thing in the sky. Now, that triangle, we all know, like, this is just old school, like grade school geometry. We all know that if you take two triangles and put them together, they make a square, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so if we can, that's why they say, oh, we don't need the if we can't see the horizon, we don't need that, because we could just get the other angle, like the one that's opposite of that, because we know that we are going to create a perpendicular position. That's why the math is going to add up right, like, because we can take that angle, we can take the reverse angle of it. But all of that includes two 90-degree positions that are facing each other like a fish tank. Like, you have one side of the fish tank, the other side of the fish tank. And the top of that other side of the fish tank is at a 90-degree position to the other side of the fish tank. That's how you're deriving that angle with that baseline. But, of course, people that believe in the globe and spherosity and all that stuff, they're like, no, that's silly. We don't need that. Then they introduce this false claim. But then when they get back to the work, they literally are doing the triangle calculations. So it's like, wait, so hold on though. You're saying you don't need it, but then that's the only thing you do when you're calculating it. That's why you create that baseline. It's really like double talk, and you got to watch out for that, because these guys are slick and they tricksters, and that's how they get you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm struggling to come up with an example to show like the reason we use the horizon as like a constant. It's because it's easy to find, not because it's essential to what you're trying to find.
No, the opposite.
Right?
As a matter of fact, it's harder to find sometimes because the conditions of the sky, you might not be able to see the horizon like the way you're supposed to see it, quote unquote. So that's why it could be harder at that point. That's matter of fact, there's a reason why they don't even take an observation of a star in the sky at a certain degree off the horizon, because of how light is weird and the way it messes it up is distorted because it's so dense at the surface of where you're looking through, right? So you actually want to go higher. I think it's like then 35 degrees from the I forgot what it is, maybe 15 to 35 degrees, somewhere between there. But the point is that the reason why you would establish that baseline is because you know that the properties of water are level. And they are a horizon or a horizontal.
Sorry, maybe back on your earlier point is this, like the reason it's I shouldn't say it's the easiest. It's the most available constant you can point to, because there's nothing else you can there's not really anything else that like.
Flat.
Well, have you ever thought of like how there's no horizontals on the surface of a sphere? But yet,
yeah,
but yet we use horizontals for the horizon, right?
Well, I was gonna say like you have to keep in mind like, in the globe model, right? It's a really big Earth, so things are gonna look like horizontal.
Chat, ask him how big.
How big is it?
How big is the Earth?
Yeah. He doesn't know, guys.
Okay, so
The diameter is 7,918 miles.
You just Googled it, bro.
I did. Yeah. Well, I don't have a measuring tape that's 7,918 miles long.
No, I'm saying you just said, it's really big, right? We're like, how big? You're like, well, I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's like super big.
Okay, so let's say this really big Earth that you have, okay, but then you want to do math on it, but all this math is consistent of a baseline that's horizontal position, and no matter how big this ball is that you think you're on, it's still not a straight line, because you can't have that on the surface of a ball. That's why a lot of your math, I could tell that you don't know this, and that's okay, that's fair, that's fine. I'm not expecting you to be like, very well studied in this, but a lot of your math is derived from the center of the ball. Did you know that?
I'm not sure what you're talking about with
like when you're dealing with the radius and stuff, when you're calculating that, like the drop and all that stuff, do you realize that that's actually calculated from the center of the ball? That's what's giving you that radius, because they're deriving it. Like if you go all the way from the center of the ball, Earth, to the surface, then you're going to have, like, along that radian, you're going to have a certain distance, because they're going to calculate that to the center of the ball, which is where they cut it in half, and then you get a plane. And from that plane, that's when they start taking angles to the surface of the Earth from the center of it. You understand that?
Yeah, I think I'm following. Yeah, they use like a small amount of information that they can gather from, and then they extrapolate that onto the fucking equations for finding the area of the sphere.
Exactly, and they have to because there is no flat plane on the surface of the ball, and this is why we call bullshit. Because you can't have one and then make it the other and then just claim it that way. Like, no, dude, there is no horizontal lines on the surface, but all your calculations, you're saying, oh yeah, I go to the horizon, I establish a baseline. Okay, but that's not even, you can't do that, first of all. But you guys just go, well, it's calculated from the center of the ball, and we know geometry, and we know trigonometry, and we can just calculate it. But at the end of the day, that whole sphere Earth is just a mathematical formula, but it's not reality. Because when we take measurements here on the surface, it's all flat and horizontal. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm kind of following. Yeah, it sucks because math has never been. I've never been that good at math, so.
That's all right. A lot of people aren't.
Yeah. So for a lot of this stuff, like, and I started with this, which is like, there's a heck of a lot of fields that I have to just, I have to look toward the preponderance of the experts who have like gone to college and studied for 2, 4, 6, or 8 years, or have a
some expert syndrome.
Well, yeah. Well, that's rough, but like I do it for a lot of stuff, right?
I know, but look at think about this though, okay? If you are listening to people that are in a system where it's like the turnbuckle just goes around and around, they spit them out, they pull them in, they spit them out, they pull them in, and they're just indoctrinating people to parrot the same story and regurgitate the narrative and all that, and they're just perpetuating this ideology to keep people into this really confusing, complex mathematical world we live in. But they're just you're now, and you're like, well, those people have been studying it for so.
Oh, I mean, I guess I should also say like there are things that they do that seem to like justify what they've learned. Like
what?
I have so it kind of depends. Like somebody I haven't talked to in a good amount of time, but they got their degree in, it must have been mechanical engineering, because they ended up designing a part on the Mars rover.
Okay.
So they were able to. I mean, and that's part of like, they put using their degree. They aren't a rocket scientist. I guess my friend's dad worked on an aerial defense system.
Okay.
And so what he was able to do with his study was create a computer program that accurately mapped like where airplanes were in an environment, and create like a missile defense program that would like shoot them down if they needed to or something.
Okay.
I don't know the specifics on it, but like they're able to take their degrees and then do projects in the real world. And part of that sometimes takes into account that if you're working over large enough distances, you need to take into account a curve.
That's assumed.
Yeah, that's actually not true.
Well, I guess that's what they say in a
well,
once you have a degree in it.
I'm willing to bet
that's what they say, or that's what you're telling us they say. There's a slight difference.
That's what they say. I mean, they're not here, right?
Because seriously, I'll tell you now. Prior to today, you being in here, you would never have said to them, "Did you take into consideration the curvature?"
over a long enough period in time, yeah, or not a long enough distance, right? Yeah, you would have to.
You would never have asked them. So you are just baffling us with bullshit at the moment.
Oh, I don't know how you would know that about me.
People after a while. Don't worry. Get used to it.
So let's say the dad, using his knowledge and everything he learned and went to schooling for, and then you say that he built this software, has to account for the positions of aerial, whatever it may be, a plane or maybe even rockets coming in at them or whatever. But it's safe to say that the software itself, it treats the Earth as flat and stationary, even just for the simplicity of the software itself, because trying to take in variables of rotating and curved, there's a reason why NASA even treats things as flat and stationary when they're trying to do their computations for machines to work properly over the Earth itself.
Or like on it, yeah. But these are since they're planes, they are taking into account for the curvature.
So you're saying that, but the reality is that planes go up, they fly across, and they come down. Why would it be taken into account in a curvature or for curvature when there's no curvature? And what we mean by that is on the ground, that curve has been debunked. It has to be curving away from you when you are at a certain height and there's at a certain distance. You have to be bending it to make the ball that you believe we're on. So once you can see further than that position and it debunks the curve, well then why would they be creating systems for a curve that does not exist?
If I'm following, it sounds like you're assuming that the
No, we're not assuming. No, these measurements are true. We're not assuming that this measurement.
Oh, sorry. Or I would need to assume that you're correct about this. Or at least I haven't, because I haven't seen it. If unless you're posting it somewhere that I'm not seeing.
Well, I'm sure someone's already been posting it on the side chat, to be honest, because they're always posting stuff while we're talking, just like for your information, so you can see it. There's something called the Black Swan. If you've been in this arena, you probably heard it a million times. But there's more than just that one off the coast.
I would hope, right? Because if there's Oh, did I see that? Is that the oil platform? Is the Black Swan the oil? Oh yeah. I guess one thing that I was looking at was like, I don't know. I guess part of it would be like I would need, like, this is an example.
Everything.
Oh, sorry. I was almost through that. I almost had the full thought out, Miguel.
The formula. I did post the formula. Distance to the horizon from University of Washington, Department of Mathematics. Distance to the horizon. You see that second. Where is the horizon? It's behind the second oil rig, right? The second oil rig. It's 9.4 miles away. The horizon is behind, right? So if you count 10 miles, 1 foot observer's height, that should be the horizon. Geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles. But you are seeing too far. This 10 miles. You know what that means? I did post the math, the calculation. That radius is 67. How can you see? You say Earth is too big. How big? 67 times larger. That's a big problem. Checking the reality right there.
Yeah, I guess if I was to take, because I don't have any way of, it would take me a little bit to verify a lot of this information. If I was to accept all of this as true, and this is definitely an anomaly, right? But I would think these would show up a lot more and I'm assuming you guys have more examples, so that's kind of what I'm asking for. Is like,
yeah, if I could jump in for a second. We do have plenty, like so many examples, right? We could go over each one by one, right? And it would take forever to go over them all, right? But I did just want to backtrack a tiny little bit. You were talking about the aircrafts, right? So, I mean, I'm friends with a aerospace engineer who works for the government, right? He helps build commercial aircrafts, right? All sorts of different types, right? He's a globe earther. And but he does admit that all the calculations that they make when they're designing the aircrafts do assume a flat stationary Earth, right? And the FAA flight dynamics manuals and whatnot, right? They all state the same thing. And there's a whole bunch of. Yeah,
I can definitely understand the stationary part. That's like
and flat, flat.
Right? But the flat part is the part that I would need to.
Yeah, I mean, I can just quickly pop like a citation from the FAA flight dynamics manual that backs up what the engineer was telling me. 1 second.
I think maybe because, like, okay, when we say flat, we don't mean like there's not topography of highs and lows, but what we mean by that is the water's definitely at a zero, okay? And yes, there's tides that make it go up and down. But if let's say for some reason it was like just all to just stop moving, like the current stopped and the wind stopped, like the water would just rest the same way it does in your cup of water or your bathtub of water or your pool of water with no wind. Like it would just find itself level and it would just be there. But on the ground, we are deriving everything when it comes to elevation, altitude, and height. Those are all things that you can like use a data point that are derived from an XY grid, if you understand what I mean. You get what I'm saying?
The last part I didn't. Sorry.
Okay, so like an XY grid, meaning you have like two positions, right? Like your position on the ground, you might be closer to one point or farther away, and then you have a height where you or even a depth where you're above that line or think of like remember, I'm going to take you back right now. Remember back in school when you had like a graph calculator and when it's called an XY, right? Remember like having to do those graphs and you like they're all like, sine wave. Remember all that stuff?
Totally.
So like that's the same thing of Earth is derived with the XY, like where you have a depth, a height, or a position along the ground. And like that's what your complicated systems of like flight and aviation, that's all they're really going off of. Like look into it. They really just have a position of, although it's a lot more points, right? They're trying to get every single position on the 3D view, not a 2D view of the XY, which is probably like an infinite number now at that point. But look at like a room, and every inch apart away in every direction, like if you want to make a bunch of squares that fill up your room, they're all going to represent data points of that XY. The Y being like your ceiling or your walls to the ceiling, and then the Y, and then the X. I'm sorry, and then the X. Yeah, the X will be your floor, and like anywhere in your floor, you can position it like, okay, this side of my in this corner of my room, like this is its XY, and the other side where my TV's at, it has its own X. You get what I'm saying now?
Yes. Yeah.
But it's all derived from mean sea level, meaning that's the baseline, and that's what we mean by flat.
So the first thing I think the better thing that I'm able to comment on is just like you were talking about the water and stuff remaining stationary, right? I don't know if you guys have probably heard the like if you're on a moving vehicle and then you toss a ball up in the air, like the ball maintains its velocity with you, and so you don't have to account for the speed of the vehicle that you're in, right? When you're tossing it, the ball will maintain the velocity, right?
Yeah. What if you turn a corner?
Oh yeah, so then acceleration will be applied. So then you would need to account for that.
So what's the motion of the Earth? Is it constantly accelerating?
No, it's definitely not accelerating.
Yes, it is.
That would be the idea. Is that
So
like
the acceleration
moment,
is
so it's a change in vector.
well, there's only velocity. Like there is no. It's just the velocity remains constant, so there is no acceleration.
Do you live on a ball?
I'm just talking about this right now. I'm not.
So if you're going around in a circle, you're accelerating, aren't you?
Yes.
I don't.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't
Are
think
you there?
so. No, I think that's called.
Don't think so.
Rotational velocity.
Okay, so rotation means a change in direction, doesn't it? At all times.
Well, I think in this example, it's. I think that's partly because it's just a huge thing, right? You don't need to account for that.
Yeah,
Like
1,000 miles per hour if you want. Yeah.
What's the what's the upward force that would generate?
What are you talking about? Upward force.
Or well, what's the force that it would generate?
Get it?
Oh, I'm almost done.
You were talking about throwing a ball up in a car, and I said, "What if you change direction?"
Well, I guess
then the
so
ball
the
would
thing
move, wouldn't it?
So you guys are like.
That's a net. Did I finish yet? So if
you
you're on a
interrupted
ball,
me when you started.
if you're on a ball, you're spinning around in a circle, correct?
Yes.
So you would be constantly changing direction, correct?
Yes.
Changing direction is acceleration, correct?
Totally.
Thank you. Wasn't that hard, was it?
Yeah. Okay. Wait. So do you know what kind of force that applies on you away from the center of mass in that ball example, right?
I wasn't talking about that. It's not what I was talking about.
It sounds it creates like an acceleration force, right? Away from the center. That's
you were saying you were using them not being able to feel any change in direction. Your example was linear motion. Now we've come to the conclusion that it's not linear motion, it's acceleration. So you're using the wrong analogy.
Well, what force of acceleration would that apply, though?
Who cares? Do you admit?
Yeah, no,
that it is a change in direction.
No, I was just talking about.
I was just acceleration.
I was just
so
talking
your analogy doesn't work. Yeah?
I was talking about conservation of motion, right? Like.
Yes. So if you change direction, it's an acceleration.
And so what's the force that change of direction?
Oh my God,
applies?
man! I don't know. Do the math. Do the math. I don't care because it's not moving. You're the one that says it's moving.
This feels like
Feels like what?
Well, you're a flat earther, right?
Yeah. Why?
And is this like is this the first time you've gone over this argument, or is this like one that you're pretty accustomed to and familiar with?
Why does it matter?
Well, the question would be like, has anybody ever asked you like what the force of acceleration would look like?
Yeah, it's not my argument. It's your argument.
Well, it could be a quick thing to figure out though. Just so you know, like.
Go ahead, man. I don't need to do it because I know it's not in motion. So your argument is it's in motion and we wouldn't feel it. So therefore, you'd have to work out what forces would apply to you, and then say, "Oh well, look, you wouldn't feel it." Correct? Not my claim, dude.
Oh,
your
yeah,
claim was linear motion. I said no, it's acceleration, and your claim is it's moving. My claim is it's not moving. So I don't need to. I don't need to come up with those equations. That's your problem, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to figure out how much force it would exert. Because the idea would be that it's like very negligible because you're right.
Almost like it's not happening, yeah?
Well, I think the idea is that rotational velocity okay, sorry.
So almost like it's not happening. So how do you measure it?
Almost, right? So I think the idea would be that it's like.
Right. So you would be able to measure it then.
Okay.
So you would be able to
I'm
measure
sorry.
it?
Am I able to finish the sentence?
Would you be able to measure it?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, great. Go ahead, measure it. Let me know when you're finished.
You would be able to feel a 1,000 mile per hour wind at the equator. That's a stiff breeze.
Oh, but the thing that I was bringing up earlier about the conservation of momentum, right? Like the wind is you're only feeling the difference.
Show us that. How do you demonstrate that? How do you demonstrate conservation of wind momentum on a 3D ball? You got that in the lab?
Well, no, we can just use the one example of like.
A ball.
I guess we should start with like
a ball.
If you're in we should start with if you're in like a moving. I think we should start with if you're in a. Are you going to keep interrupting me?
Yeah, he will.
Okay, that's all right.
No, see, if you're going to say that there's a conservation of angular momentum.
No, not that. Just the I'm just starting with like just momentum, because what I'm the more complex idea, I suppose, is that the globe model, right, is that the Earth is really big. So when you're trying to calculate, sorry, I'm just trying to finish a sentence.
I know, but I'm just asking specifics about the things that you're saying. So you said there's a globe model. Can you post that for us in the side chat?
Well, the only thing that I'm trying to say is that the Earth being as big as it is, or as people theorize, right?
Uh-huh.
That the difference in what angular momentum that you're going to be experiencing is going to be negligible, right? Because I think you use radians around a sphere to calculate that. It's been a little bit, but so when you're like 1,000 miles an hour or something,
go ahead.
It comes out to only like a fraction of a degree, right? Like a minuscule fraction of a degree.
For what?
Almost like it's not happening, eh?
Almost.
A fraction of a degree per what?
Per 360 degrees.
Yeah, how much time? Is there a time scale here, or what's the deflection per what? Per hour, per minute, per what?
I guess here.
Because we're being told that there's a Coriolis effect, meaning that there's objects experiencing an apparent deflection in the inertial reference frame that can be measured from the non-inertial spinning reference frame, meaning that if the spinning non-inertial reference frame was hauling ass at 1,038 miles per hour, then you would have in the inertial reference frame a wind, right? A breeze.
No, because
the air is stationary or the air is not stationary. So it's lockstep with the Earth. So the air is moving with the Earth. Is that your claim? So there's no Coriolis effect?
I think if you go up in elevation, I'm sure there's like a difference there.
Why would there be a difference?
I think probably because you're just further away from the center of mass. I think there's less forces acting on you, and there's I guess other things going on up there.
What forces?
I don't know. This is kind of like I don't know, right?
We're going by your claims, man. You're making claims. We're asking you to go ahead and support those claims. These are questions that we ask of the people who believe in the globe. These are the questions that we asked when we did believe in the globe. And guess what? No answers. Not even an attempt. Just some bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know everything I don't know everything, right?
Right.
And well, if I was asking, if you started asking me the density of water, I'm not going to have a really good answer for that either.
Okay. Well, how would density be measured?
Sorry, what?
How is density measured?
Well, so you know how I just said if you ask me like the density of water, I'm not going to have a good idea.
Right.
I
don't know
everything.
If you came in here and you don't know anything about, let's say, the rotational vector or whatever of the Earth, and you don't know anything about it, why would you make a claim if you don't know?
I didn't make a claim as to what forces are acting upon wind up in the air. I just made a claim that that's likely going to be that way, but I don't know. I'm coming at you with a very I don't know all the answers.
So now it's more like a gamble, like it's 8 out of 10 probably likely.
Well, I just don't think you should expect everybody to know the answers to every question you're asking.
Well, no, we're not really necessarily asking questions for our sake. We're asking them for yours. What you're doing is you're kind of going into this realm of, well, somebody had to have figured it out, so it's probably something like this, and yet you don't know what it is, and you don't know where to find the answer.
At the moment, no.
Right. I mean, we're just pointing that out. We're not trying to give you too hard of a time, but it'd be better to just go, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, instead of making up stuff or appealing to some, nebulous somebody somewhere may have figured it out and it's probably this, just go, you know what, that's a good question. I don't know, and I don't know how to figure it out, and nobody ever told me.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I thought I was coming.
That shows transparency, and it shows that you're actually wanting to have a continuing conversation of, honesty. And so what it shows us is that when you say you don't know something, and just like says who's saying, it gives us a better reason to have more conversation with you. Whereas when you start saying, well, this is how it works out, or you're trying to figure something out on the fly, it shows that that's kind of like someone being disingenuous because they don't want to admit, they're very prideful. They don't want to admit that they don't know something. You get what I mean?
Oh yeah, sorry.
In this conversation, that's very much respected. Even though it sounds like maybe on the opposite end, like maybe from the realm that you're from, like you have to know an answer, like you got to give some type of explanation. It doesn't work that way here. So if you don't know something here, just say I don't know. It's better respected than Get what I mean?
Totally.
So that's just kind of like a disclaimer to you, so you don't have to continuously be trying to explain something you don't have, knowledge on. Anyway,
so if you do believe that you live on a ball, and I'm sure that you do, that's no problem.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So these things that you're claiming, like this is measured in radians, that's kind of begging the question that you live on a ball in the first place. So how do you know that you live on a ball? did anybody present you with how they measure the Earth to be curved?
Oh no. What I'm trying to say is, if when I brought up the radians, it would be if we existed on that, then this is how many, like this is how far we would have traveled in terms of like the degrees of rotation on a sphere.
I got you.
And so and then we could use that to correlate out to like, well, what would the angular velocity be? And then what force would we expect to feel?
So instead of kind of like doing a little thought experiment about what it would be if the Earth were a ball, we should probably just go ahead and figure out if it's actually a ball first, right?
Totally, yeah.
Okay. So how do you know you live on a ball?
Have you been in this chat for a little bit? Because
well, I came in probably, maybe this question's already been asked of you, and I apologize. So
sorry, no, it's all good. It's all good. The thing that I said earlier was like, I think it probably boils down to, for me, is like, there's a lot of different fields that I'm not privy to how they make those calculations or the equipment they use to make those kinds of measurements. So a lot of different fields, I have to kind of just take their word for it. One of the examples might be like, you know, I have no way of interacting with like just an atom or seeing an atom, right? But I understand that like
it's okay, dude. It's all right, man. Like he just trusts the experts. Setsu.
Yeah, I get it. So I mean, we don't want to make too many false equivalents here. You know, the atom still fairly like it's in its conceptual stage right now. But that has nothing to do with the physical Earth that you live on. We're asking you how the curvature at 8 inches per mile squared, roughly, was measured. And the funny thing is about every globe believer is, including us when we were globe believers, is they have no idea how to prove that. They don't even know how it was measured in the first place. Don't you find that strange?
I mean, to be quite honest, no. I have this fun story where I was in college and they were talking about we had a map pulled up, and somebody next to me in college pointed at Europe and asked if it was North America, and I asked them, what's your major, and they said journalism. So like even some educated people don't really, you know, who fucking knows, right? People are dumb.
Well, I'm not asking if anybody knows how it was, because somewhere along the line,
what I'm saying is
like
it's not
you're probably
surprising.
at least in your 20s or 30s. Yeah, but nobody has this answer. I'm not even talking about some Joe off the street or a journalism major or whatever. I'm talking about the astrophysicists. They don't know either.
I don't know if there's any astrophysicists in the chat who can speak to that.
Well, we've had them in the chat. There's none here today. They've all left with the tail between their legs because they had no answer. They don't know how the Earth was measured to be a ball.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I would find that to be troubling. Like, the first thing I would do is, you know, get out my Google, say, all right, Google, son of a bitch, who measured the Earth to be curved? And they're going to feed me a result. Now, that result shouldn't be just taken at face value. Then that should be verified or challenged to see if it holds any water. Have you done anything like that?
No.
No. Okay. So I guess the next question would be, are you satisfied with the idea of living on a ball with no evidence, no measurements, nothing that points to it spinning or hurling through a vacuous area we call space or the universe? If there's no evidence, just a story that you were given, are you satisfied with the story?
So I'm going to say yes, and I'm going to say yes because there's some tangible things in my life that I believe are aided by that globe model. One of them is like one of the like GPS might be an example, like having sort of the ability to use Google Maps and navigate around my environment and stuff.
What does it have to do with the Earth being a ball?
Well, my thought would be like the astrophysicists and rocket engineers who put satellites into orbit.
They did?
They work off.
Who did? I've never seen this. It's another story, but I've never seen a satellite in space or anything like that.
Have you ever seen the?
Never seen it done.
Have you ever seen the what are they called? The
Starlink?
The Starlink trains, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen those. Do you think that those are falling around a ball Earth?
I think presumably that's the idea.
Okay. How would that? What's the mechanics of that?
Well, I'm a woman hit you with. I don't know. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, right.
I'm not gonna even feign trying to get there. Like.
Right. You ever been to a magic show?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. You ever see any rabbits be pulled out of a hat?
Yeah. No. Wait.
Okay.
Maybe.
No.
Maybe. But I'm assuming.
Maybe.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. What about women being chopped in half?
I don't think I saw anything like that.
Okay. So you went to these magic shows and you suspended disbelief for the entertainment purpose, but you think any magic was going on? Do you think there wasn't a rabbit in the hat and then all of a sudden, alakazam, there was a rabbit? Or did you see something, but in all reality, it was just an illusion?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess part of the idea is like you buy a ticket to a magic show, sort of expecting that sort of thing to happen, right? Like,
right.
I don't think real magic exists.
Okay. So when you see something in the sky and someone tells you that is falling around a ball Earth because space and gravity and all that other nonsense, how come do you suspend disbelief in that scenario too? What's the difference?
Oh, well, I guess in this scenario, it's like if you have a Starlink satellite, and if you have it outside, right? Like it doesn't matter if there's like trees to the left and the right of it, like a considerable amount of distance away. But what you really need is like open airspace to be able to spot the satellites, right? So, so essentially, it's like those things are up there providing this, and so if I can verify that I'm getting that sort of thing from things up there, this service that Starlink has from the satellites, by pointing it toward the sky, then there's got to be something up there, I suppose.
So
how far
do you only get internet? Do you only get internet when the Starlink is over your house, or do you get it all the time?
Oh, have you seen one of those Starlink satellite maps?
Yes, I have. I'm asking you, do you have internet all the time or only when they're over your house?
I guess only when they're over your house.
So you only get the internet service when they're over your house. How often are they over your house?
I think pretty much all the time.
No. You've never seen these
Not if
trains,
they're
have you?
orbiting, my friend.
They're not geostationary.
There's a multitude of them crisscrossing, I believe, making overlapping pattern.
All the time.
No, not yet, anyway.
Here, I'll post that.
You get internet even when they're not over your house.
Oh no, I'm posting it in the chat. So like, I think it just when you say over your house, I mean like, you don't mean like.
Have you seen these things at night? Have you seen these things at night?
I've seen the Starlink train a couple times. Yeah.
So they truck across the sky pretty quickly. They're there and then they're gone, right? And yet you still have internet.
Because I posted in the chat. You can see the live map of it.
Yeah, never mind the map. Are they over your house right now?
Yeah. Starlink 31976 is.
Okay, can you go outside and take a picture of them for me, would you?
It's daytime. I don't know if I could. Also, I don't. I guess I could. I don't know if I have a camera that would be able to capture it, but if it was nighttime, maybe, right?
And that's your ultimate proof that you're on a ball?
No. I'm saying. Sorry, this was off a tangent of somebody asked me if I'm satisfied with living with a globe model, and I said that there were some benefits that I was getting from people I think who work off of a globe model, and it seems to check out when there's like orbiting satellites above me that provide internet for me, right?
Yeah. You're going to correlate a story about what satellite or some object above your head and your internet service, and then you're going to say, well, that's good enough for me. This all proves that I'm on a ball because you told me a story, and I believe it.
No, I think that I'm just satisfied with that.
Well, isn't that a pretty crappy level of a standard of evidence?
I don't know if there's a greater degree of absolute certainty that I could like get on this question without going to some like pretty nutty lengths.
What's so nutty about measuring Earth curvature? Why is that it's not nutty because someone told you something and you believe it? That's nutty to me.
Why do you have to go to nutty lengths to prove something that should be true anyway? What are you talking about?
Oh, sorry. I think it's just it would require a lot of effort from me.
Effort to show us the truth?
No, just for me to prove it to myself. Like,
so you haven't even proved it to yourself yet?
No, I haven't. No. This is what I've been saying for like 30 minutes.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, that would be jumping to the conclusion that I can assume that it's flat, right? Like I'm living with the globe model in my head, but like I'm not gonna try.
You don't need to assume it's flat. You can measure it flat. You can use it as flat, and you can view it as flat as well. So you go to the ocean every day and you see it's flat. You don't trust your senses because you see it's flat, and then you say, "Oh, it must be a ball."
The level gives it away.
Sorry.
After a while, you start to figure out that this might be just your preferred position. Like you don't have any evidence for it. You have stories about it, but you don't want to go to any lengths to actually know the truth.
Well, I would say the same would be true about how maybe how a car functions. Like I don't know how a car functions, right? Or I don't know how I'm an IT, but there's some levels of like how a processor functions. That right? I have no fucking clue how that works. But when I read an article and somebody explains to me about like silicone dyes getting carved up by nanometer wavelengths and stuff, like yeah, it's fine. I'm okay with believing that.
Okay, but this is still another false equivalence. We're talking about geometry and the nature of the reality that you live in that is definitely accessible by you and measurable by you. And it's pretty simple, but you don't want to do it because someone gave you a story that correlates to the reality that you prefer, and that's where you're going to stay.
I guess it depends on what the experiments are.
Well, it's not an experiment; it's a measurement.
Under where the term sea level comes from? Do you think those words are just like picked out of a hat?
No, I don't think so. Also, I mean, sorry. I guess it would depend on how you get those measurements, then, right? I guess it depends on what needs to be done. So if it's not like an overabundance of effort, then yeah, sure, I'll do it.
Can you test your globe model inside of the vacuum?
I'm not sure if I totally got everything you're saying, but no.
Can you test your globe model inside the vacuum chamber?
I don't think. Depending on what you're trying to find, I suppose, and kind of where you're doing it, but I think the idea is that, like, if you guys have like a conceptual understanding of what people report gravity, how that works,
So you want so inside that vacuum chamber, you like a ball earth with some atmosphere, right? This air around that ball inside the vacuum chamber. Can that be work like that inside the? Does it work?
Well, I guess what kind of experiment are you trying to run in a vacuum chamber?
Yeah,
what are you trying to find?
It's simple. You have a vacuum chamber. Now you put a ball, like ball earth, and try to make that sphere around that ball, and show us that working that inside the vacuum chamber, because it doesn't work.
I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can make an atmosphere around something small like that you could put in a vacuum chamber. I think you'd need you need a pretty big vacuum chamber, I think, to be able to get a mass large enough to develop an atmosphere, I suppose.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, can you show to us, a ball earth inside the vacuum chamber with some atmosphere?
You would need to be away. You would need to be away from a substantial mass like the Earth. You would need to be away from where other forces can be acting on it, right? And you'd also need a big ball, and you need a big.
You don't see the problem. You don't see the problem right there.
Well, this is your experiment that you're coming up with in a vacuum.
No, it's about your globe model. Testing your globe model.
Well, you're just saying that you can't do an experiment that you came up with. I'm just trying to come up with an idea of maybe you.
How can you have a working model if it's not working? You cannot show it.
Well, that's just one experiment you came up with.
How about you do this experiment? Gas pressure without a container. Or you have vacuum in one side, and you have gas pressure. Can you show that experiment?
I think you would need to be in an environment without an atmosphere, I suppose, and you would need a lot of gas.
Let me see. Let me check this. I'm going to show to you this. I don't need too much gas to show that experiment. I'm going to show to you. Okay? You don't need too much gas. Look, you have vacuum in one side, you have a gas on the other side. It is container, by the way. You know what happens when you open the valve? This debunks your ball earth space vacuum fairy tale story. You don't have a working model either.
Well, what I'm trying to say is there would need to be a lot more gas. It would. I mean, we're talking about.
No, that's the problem with gas laws. Small scale, large scale, still the same.
I posted an experiment sort of like what you're talking about, but here's the problem, man. You have 2,000 years to develop some kind of experiment like this, but nothing has been done to prove that there is gravity or there's an attraction or a bending of space-time or any of these things. Nothing has been. No science has been done since 1700s or it's 2,000 years ago. That's what you got. You have no science that says this. But I posted a science experiment that you were almost alluding to. I've drawn this up. You've come up with it. I've came up with it. How come the scientist hasn't come up with this idea? You're absolutely right. You put a heavy thing in a vacuum chamber. You put some gas inside of it. If it's bending space-time, it should be able to have enough force to attract that little bit of gas molecule to the surface. It hasn't been done.
Big. Well, you'd have to do.
It would just have to be really heavy. It wouldn't have to be really big. It'd have to be heavy.
Yeah.
If you see my example, I'm using osmium, which is the heaviest material in the world. We can make a beach ball size osmium sphere and pump in a little bit of helium or whatever into a isolated chamber, and you should see that has enough. Because this Cavendish is making an attractive force. This should have enough to attract gas, right? Game over. Gravity's a thing. Give me my fucking Nobel Peace Prize, right? But nobody's done that.
I guess part of the issue is that there are other forces acting on that gas that we can't isolate on Earth.
No, it's the bending of space-time and causing a gravity well, which forces this.
Yeah,
anything in this path into that.
But the Earth is
but this example that I've showed you would do that as well.
It wouldn't be able to.
It would.
I don't know if it would be able to counteract the forces of.
Well, here's my reference. If you use Cavendish, which uses two little spheres, or 1,200-pound spheres, whichever one you want to go with, but maximum. Let's go maximum. 1,200-pound spheres were able to cause enough force to make two spheres that were very heavy kind of oscillate towards each other, right? So if that can happen with 1,200 pounds, 2,000 tons of osmium and a vacuum chamber should easily be able to attract a very light molecule of gas.
Oh, I guess. Yeah, I guess what.
The question is, why haven't scientists done this to present this question? It says, how do you get a gas to do gas things without being in a sealed-in chamber, right?
Well,
so this is the answer to that.
I think this might be
also proves gravity, I believe.
I think this might be one of the weird things is like, I don't know how much, I don't know what the problems would be with like running this kind of experiment. Like, I don't know how much 2,000 tons of osmium would cost or how available that material is.
Well, it's just a thought experiment, so everything's free right now.
Well, but you're talking about, you mentioned like this would be the experiment to do it. Why haven't they done it? And I'm saying like, well,
1,200 pounds of lead was able to attract another force, supposedly, because in referencing Cavendish experiment. 1,200 pounds of lead was enough to pull another object towards it. This is the claim. So if that is true, it is easy to imagine that 2,000 tons of something would be able to attract a little gas, right? Showing us this contained this gas without a container, right? That's exactly what it would do, thus proving gravity.
I think part of it would be the one thing to point out would be that you would also have the gravity of Earth acting on that gas.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Excellent. So how did Cavendish do it then, though? How did Cavendish's experiment work so well? He didn't negate any of it.
What was Cavendish's?
Yeah, just Google it real quick, and you'll get millions of examples and images and stuff.
Know his own model.
So gravity holding gas pressure. You have.
Oh, sorry. Well, I want to. Sorry, two things. Is the idea behind the Cavendish experiment that there are two balls that were pulled toward each other?
Yes, sir.
Well, so I guess the reason why it wouldn't matter if that had gravity acting on it is because we're talking about a downward gravitational force compared to a horizontal gravitational force. Like
in my example, it'd be a 360 gravitational force from the
but you still have the Earth pulling down on the gas, and you would still need you would be counteracting like.
You would negate this by inserting a gas.
The gas would just
that is inert,
down, right? The gas would just
you can change the gas though.
Well, it would fall.
You can change the gas though.
It would be.
You can find so you can still find a gas that can be equal and find its equilibrium in the tank, and then as soon as you introduce 2,000 ton sphere in there, it should automatically attract to that. It's already been balanced out with the Earth's gravity. You find a gas that will fill the chamber and stay inert and isolated and balanced, so that when you stick the ball in there, it becomes unbalanced and you can witness gravity. We've already circumvented Earth's gravity.
What about the ball?
By changing the gas. Some gas goes up, some gas goes down. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
No matter what environment you put it.
What I'm trying to say is, if you're trying to measure like essentially the pull, or you're trying to prove the pull that an object has.
We're trying to see the bend in space time.
Well, no, I know, but just bear with me. If you're trying to see the pull that an object has on its surrounding gas, right? It would be you're competing with a much larger object, also right next to it. So you would have to
but changing the gas, changing the gas to something that could just float in this environment You see, it's already floating. So it's already been pulled down by Earth's gravity. That's fine. You introduce another space-time bending material, and it should manipulate that already stable gas.
Oh, okay, now I'm following. That might work. Yeah.
I'm thinking, man. Help me out. This is my little idea. If it's got any holes in it, let me know.
Well, I'd say the thing that the reason we probably don't do that experiment. Yeah, so it just goes back to I don't know how the cost of or how hard it would be to get your hands on that much.
You know what I've been told?
You cannot show that experiment. Gravity holding gas pressure. You know what it's a force. Gas pressure is the walls of its container. In your globe, the air that you are breathing, it has pressure, gas pressure. How can this work on your globe model? It doesn't work. Even NASA, I did post a citation.
Do you believe that
you believe Jupiter... NASA, right? You believe NASA, so trust experts.
I was gonna say, do you believe that Jupiter is a gas giant, or do you guys have different ideas about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I just see lights in the sky at night. You can call it planets, but I prefer to say, at least I'm honest. I prefer to say I don't know. I just see lights in the sky.
Okay.
You told these awesome stories. How do you have gas pressure without a container? So you've got gas pressure on one side, high pressure, and then you've got a vacuum on the other side. You need a barrier in between.
Well, I think in the I think how they kind of explain it is when you're going from atmosphere to space, right? There's different.
What space? What space? What space?
It'll be a vacuum.
Can you prove that space?
Or it's close to a vacuum, right?
So you have this gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Miguel.
Yeah. So show us the experiment.
Well, I think you need a lot of gas.
I just debunk you. You see that experiment? You have a
Miguel,
vacuum.
I'm really trying to get through this.
You have a vacuum.
Miguel, breathe.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to get through a sentence here. What I'm trying to say is, when you're going from space, which is like a near vacuum or something like that, and you have a pressurized atmosphere, I think that there are different levels of the atmosphere that drop in pressure. So you don't have a firm boundary. It's a gradient over distance.
Miguel can just hold. Look, I'm going to help you, Miguel. Please don't.
Okay.
Jedi, since you are somewhat excellent at conversing about gas pressure and the like, I'm going to let you have a chat with this young fellow, please.
Okay, who am I talking to? Pony?
What's up?
Yes.
Good? Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Good stuff. So, I heard you asked a question about, do you believe that Jupiter is a giant gas planet? Do you understand the problem that we have with that?
I don't.
Okay. Now, to have a sphere of gas, you are going to need a container that's a sphere. Gases don't take shapes, they disperse into spaces. To have a ball of gas without a container around it is antithetical to everything we know about gas behavior. Gases have no inherent shapes, they take the form of their container. To have a giant ball of gas, or indeed to have an atmosphere above a rock like on the Earth or Mars, for example, and it being uncontained on that vacuum, that's going to give us two problems. Because we know gas expands, it's going to fill the volume of the vacuum. That's going to be problem one. Problem two is the definition of gas pressure, the force a gas exerts upon the walls of its container. So if Jupiter, like the Earth, doesn't have a physical boundary around it, one, it's not going to achieve gas pressure, and two, the gas is going to keep expanding into the available volume. Do you understand our problem now?
Oh, yes. Okay. I follow. What I was saying earlier was that I think the idea is that the gravity is acting on the gas and pulling it toward the center of mass.
Okay. So I'll give you that's an idea what most people kind of think these days. The idea that the Earth is pulling on the gas, like the mass of the Earth is pulling on the mass of the gas. You must understand that this idea of mass attracting mass was superseded in 1915 because really all I have to do is ask you the question, how? How does a body of mass, the amount of substance in the space, act instantaneously on another amount of another amount of substance in a space, which is mass?
Well, I guess that's interesting because it's also not instantaneous. I think it travels at the speed of light.
Okay. So which gravity are you talking about?
I'm just talking about just the at least the common understanding of it.
Okay, so mass attracting mass is instantaneous action at a distance. Instantaneous.
I think there was the didn't they do the? There was the.
If the sun went away, would it take 8 minutes for their gravity effects to hit us?
I think that's true because I think let me mention what the idea is that you have like there was two black holes that were orbiting each other and they got really close and they started to kind of collide into each other and they were making these gravity wells.
Sounds like a scary story, but
you're not talking about what I am.
Well, that was so they assumed that gravity moved at the speed of light, and then they found a representation where they were able to kind of test it, and that's sort of I think that's the modern understanding of gravity is that it moves at the speed of light.
The modern understanding, that's not mass attracting mass. That's the mass distorting the space-time fabric.
I think that's how gravity works. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not instantaneous action at a distance.
I don't think gravity is instantaneous action at a distance. I think it moves at the speed of light.
You notice I'm trying to just help, dude. So just give me a moment and I'll address everything that you're speaking about, just so I'm clear and everybody else is clear, but particularly so you understand. So it's not mass attracting mass then. The body of the Earth, the mass, isn't pulling the mass of the gas back down to it. What you're saying is the current scientific understanding, not that it's scientific, it's mathematic, that space-time is distorted and bent by the displacement of mass. So the reason why the gas isn't going away is because it's caught in a gravity well. Yes.
Repeat that last one. Sorry.
The reason why the gas isn't dispersing into space is because it's in a gravity well.
Or at least the gravity is acting on the gas.
So gravity is acting on the. Okay. So just a misunderstanding. Einstein. Gravity acting on the gas. No, the mass is distorting space-time. You can call this the overarching idea of gravity and the phenomena of it if you want to, but the mass is distorting a space-time fabric. Now, if this is what you're saying, that yes, the reason why the second law of thermodynamics is violated in this situation is because of a distortion of space-time, then are you able to provide a scientific experiment, a hypothesis that can be tested from anything that Einstein ever spoke about with regards to general and special relativity?
I think the black hole thing was
an experiment.
When they saw they were like the experiment was that they had the hypothesis was if this happens, then we should observe this. And then when it did happen, that's what they observed.
Okay. So you understand that the scientific method is a little bit more strict, what you've just suggested, right? So with regards to a hypothesis, the independent variable must be varied and manipulated by the observer, the researcher, the scientist. So when you
can't manipulate a black hole.
Yeah, exactly. And the idea of black holes, this is highly mathematical. There's no science in this. This is the road I'm trying to get you to walk down with me so you understand what's going on here. Einstein, general and special relativity, do not follow the scientific method, so it's not empirical. What Einstein did do was reify non-physical things into existence, and based on that reification of space and time, making it a fabric, and within the mathematics, giving mass the energy and ability to distort that space-time, then we can work with a concept of the reason why things go round and round and go up and down is because of this mathematical concept. Understanding that this is just a mathematical concept and in no way scientific or empirical.
Wait, I guess I'm having a problem understanding where I think I think you can have experiments that you don't set up. Right?
Those are called thought experiments. Yeah.
Well, no, but if you're observing something in the world, right? But you like
and then making a hypothesis about it, and then that's the end of it. That's
and then
called
just
a thought
go back
experiment.
to the observation. Yeah.
Well, then you observe it.
Yeah, there's so much. There's such a problem with that even physicists speak out about how much of that just making shit up and never testing it is a problem. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Kind of want to make this short so we don't get lost. The idea that gas pressure is caused by this quote unquote whatever gravity is would need to be scientifically validated. We'll give you the phenomena of gas pressure. We understand that the cause of gas pressure is the force the gas exerts upon the physical boundaries of its container. So the question then becomes, if there's no physical barrier and there's gas pressure, how do you have gas pressure without the physical barrier for the gas to press against? We're going to need a scientific experiment to invalidate the second law of thermodynamics. You understand, right?
Well, no, I disagree with that. I don't think you need a physical barrier.
Okay, so you disagree. You don't need a physical barrier. Okay, do you have a scientific experiment that proves the cause, whatever you're suggesting is the cause of gas pressure? Like I said, I'll give you the dependent variable of gas pressure. Just give me the independent variable, and then let's go for the experiment.
Well, I guess sorry. What I was thinking was that you would need an experiment that's like big enough to exert gravitational to create a gravitational force that will pull the gas.
I just went over that. Yeah, I just went over that. There's a drawing in the chat.
Oh, sorry. Which one?
It's like a hand drawn little sketch. A couple of slides up, I guess. Let me see.
I don't know if I'm finding it.
Yeah, there's a lot of pictures in here. Holy moly!
What time is it posted?
Why are we distracting him from the point?
Because this is the point. This is the only time this ever could be done. Is nobody's ever done this. Like no one has the science of having air pressure without a container. No one has done that. We have looked.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, I mean, if you're doing all of these, I guess the problem is that like I only know of it happening on an object as big as maybe I don't know what the smallest planet is that has an atmosphere, but I know that Earth has an atmosphere.
No, it's not knowledge. You don't know.
I get what you're saying, right? But
well, I exist in an atmosphere. Yeah.
You understand that the second law of thermodynamics is a natural law, valid in all space and time without exception in open and closed systems. Do you understand this law of nature that gas expands into volumes, right?
Yeah, but I don't know how that has to do with the second law of thermodynamics.
It's because we're talking about how energy moves. The easiest description of the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, is gas expansion into a volume. You understand that when you put a lot of gas into a container, so there's higher pressure inside the container than the outside pressure, and then you open the container, the high pressure, without exception, will disperse into the lower pressure volume, right? Pop a tire. What happens when you pop a tire, dude?
The air pressure gets released.
Yes, always, right? If there's higher pressure inside a container and lower pressure outside, and the container is then opened, without exception, high pressure fills the lower available volume until everything becomes equal.
All of the examples you're using are using a very small amount of gas in comparison to what I'm talking about.
So, okay, would you regard citations as helpful at this point? Say from Clark Maxwell and people like that, with regards to PV equals nRT, Boyle, Avogadro, Gay-Lussac. Gas expands to fill volumes. It's a bit like Russian dolls, right? Imagine we've got lots of containers inside other containers. The smallest container right in the middle has got the gas in it. I can press a button and open that container to a new available volume. Every time I open the container, the gas is free to expand into the available volume. It's not necessarily about what the size of the volume and the amount of gas. No, gas will always expand to the volumes, unless you think you get to a certain amount of gas, and then what? The gravity of the gas stops gas expansion and violates the second law of thermodynamics by itself.
I think. Well, first, I'm sorry. I have to get back to work. I like this conversation.
Yeah, you run off. You skid off now. Go.
Wait, Jedi, you didn't say that, right?
No, I didn't know someone else.
Okay. I was like, well, you've been really nice.
Skedaddle.
Okay. But I'll see if I can get a better example or something. And I'll see if I can spot you in here.
Yeah, man. No threat. Not a problem.
Come back as soon as you got some time, man. Come back as soon as you got time.
Good talk, y'all. Bye.
Right.
Clip. Jedi, you're the best, brother.
I gotta go now.
Well done, everybody. Yeah, he was on for a while. I wanted to keep him on the hook for as long as we could, but I just didn't want it to turn into a shit show. And usually, I like for 24/7 to lead the charge. Everybody else who's not a part of 24/7 usually just kind of take a back seat when we have somebody from academia in here. I know it sucks, but if you're not a part of the culture, I really don't want you to chime in.
Is he from academia? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you didn't get a little background of the guy. He's got a bachelor's in history, so.
Oh, okay.
But he's actually working in IT, so currently.
Got you.
But yeah, just a little heads up for everybody that's in the room. If you're not a part of the culture, man, I'm gonna look for you. If you're chiming in and trying to divert the conversation, I'm gonna either mute you or tell you to not be talking. So if you want to be a part of the culture, however, all you got to do is hang around us and start learning some of the arguments and getting well versed in how to articulate your points. So just saying, I am biased in that way. So.
Yes, sometimes it's not nothing personal. It's just that we've got lots of experience with this. We're the A team.
Exactly. And so we got people from the sidelines coming in and like rerouting conversations. That's a big no-no in this room. Earlier, I don't know if you were here, Crip, but I was giving you flowers, dude, on like the show earlier. I was rooting from the sidelines. I was rooting from the sidelines, but I couldn't come in because I was at work and I was like, shit, dude, I was gonna miss because I know you usually get busy in the morning. So
yeah, that dude Kane and then the other troll in earlier. I'm just looking for information.
You fucking spanked them like it was like, oh man, yeah, it was good. It was quality listening, man. I'm telling you that much right now. And we got so many good moments that happen within the group. It's just hard to like encapsulate like with an entirety of a day, like how many times that we do this and how many good points. Like Says Who earlier was like, yeah, dude, I'm telling you, like lately I've just been examining like all the people that have been a part of the group. It's fucking amazing, dude. Like, I don't know. I'm just kind of awestruck.
What was good about that guy earlier is he thought he was cloaked, like he had some of his buddies in the room with him. You could hear them in the background giggling and shit. So I'm like, if I can hear your buddies in the background giggling, you think I'm going to take anything you say seriously? You think I'm going to answer any of your shit without, tossing it right back at you?
The utter destruction of the atheistic perspective was like watching fucking, Picasso make one of his paintings. Like, you saw him like actually trying to square the circle with like, how is it possible that he believes in the heliocentric globe Earth and at the same time colliding with the idea that all of these, dogmatic principles came from theistic worldviews. Like, it was just like, dude, yeah, you do something magical with that whole thing. The guy was just like, no, I was, I was still, because the Big Bang Theory was what's on the table, right? It's like, you know where that came from, dude? And he was like, not really, but and I heard you in the background. I was laughing when he was like, you were like, yeah, it was Christianity. It was Christianity. He was in the back, or you said Christianity or Catholicism. It was one of those two.
Yeah, I think I started off with Christianity because his big shtick at the beginning was flat earthers, without exception, are right-wing Christian conservatives. And right-wing Christian conservatives are wrong. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, hold my beer. Exactly. It's not often at times we get them like to where they're like specifically right in your, in your sights, but that one was, so. And then he tried to spin it like he's playing the victim, and I was like, "Oh my god!" If I was on here, dude, I would have chimed in. But it is what it is.
I think by the time you got back to the keyboard, he had already got banned. Like Cyclone had teed off on them too. And Flatsy tossed him around for a while too. Like,
I think the conversation went from that to like evolution, and it just it was amazing. But we get these rare moments, dude, like where we actually get to shine from each and every one of us that like have our talking points and such. So it was pretty good.
It almost reminds me of, remember Saturday Night Live, and the two wild and crazy guys, and they're in a bar and they meet a girl, and one guy is on one side and one guy's on the other side, and then they go, let's dance, and then the guys are like, bam, 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 and the girl's going, bam, 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 from one side to the other. It's almost like that. But I appreciate everybody in here that like keeps the conversation on track, and I appreciate Alpha doing that quite a bit. It's awesome stuff, and thanks to everybody that's here.
We work together, man. It's a team effort.
Yep. It's pretty good.
But yeah, like I was saying, if I don't recognize you and you're chiming in with points, dude, I'm gonna probably stop you. Just saying. You gotta put in the work, homie, if you want to be in this group. And the only way to do that is like once we give you, like, hey, this new guy's in here, let him go ahead and see what he does with his points. And you're gonna test out to see how you can articulate your point and how you argue. Then yeah, we'll be like, fuck, this dude can handle himself. Let him take it. So that's the way it is, man. Took us years to get here, man. It's not easy. But Jedi, am I right? Fucking shellacking that guy towards the end. He's like, oh, yeah, I think I have to go now. Yeah, you fucking right. You have to leave. The shit's starting to get real. And you gotta go. Yeah. How convenient.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to get these people into a corner, so to speak. Right? And when they realise that, oh shit, the walls are closing in around me, then yeah, more often than not, then there's an excuse for them to leave. I don't want to say that was his motivation or his intent, the way that he was feeling within the argument. But that's how it goes sometimes. I've got to go now.
Yeah, what's that, Mom? Oh yeah, I'll be there in a minute. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Excuses, huh?
Yep.
Dropping those excuses.
But people with an academic background are especially my favorite. I want to actually take our time with those guys. The rest of the numpties, we can, do whatever we want with those guys. But academic people are the ones we take our times with. I think to some extent in his argument, he was saying Well, there was even a guy that I know that was in journalism. Do you remember that part of the conversation? And that person didn't really know much. You know, I think he was asking about maps or something.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear that part of the conversation. Like you said, he'd been out in for a couple of hours. I only caught like the last half hour, maybe 40 minutes of it.
Yeah. I see Timbo coming in smooth as ever. He's like, so it's some minuscule you can't. It's like you can't measure it, right? I heard that in your voice, dude. I know what you were thinking at that moment.
Yeah, it's so silly, isn't it? We know it's moving because we can't feel it.
And then he was flip flopping from yeah, but I think you can measure it. You're like, really?
Yeah, the movement and the spin and the tilt and all that shit. Can't feel it, just like paraplegic's dead legs.
Yeah, hard-nosed atheists really have a hard time trying to figure out how, they're trying to take Bibles on the moon, and most of the right-wing Christian conservatives were the ones going to space and not atheists.
Oh, that's Crit's jam. Crit loves explaining that shit.
He freaking see them two guys in the morning.
Oh, has Crit been taking scalps today?
Yeah, I think he lives at least in at least two guys' heads today.
Oh wow!
He set up like a few condos in their head.
Oh shit, that's not a good look for them.
They might come back squawking, looking for him.
I think, what you were saying before about people jumping in, Dr. Jason Flatwood. I think, it doesn't mean that you can't talk in here, yeah? It's not, it's not saying don't talk, this is our room. It's not saying that
specifically towards me. I thought the academic guy would want to talk about Cavendish, and he did. He was interested.
You just got to read the room, man. Read the room.
But I don't feel like I derailed anything. I feel like I answered the question that he had.
Yeah, all good, man. It doesn't mean that you can't talk and this and that. That wasn't the meaning of any of that. Yeah. So you're welcome. Welcome to the room. Yeah, that's it. That's it, dude. Yeah.
The meaning behind that. Yeah, the meaning behind that is read the room. So if somebody's on a point, and especially if they've been in this in these arguments, and you come in with your point, if you derail, you're gonna get fucking shellacked, one way or the other.
Yeah, that's fine. I imagine that's a good reasoning, but I think it was right on point. I think he enjoyed the point that I made too. I don't think he had a problem with it. I think he learned something from it. He looked something up and educated himself about Cavendish. That's a good thing. They were talking about how gravity works. I mean, that's how. So it's whatever. Just let me know.
Trust me, we will. Good, man.
I've been doing this for a very long time. Some people might know me as the rudest flat earther. I've debated the great MC Toon cartoon, Fat the Flat Earth, Planner Walk before he was a transsexual. Jason Family Man.
Nice to meet you, but you got nothing on me.
I don't. I'm not. It's not a competition. It's just we've been here and we've talked about things. and I specialize in particular things, and he was going in that direction. So, I mean, if you don't want me to chime in and bring if I'm not bringing any worth to the room, that's fine. I just thought you guys wanted content.
Didn't I just say it wasn't about that? Yeah. Join in anytime you want, man. Just sometimes, like, if you were in that situation where you're having a conversation and like you're making a point, we'd actually step back and let you make that point as well. You know, like it's just about stepping on each other's toes because there's listeners and stuff like that. So it goes both ways. Like it's not about you not being able to chime in. It wasn't about that at all. All right. So all good.
Tembo trying to bust out the hot chocolate. I see you, bro.
You guys remember you guys were in y'all's Discord all the time on your YouTube, and Politics had its own Discord, and it was like separate completely. Remember that a couple of years ago? When over here I was fighting for the flat Earth to the point where I got the conspiracy room started. Me and another guy was the reason for that, because we would champion for having that type of room open. So we were before you guys made the merge, I was over here hustling these flat Earth factoids. So
I think I remember people speaking about that. Yeah,
a long time. Yeah, so it's
a long time ago.
It's 5 years ago, 4 years, 3 years, probably.
Oh, okay.
Long time.
Yeah. I think we've only been in this channel for about 18 months now, something like that. But yeah, I remember people speaking about other people talking about flat Earth in this room. Your name's always been Jason Flatworm, though, right?
Jason Family Man is what.
Yeah. I got you.
I was part of your group over there, but I got banned because of the Bible guys. I didn't get banned because of the flat Earth people. They generally accepted me, but the Bible people banned me for some ideas I had.
I think Panto was over here that long ago as well.
Yeah. That's who I had in mind as well.
He was trying to get the channel up and going, and then they finally gave him that guest room.
And the religion and what is the other one? That other big religion and politics also merged about that time, didn't they? So it's a long time ago. Pretty cool stuff. I'm glad you guys got a room over here all the time. I don't want to interrupt. I want to be a part of it. You know, like you said, I got to get in my points. You know, I express myself how I do and see if you guys like it or not. I know a lot of things about this position, so. Rudest flat earther ever. Look that up.
I don't know about all that, but everybody in here has a position in the topic, so I'm going to tell you from top down. Necros has chimed in pretty much. I've heard him argue. Apocryphon, Big Daddy Flurf. These are guys that are noted, right? That I would say take notice when they speak, and if they're on a point, don't interrupt. Grit, DJ, going down. Batman often, but he's not usually chiming in. Jedi, absolutely necessary when he's speaking, don't talk. Miguel Sosa, let's see, going down the list. Plum Bob, but he comes in and out. He's not really often all the time. Quetzalcoatl, it's an every now and again with him. Let's see, Radwin, definitely. Let's see, Roto Ox, I've just started listening to, so I'm liking what I'm hearing. Yeah, he's not here though over fences, but yeah, definitely Amish. Amish he knows how to articulate his points very well. He's well spoken. Sonny on the plane, listen to him about navigation. Definitely has a lot to weigh in. T-Dub, He's always paying attention and definitely gonna examine everything that's put forward. So he's definitely somebody you want to listen to. Timbo as well. They're always listening to conversations. I'm just going down the list here, and of course AG at the bottom, but he doesn't really chime in. He just kind of listens as well. But you got to let him speak every now and again when he tries to get on. But more people will be noted as long as you jump in. But these are the ones that if they're speaking, and they're on a point, and if I hear you jumping in over the top of them, then I will say something about it. So, and then there's more people that jump in that are part of 24/7, like Indio and Amish, and you don't see them on the chat. But I would say there is a lot of people that make up the fabric of 24/7. If I didn't call your name, that's probably because I really haven't heard you articulate points very well. So you probably just I don't know, jump in there every now and again, like the way Timbo was saying. But at the same time, read the room, Don't jump in over the top of somebody that I just mentioned, like those guys that...
I think you should always interrupt Content Razor. Definitely do that.
Yeah, do that.
It's always fun.
Yeah, do that. Interrupt him when he's talking.
I want to apologize to Jedi for stepping on your feet a couple times. I apologize. I don't mean to. And I think it is frustrating. So Jedi's always got a good point. Sometimes I think I'm going to be like kind of a helpful tag team partner, but I can get off base, and especially when you're on a point. So if I did step on your feet, Jedi, you can let me know too. I'm not opposed to being criticized constructively. Thanks for all you do.
Yeah, we can work in tandem with other.
If I had a problem with you, son, he'd have figured it out by now. I'd have fucking told you. Never had an issue with you jumping in. Okay, your timing might have been better, and I might have snapped at you about it, but it's forgotten within 5 minutes, mate, with you and a lot of other people in this place. I trust you. I expect you to jump in, right? But sometimes I get the bit between my teeth, and I don't want you to interrupt because I'm putting him into a corner. So it swings and roundabouts. Do you know what I mean?
I've never forgiven you for yelling at me, Jedi.
Shut up, for fuck's sake.
Bloody well, right? Okay, very good. Well taken.
I think I've even told India to shut up before as well. Fucking hell. All good fun.
Yeah, it's all in good fun. We have a great time here. It is fun. And one thing I've learned throughout the years since 2019, going on 6 years that I've been on the Discord, is to not get my feelings involved. Just present the information. A little joviality, if you will, is good. We do have fun with the conversation, and it's kind of like batting around a cat toy at times. So, yeah, and QE loves to be interrupted. But I would say, listen, even QE, if you not interrupt, but if you come in with a cogent point, with enough breathing space, he's one of the first ones that he will definitely say, he will stand back. And but when he's on a roll, definitely he's on a roll, and everybody knows when he's on a roll. And sometimes we poke fun at QE when he is on a roll because we know we can get a rise out of him. But it's all good fun, and we end up laughing about it afterwards anyway. So it's all good stuff, man. Love the community.
We love you too, Sonny.
Well, thank you. That's all I've ever wanted in life. Just kidding.
Excuse me. Y'all think that I stepped on this guy's toes, Mr. Jedi? You think I stepped on your toes?
Do I think you stepped on my toes?
No.
Yes, sir. Personally.
I maybe a little bit.
I didn't mean to at all. But I'm just trying to, like I said, gauge the room. So I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that. And I understand if I'm running with a point and somebody interrupt me, that'd be aggravating. I generally don't try to chime in a lot. I would just say, hey, like that. like an alley oop, so you can slam dunk it. But,
Yeah, no, I appreciate that you wanted to come in with what you thought was relative content, and it's always good. I never mind people jumping in with relative content. Probably I don't know, a citation or anything, especially from somebody that I trust. Sometimes though, if somebody else jumps in, what they have to say is not necessarily the route that I'm trying to take the person down. So that was the way that I felt, if I'm honest.
Fair enough. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're all right, man. Like, seriously, don't stress about it. It's not a thing.
No, I'd be pissed if you was in a jiu-jitsu match and somebody come over there and helps you out. It's like, get out of here. I get it.
I don't mind tag teaming with people, man. It's just it's got to be concise.
Just to get to the truth, we got to just get to the truth. That's all. It's like. That's why I'm concerned when I come here and speak on it. I get called really ridiculed by people. I do it just because it's the truth, I'm trying to get it out there.
You're all right.
Or what a tough room. What are you up to today?
No respect.
What was that, Alpha?
So what are you up to today? You gonna be listening in for a bit?
Yeah. It's only coming up to 11 o'clock, and the clocks went forward like last weekend. So I'm completely out of time at the moment, mate. So I've got a feeling I'm going to be out for a good few more hours yet. What are you doing? You on your way to work?
Actually, I'm off today, and for the next 4 or 3. So hopefully I get to hang with you guys for a little bit.
Ooh.
Me too. Well, I do because it gets lively in here. I love the homie QE comes in and he does what he does. Everybody contributes. He puts in work, but people always say like when he comes in here, like well let's have a debate. He's like, debate? Well, what are we going to debate about? Favorite color?
It's not a debate. It's watching people bang their head against the obvious truth. That's basically what it is.
Yep. And it was heretic. I'm going to actually coin what he said. It's like an interrogation.
Yeah.
There's nothing else that we can do except for examine all of the globe claims and ask people who believe in those claims if there's any validity to them.
Yeah.
Kind of like a detective would. Where were you on the night of January 22nd? And the person has to explain what they were, and if they got nothing, then, stands a reason that they're just in a belief system.
It's a courtroom.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're like, okay, Detective Smith, where's your evidence? Oh, I have no evidence.
Your Honor, I have an excuse.
Get the fuck out of my courtroom. Like, what are you doing here? No evidence.
Your Honor, I have an excuse. So big.
Evidence.
But Your Honor, it's so big.
That's what she said.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier, Radwin, that we haven't heard you, on the mic lately, man. Are you been busy at work or what? Is he here?
He was earlier.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
In and out.
We're crazy. Replacing humans with robots, just like you guys want to hear.
Yeah, it's coming. Well, when are they going to hit the go button to Skynet?
I want to have Cabbage Patch bots.
Good luck trying to get robots to do what they do in the movies. Good luck.
You need a C3P processor.
I want a Cabbage Patch robot that grows.
Well, we don't even have a working prototype. That's weird.
Cybernet. Elon Musk is going to be the AI daddy. Adopted out AI kids.
Didn't he have one of those robots walking around and talking and serving drinks and shit?
Yeah.
Then it got into a fight with somebody in the third row. Told him his
Started
mom was
arguing
a
about
lawnmower.
whether the Earth was a flat or a globe.
Yeah. He also told one of them his mom was a lawnmower and he didn't like it. He was like, "What?" That's funny.
Wasn't that a line from Short Circuit? Hey, Laser
Yep.
Lips, your mother was a snowblower.
Yes, sir. Basically, yep.
The good old movies in the 80s and 90s.
Man, I always thought they was going to make Stephen Hawking's wheelchair into an AI wheelchair, and it rolls up. The black hole on the event horizon is 44,000.
Do you know my first name is actually Steven and my last name is Nate? How funny is that?
You broke up.
Me?
I heard Stephen.
Yeah, my first name's my last name begins with H. Not kidding.
Oh, so you're Stephen H. Hawking, huh? Is that what you're telling us?
I'm Stephen H, but I go by Brett. My middle.
I wonder what the other Stephen goes by.
He doesn't.
He doesn't go by anymore.
Nope.
I say you, he did.
I'm just wondering why nobody's got any. Elon Musk hasn't put that
The rescue?
Stephen
What that
Hawking
rescue?
technology.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm saying, like, the little thing that you chin strap you put on, and it can tell everybody what you're saying just by wiggling your muscles, and you're like,
Yeah, just come out with like a version of it where you can just plug yourself into your phone and and not talk, and then your phone talks what you're thinking.
right. So you don't have to do it while you're driving. You don't have to yell. You just be like, move your muscles and shit. And that's it.
Hey, we got Chalk that just entered the chat. Chalk, are you there? We talk
He's
to
a little
everybody
bit
that comes
flaky.
through.
Yo, I'm just here to listen.
Oh man, there's no parking on the dance floor, man. You're gonna have to find a partner in do-si-do. So, do you think did he leave? That fucking clown.
Put him on the spot, man.
These introverts today, man. I'll tell you what.
Seems to be a lot more of the population as well.
Yeah, but they're just I don't know. Is it a generational thing? Who knows?
Yes.
You know exactly what happened. You were there.
I just don't want to say it, man.
I think it was happening before that, though. Yeah, like the kind of feminization of teenagers and shit. Like
drip, 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 drip over time. Yeah. You can go back to the 80s with this shit. You can even go back as far as the 70s to like glam rock, right? Now you can put on makeup. Fine. New Romantics, bit of eyeshadow. Yeah, bit of eyeliner. Yeah.
Poison, Def Leppard.
Drip. Yeah.
Remember we used to beat the shit out of each other and then become best friends?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Remember Kiss? They had all kinds of makeup on, didn't they? Kiss.
Oh yeah.
Like that was the way you made friends, yeah? You get someone you've got a lot in common with them, so you're in competition with each other. And then you have this massive fight and you punch the shit out of each other, and the next day you're best friends.
Right, and you get and then you get his friends and your friends figure out don't mess with you two as a group, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm not sure.
Then you
they do
start
that
doing some
anymore.
really dumb shit, dude. You know?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that comes
Man,
later.
when I was younger, dude, I was in this school running around from kids. I don't even know how, dude. We were young. It was like fourth or third or fifth and sixth. Like it wasn't even. We weren't even that old, but it went to that, and it had like a lot of grades. And then one time, I'm just running around in like a group of kids. Like, because I got into a fight or argument with this one bigger kid. They all liked him, I guess. The kids that were my age liked the bigger kid that I got into a fight with. Well, I basically got the best of him, and they all chasing me like 10 or 15 dudes around, through, everywhere. And the teachers are looking like, have fun, run slow. And I'm like, hey, man, I'm getting chased by these. I'm getting chased. So there's this one dude that I meet as I'm running past this way. I duck around the thing into the room, pop back out. All the dudes are gone. He's running the other way. He's like, oh, they think I'm you. And he's running that way. So he had to start punching one of them and fighting them. It was the funniest shit.
All right, we got Heinz Drexler that just joined us. Heinz, are you there? Hello, Heinz. Welcome to the room.
Guten Tag, Drexler. I just got get the impression he's German for some reason. It might be his name.
The level 3 Centurion, so I think he's brand new to the server, perhaps?
Yeah, couldn't have been here long. Very inactive.
I guess he's stonewalling me or something. I see how it is. A cold shoulder, huh?
No, it can't be anything else. He has to literally press a button himself to enter the room, so he's got to be here. Unless he pressed the button, entered the room, and fucked off. Oh well.
Can't say we didn't try.
Yes, Heinz, I was talking about you. Yes, Heinz, we are talking to you. We were saying hello and whatnot. I appreciate you speaking in the side chat. You're unable to unmute yourself, my friend.
Yeah, contrary to what you heard, he's a really nice fellow.
Oh no, he already seems really upset in the side chat. So sorry for saying hello, wanting to talk to you. Do apologise.
Hey, when you say oh him, I assume he's German. Do you remember that basketball player called Clive Drexler?
Yeah.
Would you say?
I went to school with called Drexler, and he was from Austria.
Sorry, my phone disconnected.
Fucking typical.
A black German guy.
Oh, yeah.
Clive Drexler. Yo, what up, man?
What up, cuz?
Yeah, what up?
What's up?
What's he saying? Oh, he's going on about what Jedi was saying. Takes the press of a button? What if I'm busy talking? That's the presumption. I just kind of highlighted. Like, I kind of used the type of inflection that would have needed for him to. Oh, shit.
Is that inductive or deductive reasoning? I had to leave yesterday, Jedi. Did you end up speaking to that? How did that Illuminaire guy end up finishing off?
Yeah, I wondered where you fucked off to.
I can't make dinner, you know?
Yeah. I can't
responsibilities and shit.
Yeah. All right. I can't even remember the conversation, mate, to be honest with you. I understand what we're talking about. Can't remember the guy. Don't know what we were talking about. Can't remember even the sound of his voice.
Yeah. It was annoying.
Yeah, but that's 75% of them.
Yeah. Boats going over the horizon. I don't need the size of the globe.
Oh, him. Oh, well, now I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he fucked me off. What did happen to him? I can't remember what actually happened, mate. I don't think we actually fucking got anywhere.
No, because he just wanted to talk at you. At us.
Yeah. Can't remember if he left, just muted himself, or was banned. Can't remember what happened.
Like one of those debate bros. Like one of those guys, but maybe a little bit, I'm going to say a little bit more reasonable than a debate bro. Like, you know, you could kind of have a conversation, but not really. At least you could talk about points instead of talking about the structure of an argument. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He reminded me.
Even though he wasn't listening.
You know Master Debater?
I don't pay much attention to these guys. But yeah, I know.
So we got something coming in through the wire, man. Drexler writing his big old little tech context in there. This channel's on YouTube. I came to see if it's really live. It is. Also, people here are pretty rude. They have a few highly viewed clips and memes. Also, Discord emails are easily accessible through a Google Chrome script viewer extension. I was surprised to learn.
Who cares?
Someone pissed off the owner of that YouTube channel because they were streaming themselves finding the email, then searching for police medical records. I've tried warning earlier. No reply.
What's he talking about?
I don't know, está loco. Dude, open up your fucking mic, bro. Like,
yeah, tell us what you're talking about.
what the fuck? I only did that just...
Walk out of your room, spin around like 10 times, and then come back in and try this all over again and see if you feel better.
God. Like, my God.
Oh, my God.
Like, it only takes not that much muscle power to, like, press that unmute button and just fucking talk. Fuck's sake. You're already saying it in the text chat. Might as well just say it.
I don't know about you guys, but I find it harder to type than talk.
He's at work. He can't talk. Apparently, he's come here to warn us about something to do with emails. Apparently.
Anonymous emails.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's saying we're all getting doxxed, apparently. But until this guy speaks,
I'm so scared that they got a fake email.
Oh,
so scared.
Email me.
So they got Sonny's email. Sonny, they got your email.
Yeah,
I don't think I was registered.
Let's watch and see if they get through my intricate emailing system. Let's see if they can get through that. Hope so. Try it.
I think I registered with my phone number instead.
I got aliases on my email. Which email? Which one?
Hey, you know what? If you get my phone number, give me a call.
Exactly.
What are you, Mark Sargent, or what?
Yeah, just with better arguments.
The Australian version.
Call him Mark Sarjo.
Mark Sarjo. Hey.
But we need to ask this guy, Heinz Drexler, who is they? Did he already state who they was?
They, as in who they are, who are doxing us. Good question.
Yeah. So an unknown, kind of like really weird, like vague idea of who they is.
Yeah, those guys over there are not these guys over here, Sonny. right? Sonny, he thinks you were rude. He thought Jedi was rude. Now he thinks you're rude.
He thinks I'm rude.
Yeah. Well, first Jedi was rude. Now you're rude.
Oh.
He thinks
okay.
Fuck off.
Yeah, dude. I told him you weren't, despite what he might have heard. But yeah.
I don't care.
But they were in this call like recently, and I was rude. Okay, so was I asking for globe proof? You gotta you have to define your terms. So rude means asking for globe proof, I think.
Miguel Sosa. He has a solution. Flat Earthers bringing you down. Try this. It's a binky. That's a globe. Holy smokes. DJ's gonna ban his ass. Is that McToon they got there, Toby Dog?
I do not know. It does have a liking to him, though.
It's him or FTFE, one of the two. He's a flat earther. No shit. Well then. Sonny, on the plane, you were out of line, though. Frequent interruptions, insults, demeaning what seemed like a genuine person. You give our community a bad name. What the fuck? Our community? What fuck? Motherfucker, you've never been in this room, goddammit.
Yeah,
who the fuck are you?
Yeah, who the hell are you, numpty?
You listen to this chump. Dude, our community. Está loco.
Yeah, so how was I out of line specifically? Tell me exactly what I said and how I was out of line. I'll bet you $100 right now that you can't define what you're saying.
Well, gentleman's bet, but yeah, you probably won't be able to do it. Oh, look at even Over Fences is laughing. Hey, come on, man. What the hell? How the fuck are we supposed to know what this... Dude, go to break or something and talk to us, because it's getting stupid. Talking to your fucking text like this.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I agree with Over Fences. I agree with her. He's on an alt and he got flat smack, so he don't like Sonny or something. This morning he says, morning to who? We're talking to everybody on the plane, bro. Like, what the fuck? Obviously, it must be the UK. Oh, no. Yeah, it must be the UK, because morning to you guys is, like, the standard.
Yeah, maybe.
I knew you were going to say that. Oh, my God. This is why people hate us. Because of Sonny?
6 hours ago.
Fucking hell. Sonny, you're the cause of all of the flat earthers' pain, bro. Like,
I love
the
this,
reason,
man.
The reason why we're doing bad is because of you, bro. I'm just gonna.
I love this is great attention. Damn, too bad I don't go on my YouTube channel. Like, I could get some props for that.
Yeah, you don't fucked all this up, dude. I don't know what we're gonna do. Because of you single-handedly took down the best channel for Flat Earth there ever was.
I don't know what's on for today, so.
Yep. So I demand that I receive severe repercussions for my actions. I say, bring her into my tent, have her washed, and bring her to me immediately. Whoever she
Jedi puts, please report to HR ASAP. Who's the HR department?
No. You know what? That's down in the basement. I'll report immediately.
Oh my god, dude! I'm an actual FE org. We organize conferences. Are you freaking? What's his name? Oh, he can't be the guy who just quit. Robbie Davidson? That can't be him. On an alt. He organizes conferences. That's what Heinz Drexler's saying. Dude, I have never heard of you. Is this your main? Because who are you? Does he go by Heinz Drexler? Because see the banquet rooms. Letters. How do you spell?
We don't even share any common servers. This is the only server that we share. Me and him. I don't know if any of you guys share any other common servers with him.
Listen, if he's on the circuit, he's on the circuit. I'll give him that. But I don't know who he is. He hasn't identified himself. Who is he?
Looks like he joined Discord in December of 23 too. So he hasn't been around that long.
He joined the Discord and this server on the same day.
Ain't that interesting?
Well, he makes it sound like he's intertwined with like putting things together for Flat Earth conferences. So, I mean, I don't know who the hell he doesn't want to say who he is.
Maybe he's bum chums with Jaren.
You think so?
Bum chums. Holy.
Can't be doing a lot of work if he's just typing all the fucking time.
To be honest, the person who Sonny tried to bitch out seemed to overreact. However, they seem nice. Demoralizing. My God. Okay, you must have really worked this fucking dude over, Sonny, because it stuck to this guy's mind.
Yeah, I must have.
I think it's him.
Yeah, I must have presented like celestial navigation that they couldn't refute or something. Navigating using a flat chart, that must have upset them.
You know, just for posterity, man, we're probably going to have to go back to the live stream and see what the fuck happened. Because this guy made it seem like you just moved mountains or something by belittling him. That's what it sounds like.
Sonny, who have you spoken to today about 6 hours ago? Can you remember?
I do remember somebody. I'm trying to think of who that was. Yeah, don't even remember. They were not very memorable, but maybe we can find something they posted in the chat.
I wouldn't be recorded on this chat because it gets erased after so long. So the live stream, perhaps, and then you got to find out whether or not Healy was streaming continuous from today, 6 hours ago, or like cut off sometime. You know what I mean?
The only thing I can think of is somebody that is just oversensitive. But that's yeah, that's pretty typical in here, though, being overly sensitive about the globe, non-proof.
Yeah, but you're saying that he's old, that he doesn't remember it. But I can guarantee you, some drive-by Globers that come through here within like 2 minutes of context that they want to have an argument that they don't know nothing about, and then they dip out, I wouldn't fucking know them from like Adam. Like if you told me like 6 hours later, because I have multiple interactions throughout the day. I don't know if this guy's. He's just trying to. For some reason, he's got it in for you, man. It looks like. Sonny. It looked like to me. Anyway. There's nobody in here to talk about the globe Earth, so I'm just kind of using this as a little bit of content.
Yeah, I get it. I've had to scroll down the channel, see if anybody new's in, but no one knew he's in.
Oh, we got... Who's Tristan? Tristan is a vegan room mod. He's a politics icon. He's a communist, feminist, utilitarian, vegan, vegetarian, and evolutionist. That's a fun chat.
Yay, does he believe in fecal matter soup too?
So it looks like one of his tags would say that he does.
Yeah, I was gone from about 11:30 Pacific Standard Time until about 2 o'clock. So from 11:30 to 2, I was gone. So it was definitely before 11:30, which would be like 9:30 Central Time.
Evolution. And he's saying fecal matter soup? Question mark? Dude, open up your mic.
Hey guys, did you know the black swan argument is about debunking refraction and the atmospheric duct? Did you know that?
You mean the atmospheric duct?
I don't know. It's what Hines has said with regards to people asking him continuously, what is the black swan argument? It's debunking refraction and the atmospheric duct. Okay. Should we just ban the clown now?
He needs to open up his... I want to talk to that guy. And I want to talk to Tristan. Tristan, open up your mic. Say something. Speak to us, Tristan. One time. What's up with this stonewalling bullshit, dude? Fucking...
One of these days I'll be smart enough to have a debate.
At ease there, Patman. You'll be alright.
Oh, remember the guy from this morning? I'm vaguely remembering him now. He started talking about politics and the media, if anybody remembers that. And he kept, I directed him and I said, you have to shut up. If you're talking about politics or the media, we don't want to hear it. We want to hear your globe proof. So we told him, be quiet. Somebody muted him. And we kept waiting for his proof in the text chat, but he never posted anything. He said he posted a video yesterday. That doesn't help much. But yeah, I don't remember his name though. But now I'm sort of remembering the conversation. That's the only one. I know Sporadic was here. Amish was here. He's not here now. I think you were here, T-Dub. I'm pretty sure you were here.
Hey, we got a big time Glober that just came to the chat, man. Goes by the name of Cyclone.
Fucking baller alert.
Yeah.
That's right. These ballers just come in, like you said, drive-by baller.
Well, are you guys telling me you don't believe the Earth's a spinning space pear?
I knew it. See? What'd I tell you?
Come on.
See, he said the keyword spinning space pair. So he's really up on the globe lore. I mean, he's got the information.
Yeah, I'm not like these other idiots who come in saying it's a ball or a sphere. We know it's a pear.
Hey, hold on, Cyclone. We can't let Sonny take the reins because he's been accused by somebody in the chat that he's been kind of a bully and a dictator. So he can't talk. Yeah, he can go handily like the destruction for the flat Earth community. So we can't let him take the reins of. They're accusing him of that in the chat.
He's got to take a 10-hour page.
You've been being a dictator, a little Julius Sonny.
Julius Sonny. I like it.
Sounds like you're upsetting our terror friends.
Yeah, they just been browbeat so much by us. Yeah, it's horrible. I'm going to report to personnel. I know you're the head of personnel, so human resources. So yeah, I'll report to your office in the basement. I think it's right 2 doors down from the complaint department.
Yeah, well, it's full today because Alpha and a few others were smacking people around. You have to come back tomorrow.
Okay.
I've got a list of complaints to deal with. Everyone's mean. Everyone's saying mean words. Yeah, we've got a lot to get through.
By the way, I think Radwin wasn't a witness to that previous conversation. I don't see him in here
Radwin's
now.
already got multiple complaints against him. I've got my eye on Radwin.
He's in big fucking trouble.
Yeah. One of the Globers was complaining that he's debunking gravity with vacuum chamber. That was quite upsetting for him. So yeah, what's going on? Got any Globers in? They all being shy? See, this is what happens when we're too scary, guys. We've got to start luring them in, making them think we don't have any arguments. Just be like, yeah, how could we possibly be stuck to the side of a ball that's spinning? We'd all be thrown off. All the water would throw off the side. Then they'll start coming in. Oh, I'm going to show these flat earthers they don't even know about gravity. Gravity.
Gravity? What's that?
Gravity. Well, you see, everything is turning into big balls because everything's attracted to each other. You idiot Fleur. You don't even know that? You never seen matter coalesce into a ball, T-Dub?
No, I've never seen that. I think I heard of some guy called Einstein or something, like on the TV.
Yeah, he figured it out. Or Newton. Both of them. The same, but different.
I went back 6, 7, even 8 hours ago. Had a bit of a scan through the recording. I couldn't see any moment there where Sonny had been mean or disrespectful to anyone. Couldn't even see Sonny talking, actually, at around that time. It was Jules. Jules got his ass handed to him by a bunch of us. Had to leave, embarrassed. And then there was Nate talking with a few people, but I don't think Sonny was involved with that one. And then there was Humble H, I think he's called. there was a long, really long discussion with him. He was like talking for hours, I think. The guys, but I think he's kind of like a flat earther. I'm not sure where he sits these days, but yeah, I did not see any indication of a conversation with anybody in here with Sonny 6 hours ago.
Maybe it's not what he said, it's just the way he said it.
Mornings are hard, but your coffee shouldn't be. Stop drinking weak, bitter disappointment. Paraplegic coffee is bold, rich, and guaranteed to satisfy because we don't stand for shitty coffee, and neither should you. Paraplegic coffee. Get it hot. Take it all. Love every sip.
Wow. That's some advertisement.
Oh boy, that
The Don himself.
sounded like I mean, I know that's AI, but it sounded a little bit like
It unfortunately makes Dom Pettit too coherent compared to what he actually is in reality. They have to get him fucking up and stumbling all over his words, but still very good.
Okay, now I know who it is. Don Pettit, gotcha. It just sounded
I think it
kind of sounded. Yeah, it was. Now that you say that, sounded a little freaking creepy when he's talking about get it hot, take it. Like what? Sounded.
Well, he's a creepy guy. Shitty coffee. That's funny.
Yeah, so can any dumb fuck flat earthers provide me any evidence?
Oh my god, Maynard, you're upset already. Wow. Can't just come in and say, hey, what's up? You have to be a fucking pussy little glober about it.
Well, no, I'm using pronouns.
Then you dumb guys explain observable reality to me. Yeah, go outside.
I'm doing pronouns. So I'm doing the pronoun thing.
Dumb fuck. Mr.
doing the
Government
pronoun
Cartoon Worldview. Bro, settle down. You get your worldview from government cartoons. You're not smart.
We're doing great.
Well, I'm just asking for actual evidence. Can you provide it to me?
Yeah, the evidence is that you only have government cartoons. There you go.
That's not evidence.
Exactly. Your government cartoons are not evidence for a spinning ball. Go outside. It's flat and motionless.
Yeah. So what's the evidence of the Earth being flat? Can you provide that to me? Or no?
Yeah, go outside.
Go outside. Okay, I'm outside now. What?
Okay. Do you see the curve?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you do. Where is it?
I do. Now what?
It's so funny.
You fell for the trap already. Okay, let's
I see the curve. Now what?
Send a photo of it. Let's see it.
Send a well. If I send a photo, right, you'll do the whole it's fake, it's photoshopped.
No. Post a photo in the chat. What you're seeing.
Type thing. So yeah.
Okay, so you can't show us the curvature that you're seeing.
But that's not answering my question.
Well, welcome to flat Earth. Okay, you've got no curvature.
So because my question, right? My question was, can any of you dumb flat earthers provide me evidence? You haven't done that yet.
You're the evidence. Evidence.
That's not evidence. I'm asking for evidence.
You have to lie.
I'm asking for something that you can provide,
and then
not that I have to provide to you.
That you're seeing.
But I'm asking for evidence that you can provide it.
Yeah, you're the evidence. You have to come in and
why
lie.
can't you provide
You
it?
have to come in and lie. Why did you have to come in and lie?
Why can't you provide it?
I don't need to, because you're here lying.
Well, it says 24/7 Flat Earth channel, so why can't you provide it? It must be so easy to provide, but you can't provide it.
Provide it. If you can't go outside and recognize reality, then you're fucking bricked.
I am outside. It's raining outside right now. It's cloudy.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
it's outside.
You've observed water before then. You know what water is, right?
Yeah, I know what water is.
So you understand that when you contain a body of water, when it's at rest, it's horizontal, level upon the surface, right?
Well, I mean, when I pour a Guinness, it's at rest, but like the Guinness still has foam at the top and there's bubbles, so it's
That's
curving.
I'm not talking about foam, I'm talking about the body of the liquid.
Yeah,
I mean,
foam
if
is a
you want to
liquid.
have a conversation, dude, I'll have a conversation.
Foam is a liquid.
Don't interrupt me, please. One, don't interrupt me. We'll have a conversation. I hear you giggling.
But you know, there's many types of different liquids, right?
Yeah, all bodies of
So how come every single different type of liquid reacts?
Maynard, shut the fuck up. You're retarded.
You're not giving any claims, bro. You're just ad homining. I'm waiting for evidence.
We're just letting you embarrass
The
yourself.
evidence.
Jesus, Maynard, somebody offered to have a conversation with you, but you wouldn't shut up long enough to have a conversation. So why should we even offer you anything?
I'm just asking for evidence. Why is it so hard? How come every time I join this channel and ask for evidence, none of you can actually do it?
To listen, you would have heard some
I am
evidence,
listening.
but you talked
Okay, so
through it. You're talking through me right now, which shows just how much of an ass you are. Somebody was
I'm not being
offering
an ass.
to have
I'm
a
asking for
conversation.
evidence.
Somebody was offering to have a conversation with you, and you could learn something.
I'm not having
and
a
you would
conversation. I'm
get some
asking for
evidence for
evidence.
flat Earth. You would get the
I'm
evidence
not
for flat
asking
Earth.
for a conversation. I'm asking for evidence.
Maynard, you're the evidence.
Okay, we
You are
just
the
told
evidence
you
as to why the
when you go
globe
outside
is
and you see
called
that flat horizontal
retarded.
plane. That's our evidence.
No, he doesn't actually want evidence, guys. He's here to be upset. He doesn't actually want an honest discussion. He's just here to embarrass himself like he does every single time. Little pussy Maynard. That's why you have to come in and lie straight away. Oh, what do you mean outside? Yeah, I see the curve. Where is it? No, you wouldn't believe me if I showed you the curve. You don't have any curve, Maynard, you little delinquent. Come on, Globies, do better. Can you guys show me evidence for observable reality? Derp.
Just so funny how twisted their brain works.
He must go into meteorology service and ask for proof of weather too.
They ask us why would they lie? This is why. They want to make you as retarded as Maynard is. As upset, as emotional, as illogical, as detached from reality as you can possibly get. That is Maynard. Immediately comes into a room trying to insult people who are just observing observable reality. And then he's going to demand evidence for observable reality and just spiral out whilst he's insulting people. And he's a grown adult. He doesn't even have the excuse of being a 13-year-old like he's acting like. But this is another part of it. They've just infantilized an entire generation. And Maynard is a result. So we got any actual globe believers who want to discuss or ask questions? Or are we going to let Maynard just embarrass himself some more?
Well, if there's no one else, mate.
Oh, Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to try with him, Jedi?
No, someone else can try. Oh,
Mayna.
Well, I'm just going to mock him and insult him because that's all he deserves at this point. All right, let's see. Maynard, you said you could see the curve, right? Could you show us this curvature that you think you see?
Yeah, so when I came into the chat, remember my question?
Yeah, you said you can see the curve that no one else on Earth actually sees. So could you evidence that claim you've made? And if not, we'll just take that as your concession.
So that wasn't right. So when I asked,
I was coming in.
are you going to just interrupt? Do you want to have an engagement, or are you going to interrupt me every time?
Well, why would I want to?
Which one is it? Do you want to interrupt me and then mute me, or do you want to have an actual discussion?
Yeah, I'm just going to mute you because you're a delinquent. So, Maynard, when you want to have a conversation with someone, is the way that you usually start it, you come in and you try and insult them? Is that how you usually do it? Hey, fuckheads, let's have a conversation. Well, you're a dick. Oh, how dare you? I just wanted a conversation. Is that how you do it?
Yeah, so the first question, right, if you remember...
Yeah. Do you want a conversation, retard?
Yes, I want a conversation.
Well, how can I have a conversation with you if you're a retard? How's that going to work?
Okay, so what was the first question I asked?
You said, can any of you dumb fuck flat earthers give me any evidence of a flat earth?
Okay, and have you done that yet?
And we said go outside, yeah? So you go to the beach and you see the horizon?
Well, saying go outside isn't evidence.
I'll give you some evidence. I'll give you some evidence. So we practically use the surface of the earth as flat, yep, and horizontal. Right? Water is flat and horizontal at rest.
If water is flat, then explain bubbles. Then explain bubbles.
Okay, did you hear what I said? The surface of water at rest is flat and horizontal.
So explain bubbles at what rest?
Bubbles at rest?
Yeah.
When are bubbles at rest?
Man, are you trying to be this retarded, or is it like a joke you're doing? Are you pretending to be this retarded, or is that just natural for you?
No. Explain bubbles at rest.
Oh, this is just a natural retarded state.
But how do bubbles occur at rest?
You see how dumb they've made you, Maynard? Does this not bother you? How dumb they've made you?
But you can't explain it. See, you have to ad hominem and attack me when I ask him. I'm asking you to critically.
Okay, can you show me? Can you show me a bubble at rest?
Yeah, I can. Actually,
and then I'll explain it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like I can like fill up my bathtub with like bubble baths, and and there will be bubbles, and then like the water will stop flowing, and the water will
bubble bath. That'll tell you that the Earth is a globe. When you're running about with your little rubber ducky in your bubble bath, you can go, "Oh, the Earth is the globe. I'm in the bubble bath."
Yeah, because you can't explain you can't explain bubbles.
No, you're fucking retarded.
Do you put essential oils in there with your bubble bath?
No, I usually go and take a bath right now, Maynard.
Use salt.
You stink, Maynard. Take a bath.
It's actually the bubble is not at rest because it's got inside gas pressure.
Well, the bubble's not
pushing.
Well,
did you
hear
me?
Moving.
Did you hear me finish?
The bubble's not moving.
Did you hear me finish or not?
Yeah, but the bubble's not moving.
Okay.
This is not moving. Wow. So Maynard, is that bathwater curved?
No, water curves all the time. Explain waves.
So the bath is curved.
Explain waves.
So the bathwater, the surface of the bathwater, is that a curved surface?
Yeah.
So the surface of the Earth is redox. bubbles.
Yeah. Well, you're not giving a very astute scientific critical analysis against bubbles.
Dude, you just said the surface of the bathwater is curved.
Yes, it is.
How is it curved?
Because there's a curve in my bathtub. Fucking
So
idiot.
The surface of the water is curved. Let's see it.
You want me to get in my bathtub on camera naked?
This guy's not worth off.
Yeah, get rid of him. Yeah, he's a fucking moron.
Yeah, you asked for evidence for the flat Earth and debunking of the globe. You're it. Look at you. You're absolutely pathetic, disgusting, retarded, illogical, irrational, upset, emotional, childish. There's nothing good about what you're doing. It's absolutely criminal.
You are a glue sniffing pretender clown. Congratulations.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the saddest displays we've seen all day. And that's saying something, because you Globers are very sad. Think about the pain the guy must be in to act like this. Constantly. I mean, this is what he's like whenever he comes in. He's this upset. All the time.
Well, it's like what we were saying before about guys not fighting with each other and at school anymore. So he's never had a beating in his life from another guy. So he doesn't know how to act around other guys.
Yeah. He's probably got a wig on right now and he's putting lipstick on the mirror.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Flat Earthers.
Yeah.
He's like a Buffalo Bill type. Fishnet stockings on going, fucking flat earthers. Show me where it's flat. My bathtub's curved and there's bubbles.
I got a really horrible picture just then.
I haven't had bubbles in my bath since I was a kid.
Oh, you're missing out.
Maynard's mum's running him a bubble bath every night after his tirades against flat Earth because he's all upset. She needs to calm him down.
Yeah, I think he was playing with G.I. Joes too, wasn't he?
Little rubber duckies. And he tries to see them going over the curve in his bathtub.
The Globers I really don't like are the McToon, what do you call them? The McToon goons.
At least McToon wouldn't say, I've got bubbles in my bath, therefore the Earth's curved.
Yeah, but you know this guy's got McToon.net favorited on his browser.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
100%.
There you go.
Of course.
And who's the other guy? His mate? Fight the flat Earth.
Hey Tristan, I see you mouthing off in the chat. Pipe up. He's got a rubber duck in his PFP. He's maybe in the bubble bath with Maynard. They're going top and tail. They've got their knees sticking out, and they're both telling each other, "The flat Earth isn't real. The bubbles." Giving themselves little bubble beards. My goodness.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Who's that?
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Just for the record, you can't have the bubble without the gas pressure. You can't have the gas pressure without a container. Destroys himself again with the bubble.
Yeah. Bubble Earth. Dirt.
Who spoke up before?
Yeah, who was that? Was that Tristan? Guy said his bathwater curves.
Yeah, that was when I decided there was no point speaking to him, really.
It was obvious from his first sentence, but I mean, yeah, kind of gives it away.
You give people a little
Makes
bit of
no
leeway.
sense. I mean, I realize there's a curve on a bubble, but he said the water curves. That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
This is what they have to do, Phil, to dance for their religion. They have to just say wild, stupid shit.
Heinz Drexler in the chat has just outed himself as obviously not a flat earther for the second time. Shall I just fucking get rid of the idiot?
He's not going to be
Yep.
Yeah, boom.
And he's gone.
Is there a more pathetic picture than a Glover in a bubble bath? I'm not sure.
Like crying while he's splashing the water because he wants his 8 inches. Just in square.
He's got
in his
ruler
mouth. Right.
Yeah. If it's not
I
curved,
bet his
why do my
bathtub was
toes
filled
stick out
by
the end?
tears.
He's going to come in and ask us for honest conversation as he's saying his bathwater curves. It's the Globe in 2025, guys. You're on a curved bathwater.
If he comes back, I think I'm going to make a drawing of him crying and then tell him that's my evidence for flat earth.
We should really complain because it only helps us to have them totally embarrass themselves, but it was obnoxious. Gets old.
Does he come in here like every other day or something? Or I don't
He's
think
been
I've
in
ever
here
seen him.
for, yeah, he's been coming in here for months.
Oh.
I mean, that's months in the game, and that's where he's at. He might have even been here for a year now. I don't remember. Been here for a while anyway. Pathetic. Maynard, why are you still sitting in here? You've embarrassed yourself. Just go. No one needs to hear about your bubble baths. All right, Maynard. Clearly you've got something to say. So how much does your bubble bath water curve?
Wait, am I unmuted?
Yeah, you can tell us how much your bath water curves.
Oh, holy shit. Yeah, so back to my original premise. Wait, are you going to mute?
Yes. This curving bath water. Exactly how much does your bath water curve?
Are you going to keep muting me every 2 seconds?
Maybe. Let's see. How much does your bath water curve?
All right, let's count 1.
Okay, yeah, let's play this game.
Yeah, let's play the game to see like how long you'll be able to like
dance for us, monkey.
So like how many?
Yeah. We're interested in this curving bath water that you have. How much does it curve?
So like I can't even answer any sort of question that you ask me because you mute me every 2 seconds. So like, which one is it? Do you want an answer, or do you want?
Yeah, I want the answer.
How much does your bath water curve? That's what we want you to answer.
It curves a lot.
Okay, how much?
Like a lot.
Like a lot?
Yeah, like a lot.
Put a number to it.
Like it curves more than you can imagine, phantomly imagining your dream.
See, so your bath water doesn't actually curve. I don't know why you're doing this.
So the original question, right, when I came in here is, can any of you dumb fucks provide any?
No, you just couldn't contain yourself, could you, Maynard? You almost managed to contain your impotent rage that people are discussing observable reality, but you just couldn't handle it. You just got mad again because your bath water doesn't curve. Want to try again, Maynard? You're gonna have to apologize to the room for being so rude, actually.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry that this room is full of fucking.
Okay, that'll do. You're sorry. We'll think about it. Minner says he's sorry, guys. He didn't mean to come in and embarrass himself. He's just emotionally unstable and unable to control his emotions. It's common with these full believers.
He's got to find a Glover's room if he's looking for dumb fucks.
Yeah. Just look in the mirror, Maynard. See all you need to know. Maynard, what is it that upsets you so much about the Earth being flat and motionless? Is it because you get muted on the flat Earth? Is that why you're upset? Maynard. Come on, don't be shy now.
Oh, you unmuted me. Oh, wow. Wow. Shocking.
Yeah, I was asking what's got you so upset about
Shocking that you unmuted. Yeah, so I'm still waiting for the evidence that you dumb fuck retard can't provide.
Oh, wow. So what got you so upset about the Earth?
So show me the evidence that the Earth is flat, you fucking mongoloid.
All right. Yeah, so why keep insulting us? That's just demonstrating.
I will keep insulting you.
Yeah, go for it.
You want to hear some facts? I know everything about the moderator named Crit. He's disabled. He's like actually.
Wow.
Yeah, that's just you showcasing how much cognitive dissonance you have.
Maynard, you're stealing your girlfriend, dude.
Yeah, Maynard, why are you so upset? What's upset you so much?
Yeah, because you're challenging his belief.
Oh, you want to know why I'm upset? Because it's that retard. You want?
Okay, Maynard. Try and explain why you're so upset without lashing out, enraged, and frothing at the mouth and insulting people. Why are you upset?
Oh, it's because my tax-paying money like pays for fucking retarded disabled people like Crit who like.
Man, what did Crit do to this guy?
I think he might have taught him that atheism and the Big Bang is part of the Catholic religion.
Oh, is that it, Maynard? Are you an atheist?
Somewhere.
Are you an atheist, Maynard? You didn't realize that the Catholic Church came up with your Big Bang religion? Is that why you're upset?
Do you like that you evolved from people matter soon?
Yeah, so people like Crit shouldn't even like live because.
Wow.
Oh, fucking hell, dude.
Well, there you go, folks. Well, there you go, folks.
You're a fucking piece of work, mate.
So, we'll just ban that.
I don't feel ban that, Craig.
Yeah. Imagine
I mean,
someone
there you go,
said
Maynard.
that about his mum. You know what I mean? Like.
I mean, he really is upset, isn't he? Well, there you go.
Really
There's
upset.
two colours there.
Well done, Crit.
Oh, man.
That's funny.
Maybe Maynard is a guy with the other account called Crit's Worst Nightmare.
Oh,
well, there you have it, guys. I think that settles it. He wasn't really here for evidence at all. He was actually just upset. Surprise, surprise. Man.
And there was this account, Crit's Worst Nightmare, who kept sending like messages.
Just have a word with them.
Yes, Crit and the Creation Bear and even me when I was just new. He didn't get it. I got something like 6 or 7 messages from him, and it was always there. And this guy, Crit Worst Nightmare, was saying, that we are disinformation. He's gonna call the police and stupid thing like that. This goes with the idea that Maynard is upset because his tax money is in.
Crit's taking his tax money.
Me too.
Crit's the tax collector. Jedi, were you trying to get in there? Yeah, Crit certainly upsets them. Good work. Yeesh. You think you know a guy. All right, we need some globe believers to come in here and salvage what's left of the globe after Maynard's little meltdown.
That was a huge meltdown.
Yeah, that was. I mean, someone should probably call a responsible adult nearby, check on him.
That guy last night too. The other one that was melting down. What was his name? Regroup, I think. Oh man, that was hilarious.
Oh yeah, he's another one. He's come in for months, and he's always been like that. It's not even like this is a gradual thing.
Somebody said he sounded like the bad guy from an Indiana Jones movie. I'm still laughing about.
Yeah, we've got some fans. I mean, this guy hates Crit so much, and yet he comes back to the room that he's in for months. Like, what is that? What kind of psychology is going on there?
Obsessive compulsive disorder.
Stockholm syndrome.
Sadomasochism. What's the one where you like to get beaten up? A masochist. He wants Crit to put some boots on and stamp on his nuts or something.
Sadism, isn't it? Sadism.
No, I think it's masochism. One of the M ones. Dude, you like hate a guy that much. Why would you want to continually be around him wherever he is? Just not.
Yeah, you just block him out and just go, oh well. Just
Yeah,
a
but
guy
I'm not
from the
going there.
internet, so who cares?
He's a dick. I'm not going to go and hang out there because this guy that I hate is there. But he's like the opposite.
He's just some guy on the internet anyway, really. So why are you getting so upset?
I'm only watching. If he knew where he lived, he'd be outside his window looking at him in the fucking bushes in the dark. These psychos, man.
Michael Myers style, except instead of holding a knife, he'd be holding a globe.
Swinging a pendulum slowly as he watches from across the street.
spinning around, holding a pendulum, spinning around. Look, the Earth's moving, Crit. I am Focol.
Unreal, man. Crazy. The reactions of some of these people. Like, I don't think he could actually care less about the Earth at this point. You know what I mean? It's like the conversation isn't even on his radar. He's so mad at the person for not believing in the globe, which ironically he doesn't even really care or know about. Just wants to be upset and rage out on the internet. Maybe listening on YouTube as well right now, Maynard, you little retard. Go outside, touch grass.
Ta-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Can you believe I just drove past a hairdresser's? And guess what it's called? Zanuck Hair Design. Can you believe that?
Well, the guy's got, many strings to his bow.
Yeah, he's got a hairdresser's in Melbourne.
Quite an eclectic portfolio.
He does everything, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's, he knows about everything. You think he doesn't know how to cut Australian people's hair?
I thought you were going to say that it said bubble, earth, or globe nails.
Curved bath, the hairdressing studio.
If anything, you need a seasoned glober to cut hair upside down. So it's a good fit.
Why we all have mohawks.
Yeah.
We don't, but...
That's why the kangaroos can jump so high.
Yeah, look, well, you guys are upside down anyway. Not us.
You're down under, mate. It's official.
Always
it was decided. Was there an international conference somewhere, like when they agreed that gravity would just be 9.8 meters per second, where it's down? Where they're like, all right, who's going to be up and who's going to be down? Australia, you're getting down, mate. Did the Australians have a say?
Definitely not.
Probably not, right? Colonialism.
Otherwise, instead of down under, we'd be over there. Out over. I live in out over.
The globe is like another crazy level of colonialism occurring. And yet, ironically, all these anti-colonialist types love it. The West foisting their pseudo-scientific philosophy on the rest of the world.
Yeah, so I hate the government, but I believe what they say about NASA and space and the Earth being a globe. Everything else they say is a lie. It must be a weird kind of space to be in. Okay, do you believe the government lies? Yeah, they lie all the time. Right. Why are they not lying? What makes you believe that they're not lying about this? Because they lie to get you into wars. They lie about lots of things. Health. So they only tell the truth about the Earth being a ball and space travel. All they say.
Yeah, at that point, they're just like, well, I can't figure out why they would do it, so that means they didn't do it.
Therefore, ball.
What do they gain? It makes no difference to me. I still have to go to work to pay Crit's taxes. Fucking Crit.
We got to make a meme. Big Bang is Catholic. Fucking Crit.
No, it's it. What a season. The hits just keep on coming.
Well, I have to say, upon my newly rehabilitated self, I think we should declare this day Agro Glober Day Awards. So, the person who gets the most Globers aggravated in a 24-hour period, they'll get the award, and we'll send them straight to HR to be rehabilitated, just like I was. Now I'm kinder and friendlier.
You got
He's a returned flat Earth citizen.
rehabilitated?
Rehabilitated, yep, that's right.
Because he's an angry flat earther.
In a mental,
Because once I was
like
mean,
in the mental hospital?
No, because once I was mean to Glovers, even today apparently, and making fun of people with their bubble baths and their essential oils. That's not appropriate.
Who is that talking?
Like in mental Islam? Islam?
A serial maniac.
Mental hospital?
You mean
Did I-
asylum?
so you're-
Asylum. What did you just say?
It's Liam. Yeah.
How did you just say asylum?
Asylum?
So you're
No, that's not what you
mentioning.
said. What did you just
you're
say?
men-
Asylum
Yeah.
or something?
Yeah,
I've
what are
never
you
heard.
saying?
Huh? So you want to a mental Islam? Islam? Oh, yo, this is so bad.
Wait a minute.
Is that in Iceland?
Oh.
I'll translate.
Hold on.
He's
The
trying to
Iceland
say.
is in Iceland.
Hold on.
He's trying to say asylum. I'm sorry. Hold on.
I know.
Hold
I
on.
know.
He's
I already clarified this one. I know this is exactly what I was clarifying. Now he's trying to say asylum, but he's saying asylum. So you've already outed yourself as a globe believer. So why don't you just tell us why you believe the Earth's a globe?
What?
Do what? What?
Yeah, so you've just
What'd you say?
you've just given it away that you believe that the Earth is a spinning ball. So we're asking, why do you believe that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Wait, do you believe it's flat?
Oh my
Yeah, the
god.
question is, why do you believe the Earth is a spinning ball?
Because that's what Joe Biden told me.
Okay, no further questions.
What the hell?
All right, man.
What? No, why do you believe it's flat?
I think you're in the asylum, dude.
Yeah.
Why do you believe it's
The
flat?
asylum.
The Aslam.
Water.
Explain.
Bodies of water at rest are flat.
Yep. Large bodies of water at rest are flat. You hear that, Serial? Serial.
Yeah.
What do you
But, like,
think
can you
about that,
explain?
Serial? Large bodies of water are flat.
Oh, I can't even lie. What the fuck is this? Yo.
So are they
When
not
it's not a
flat?
bubble bath.
Yo,
Are they not-
what's this?
Are they not? Hey, dude, are they not flat?
Is this how they let you behave at the asylum?
Dude.
Large
Are they-
bodies of water are flat. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All
I
right.
agree.
Yeah.
Welcome to
There you
Flat
go.
Earth.
Cool. Bish.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
no-
having a
no- no
party.
ball
It's called Welcome to Flat Earth, and there's snacks in the back. Yeah.
You're the main event.
Nah, that was too quick, guys. There's no one else here. You need to stretch it out.
Well, it's kind of hard when he's speaking from the Aslam.
True.
Asylum. It's asylum, yeah.
He only probably gets
Mental
about
asylum.
15 minutes. He probably gets about 15 minutes on the internet, so better that we keep
Yeah.
it short, I suppose.
Yeah, give him a
You
break.
can
Be
go to
nice.
me in like 5 minutes. That's
Hold on,
insane.
Serial. Hold on, Serial. Yeah, give him a break, guys. He just learned that word today, so be nice, everybody.
Asylum, yeah, asylum.
Okay, don't practice it on here. You practice that in your own time.
Asylum.
Water's flat. That's so funny.
Yeah, you can go and practice that in the mirror and contemplate the flat bodies of water, meaning that the Earth is not
It's
a ball.
flat, guys. Guys, it's flat.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Correct.
Unless you can show
Yes.
otherwise.
Peace.
Enjoy the space cartoons.
I can't answer you in. GG's, man.
I know. Isn't that great?
Yeah,
It's that simple.
There you go.
man.
You mean what?
Amen.
Okay.
Okay.
So you would admit that you don't know the Earth
You
is a
won.
globe.
Yeah, you won. Yeah, you won.
No, it's not
Fucking
that.
right,
We
we
need.
won. Hey, and also go tell your friends too. Tell them to come in here so we can win on them too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, go tell them. Go
I have
get
no
them.
friends. You're my only friend.
Oh shit! Now you're
Yeah.
making me feel bad.
Yo.
How many joints have you smoked today?
Me, none.
I
I
don't
did it
think it's
yesterday
joints, man.
though.
I think it's a little baggie of wild grown mushrooms.
Okay, man.
This guy's
Because
getting given
I like
oregano.
laughing.
Yeah, you sound like an
But keep
hysterical
You say,
person.
oh, going? What do you mean? Keep going. Keep going.
going.
What?
Keep going. Embarrass yourself.
I think that
Oh.
bus left the station long ago, bro.
You're just another
No.
globe believer who doesn't know why he believes in the globe.
Nah, it's because like in school they told me that's why I believe it. You know.
Okay.
So just because they
Believe
told you
I
it,
have to
does that
believe
mean
what they
it's the
tell
truth?
me. You know.
Okay.
All right, yeah, well that's just a
Can I ask
religion.
you something? Can I ask you a question? Would you believe about Jewish people? Do you like them?
Oh God, shut up with that anti-Semite bullshit just to get the channel shut down.
Yeah,
You better go on with that.
he's just spiraling. He's just spiraling. Just put him on mute. He's done.
Better go on with that conversation. Take that to another room you want to shut down because you ain't gonna do it here.
Yeah, he's done. I was already we're gonna get out of that one anyway. Back to the Asylum.
Back to the Asylum.
Go and take your meds.
Actually, we'll get the slobber nurse to give them to you.
And then he'll be singing I'm Slim Shady.
I got him with that water though. All right, next globe believer. Step up.
Had Tristan in the wings, but Tristan's a vegan mod in the vegan mod in the vegan mod chat. He's a communist, feminist, utilitarian, vegan, vegetarian, and evolutionist.
Evolution?
Tristan,
Yeah.
you better listen up. All those vegetables are growing out of a flat earth.
Please prove evolution.
All right, I'm gonna go and listen for a bit. So peace, boys. Good to hear you all.
See you, Cyclone.
Charles Cyclone.
See you in a bit.
Hasta luego, Cyclone. Anyways, Flatsy was, and the other day, Flatsy was, oh, never mind. I just seen her pop on.
I see what you did there.
Hey, guess what? You'll never guess what I found out yesterday. Our favorite icon person passed away. The one we keep posting memes about?
Oh, that guy with the funny looking face?
Val Kilmer. He plays
Val Kilmer.
Doc Holliday.
Yep.
Oh no, I didn't know.
Yeah,
Sterling.
Well, I mean, because he was struggling with throat cancer. He had 2 tracheotomies, and he'd been struggling for a while with that, and then he got pneumonia, and then passed away at 65. What a young guy! But he left the earth. So
I just told my husband. I don't know if he knew.
I didn't know that. It's somebody at work told me, and I'm like, bullshit. So yeah, he passed away. But yeah, R.I.P. man.
We'll still use all the gifts about him.
Well, because like nobody can replace him when it comes to Doc Holliday. There is no other Doc Holliday, in my opinion, that can rival his fucking like. He
He made him. You know, he made himself sick to play that part.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had to have tuberculosis. Yeah.
Yeah, he kept himself up at night. Lack of sleep. Did some stuff to discolor his skin. Like, it's not all makeup. He got these black rings around his eyes from not sleeping and stuff. And he said he's never really recovered from it.
Was he an Aussie?
No.
What's his ethnicity? Bell.
Kilmer would be like a German name or something like that, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if QE knows.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. He brought us a lot of joy and entertainment with what he did in his craft. So.
Yeah, even as Iceman
Seen the movie
Top Gun?
Real Genius?
Mm-mm.
Where they shoot. He's like a really smart guy, but he's kind of like he's quirky and he's cool, but he's super smart. And anyways, they make this laser that shoots from space. It's kind of funny. Good one.
Yeah,
and they shoot down the principal's house with the laser.
I was just saying, man, pour one out for the homie, because he was he's dearly missed by people. He's an icon, man.
Played a good Batman too, didn't he?
Yeah, Batman's okay, but he really shined for me in Tombstone. Like, that was the embodiment of Doc Holliday, I think. What I would imagine,
he's got such good lines in that movie.
Even the original Doc Holliday would probably be like, "Damn, he does a better me than me." Fucking hell! Like,
Heat's a good movie too. Oh man, that was great.
Everybody talks about